Chapter 376. The training hall of the Virelan manor stood unusually quiet, minutes before Razeal arrived at the Empire. Selena lay half-slumped against the far wall, her back resting against the cold stone. One leg stretched loosely forward while the other remained bent, forgotten in place. Her head tilted upward, eyes fixed on the ceiling. The training hall of Virelan manor stretched wide and empty, its polished floor reflecting pale light from the high windows. Dust motes drifted lazily through the still air, undisturbed by movement. Silence had settled so deeply into the room that even the faint creak of wood somewhere in the ceiling decoration sounded distant, irrelevant. Her gaze remained fixed upward. She had stared at the ceiling for so long that the patterns in the stone had stopped being shapes. They blurred into something shapeless, easier to look at than memories. Her gaze did not waver, did not blink. The strain showed in the way her pupils trembled. Her breathing stayed shallow, careful, as though drawing a deeper breath might loosen something inside her that she could no longer afford to feel. Thoughts and emotions passed behind that gaze, too many, too heavy for someone her age to carry. Regret, guilt, confusion, longing. Emotions tangled together until they could not be separated. None of it had an outlet. None of it had resolution. The burden had come suddenly, violently, and without permission. She had never been prepared to carry it. Yet it remained, consuming her quietly from within. Footsteps entered the hall, measured and unhurried. Marcella walked without hurry. Her presence usually demanded attention, but today it changed nothing. Selena's gaze did not shift. Marcella paused a short distance away, following the direction of Selena's gaze toward the ceiling, as if trying to understand what held her attention so completely. She exhaled slowly through her nose. "You have been staring at that ceiling for quite some time," Marcella said, folding one arm behind her back. "I wonder what you are seeing up there with such intensity." She paused, her eyes narrowing slightly behind the square lenses. "Or perhaps who?" No response came. Selena did not blink or even shift. The slow rise and fall of her chest was the only proof she was not carved from stone. Marcella pressed her lips together. Selena did not glance at her as she lay motionless, eyes fixed on the ceiling, her gaze distant and unfocused. Watching her made Marcella want to sigh, deeply and helplessly, though she restrained herself, as she always did. It had been nearly 2 months since Selena told Nova the truth. 2 months since Nova, furious and wounded, had left her here as a prisoner. Since then, Selena had barely moved. She did not speak. She did not eat. She simply lay there, staring upward, as if something inside her had quietly gone still. Marcella had tried to feed her at first, more than once, but Selena never accepted it, and Marcella had eventually stopped insisting. Selena's holy constitution and blessings allowed her to survive without food. Her body did not require it. Still, that knowledge did little to ease the discomfort twisting in Marcella's chest. Seeing her like this felt wrong, perhaps because of how well and closely Marissa treated Selena. To Marcella, she had never been much different from Nova, or from Razeal. She was not openly affectionate, since she had always been strict, reserved, sometimes even crude. But she had watched over them since childhood all the same. Quietly, reliably. That alone had created a soft spot Marcella never acknowledged aloud. Now seeing her reduced to this hollow stillness stirred something unpleasant inside. Even though this had been the state of things, since Selena had acted, and they had been taking care of her ever since. This time was different. Selena looked in a far worse situation after all. She had even revealed the truth. This made Marcella very worried, even if her face revealed nothing. Marcella stood straight, one hand resting behind her back, posture rigid in her Virelan uniform, square glasses catching the faint light. Her eyes lingered on Selena's profile. Silence stretched between them for several seconds. "You know," Marcella said at last, glancing at her from the corner of her eye, "you were right in what you did." The words landed softly, but their impact was immediate. Selena's eyes moved. Slowly, as if the motion itself required effort, her gaze left the ceiling and settled on Marcella. Confusion flickered there first, followed by disbelief. Of all the things she had expected to hear, this was not one of them. She knew what she had done. She knew the consequences. Anyone who understood the situation would call it betrayal, weakness, or worse. She had already judged herself harsher than anyone else could. And Marcella of all people saying this. A woman who had raised Razeal since childhood, who valued duty and discipline above sentiment, she should have been the last person to say such a thing. Selena said nothing, but the question remained clear in her eyes. Marcella noticed the change immediately. A faint smile touched her lips, restrained and brief, more an acknowledgement than comfort. She shifted her weight slightly, choosing her next words with care, as though stepping across thin ice. Marcella's voice remained even, measured, as though she were laying pieces of something delicate onto a table between them, careful not to let judgment slip into her tone. "The situation you were in, the decision you made, it made sense, in its own way," Marcella said. She did not look at Selena immediately, her gaze resting instead on the far wall of the training hall, as if the words required distance before they could exist safely between them. "You loved someone who was already promised to another, and you did what you believed you had to in order to keep him. And the lie you told," Marcella continued, pausing just long enough to watch the reaction that flickered across Selena's face, the tightening of her jaw, the brief closing of her eyes before she forced them open again. Marcella neither softened nor hardened at the sight. She only observed. It could have worked. In truth, it almost did. He was still a young boy then. You spoke of redemption. You said you were willing to marry him despite everything. At most, he would have faced punishment. Perhaps even under the Empire's most severe legal interpretation. I am certain you knew that before you acted. Her eyes shifted back to Selena, sharp behind the lenses. You must have read, prepared, understood exactly what such an accusation would lead to. You were confident it would not hurt him beyond recovery. Marcella exhaled slowly, her shoulders lowering just slightly as her gaze drifted away again. And considering your families, the history between them, and the way both of you grew up, bound together since childhood, it was a calculated move. A faint, almost reluctant smile touched her lips. Clever, even. I will admit that much. For someone your age to look past the fear of doing something so irreversible, to take that kind of risk, knowing it could stain your own name permanently too, that is not something most people could bring themselves to do. Not at that age. Not even many women far older or far more composed than you. That takes a certain kind of strength. Or desperation. Not to say, the kind born from wanting someone badly enough to gamble everything. The faint smile disappeared entirely. Actually, it really would have worked, she said quietly, if not for that one problem. You were simply unlucky that Lady Marissa had something that turned it all into this ugly result. Selena heard every word. None of them surprised her, and yet each one seemed to press deeper into something already bruised raw. She kept looking at Marcella, her expression unmoving at first, but the stillness began to crack at the edges. Her lips parted, then closed again, as if she needed to force the words through something lodged in her throat. No. Her voice came out thin, strained, barely steady. She shook her head weakly, eyes lowering for a moment before lifting again, stubborn despite the exhaustion in them. It does not matter. Do not say that. She swallowed, the motion visible in her throat. It was wrong. I was a brainless fool. The words seemed to hurt her as she spoke them, each one dragged out with effort. And the mistake I made cost someone I loved dearly. Her voice faltered near the end, losing strength, the sentence breaking before she could finish it. She could not bring herself to say it aloud, to name what had happened to him because of her choice. Even thinking it felt unbearable. The image alone made her chest tighten until breathing hurt. Marcella listened without interruption. When Selena fell silent, she only nodded once, slowly. I understand why you are saying this, she replied after a moment. But you may be misunderstanding yourself. Her tone softened, not in pity but in restraint, as though she were trying to reach someone standing too close to an edge. You are throwing yourself into a pit and burying yourself with your own hands. It was a mistake. You were a child. And now you are destroying yourself over it, imagining what kind of evil or ugly person you must be. She paused, watching Selena carefully. You are not. Her voice lowered slightly. Give yourself a chance. You are a good-heart person. You. No. The interruption came sharp, hoarse, cutting through the air before Marcella could finish. Selena's head lifted fully. For the first time, force filled her voice, even if it trembled beneath the surface. No, it was not that. Her breathing grew uneven, words pushing out faster, rougher. I am not saying this because I think I am childish or because it was just a mistake. No, that is not it. Her hands tightened against the floor, knuckles paling. I know why I feel like this. Because it was my fault. I was selfish. I only thought about myself, about getting him. The admission came out raw, stripped of defense. I even question myself now, whether I was ever worthy of being a saintess, whether I even loved him in the first place. Because if I really had loved him, I would have thought about him first. I would have asked myself whether this could hurt him, whether there was even the smallest risk. Her lips trembled faintly, frustration and grief tangled together. That is what people who love someone do. They protect them. They do not gamble with their lives just to make them stay. I told myself he would be fine, she continued, the bitterness in her voice turning inward. That he had family. That it would only be a small punishment. That everything would settle afterward. Her head shook slowly, disbelief directed at her past self. How could I not think that it was not only about me? That it was about him too? What if something worse had happened to him because of my lie? She whispered. That thought alone should have stopped me. Right there and then. Her fingers trembled, curling tighter as if trying to hold on to something solid. But it did not. Because I was ugly. Because I just wanted him. The last words barely emerged. And I just. She could not finish. The sentence dissolved into silence. Her eyes filled with a quiet, crushing sadness that no longer tried to hide itself. Chapter 377. What if something worse had happened to him because of my lie? The words were barely a whisper. That thought alone should have stopped me. Right there and then. Her fingers trembled. They curled tighter as if trying to hold onto something solid. But it did not. Because I was ugly. Because I just wanted him. The last words barely came out. And I just. She could not finish. The sentence dissolved into silence. Her eyes filled with a quiet, crushing sadness that no longer tried to hide itself. You are not. Marcella shook her head before Selena could retreat further into her own words. The motion was quiet but firm. It cut through something fragile before it could harden into certainty. She did not raise her voice. She did not rush. Her tone remained steady, grounded in a patience that came from years of watching a person break themselves over things they could no longer change. It is fine to be selfish, she continued, her gaze resting on Selena without pressure. It does not make you an ugly person. Everyone is selfish in one way or another. No one acts without desire. Your intent was never to harm him in the first place. That matters more than you are allowing yourself to believe. She paused briefly, letting the words settle instead of forcing them forward. You should not be questioning your entire self because of one decision. Selena's expression did not change, but her breathing slowed slightly. Some part of her listened to spite herself. Marcella's posture softened. "You are a beautiful, kind person." She said this quietly. "Remember that. You are a saintess, Selena. That is not a title given lightly. There is a reason you were chosen." Her voice lowered, losing its analytical edge, becoming something more personal. "You have always been gentle, compassionate, humble to a fault. You feel for others even when it costs you. That kind of heart is rare." She studied Selena's face. She watched the faint resistance there, the refusal to accept the words. "You have a beautiful soul, Selena. You need to know that." Her brow furrowed. "Do not call yourself ugly. If you truly were ugly, you would not be suffering like this now." The words hung between them. "The only reason you are in this condition," Marcella continued, more softly, "is because you believe you hurt him. Because you cannot bear what your choice led to for him. That pain you are carrying, it is evidence in itself that you are not an ugly person." She exhaled slowly. "If you were, you would not care. If you were selfish in the way you accuse yourself of being, you would have moved on already." Her gaze drifted toward the empty expanse of the training hall before returning to Selena. "I have seen many people in similar situations. Most would say, what happened has happened. If the outcome favored them, they would not look back. People rarely carry guilt when they succeed. That is the reality." Her eyes sharpened. "But look at you. You are letting it consume you. You ignore your own strength, everything you still have, and allow this guilt to swallow you whole even when it was just a childish mistake." Her voice softened, almost tired. "That is not the behavior of someone without conscience. It is proof of how deeply you care. Proof of how much you actually loved him." Selena's fingers trembled where they rested against the floor. "You are suffering physically because of him," Marcella went on. "Simply thinking about what happened is enough to hurt you. You came here knowing what it could cost you. You admitted everything yourself. You asked Nova to bring Razeal back safely, even knowing what might happen to you afterward." Her eyes narrowed, not in criticism, but in emphasis. "You were ready to accept death. Ready to declare your actions before the entire empire if necessary." She shook her head slowly. "Do you think anyone can go that far for someone? To willingly destroy themselves? No, most people cannot. No matter what they claim." Her voice lowered further. "Your heart is pure. That is the truth you are refusing to accept." Silence stretched between them, heavy, but no longer empty. "Everyone makes mistakes," Marcella continued after a moment. "And the result is never fully in their hands. Sometimes the outcome becomes ugly, small or large, and in your case, it became something terrible. But that does not mean you deserve punishment of this scale." She paused, her expression tightening as she chose her words carefully. "It was a child's mistake. Even if what was said about Razeal had been true, he would not have deserved to be destroyed like that either. He was a child as well. He would have deserved guidance, correction." A faint hardness entered her voice, directed elsewhere. "What Lady Marissa did was wrong. That too is part of the truth. Judgment without understanding the situation is never justice." Marcella looked down at Selena. Her gaze was steady. "One must understand the circumstances before judging the act itself. Sometimes the situation itself is what is rotten, not the people caught within it." She fell silent, allowing the words to remain without pressing further. "And that," she finished quietly, "is what you need to understand. You need to take care of this guilt, because it is heavier than what your actions deserve. You deserve peace, Selena, but you will not find it until you accept this." Her voice softened into something almost weary. "Guilt is a heavy burden. It can consume an entire life if you let it." Marcella said nothing more. She watched her. Selena closed her eyes. Her head rested back against the wall. The cool stone pressed against her skin. She knew these things. Somewhere, rationally, she understood them. But understanding and accepting were not the same. The guilt did not loosen simply because someone explained it away. It remained, lodged deep inside her chest, unmoving. Her breathing became shallow again. Peace. The word felt distant, unfamiliar. After a moment, she drew in a quiet breath and opened her eyes again. When she looked at Marcella this time, a faint smile appeared on her lips. It was fragile, exhausted, unable to hide the sorrow behind it. "Peace," she murmured softly. "Why do I not get peace?" Her gaze drifted, unfocused, as if following thoughts only she could see. "Is there only one person in this world?" Her voice lowered, barely above a whisper. "Because it feels like I am drowning, just thinking about him. Every moment, it makes me want to rip myself to pieces and kill myself. I do not know." The smile remained, but it hurt to look at. Marcella watched her for several seconds. The answer to that kind of pain could not be forced. Finally, she spoke again. Her voice was gentle but direct. "You told him the truth," she asked. "About why you did it?" Selena slowly shook her head. Marcella's expression shifted. Something thoughtful passed through her eyes. "Then did he ask you why?" she continued. "Because sometimes, what remains between two people is not hatred, but misunderstanding. In your case I think it is very much that." She stepped a little closer. Her tone was calm, reasonable. "If you were both honest with each other, perhaps this distance between you would not feel so absolute. It might not erase what happened. Nothing can do that. But a mature person can understand the difference between betrayal and a wrong choice made without bad intent." Her gaze softened, though her words remained clear. "If you speak to him honestly, it may not fix everything, but it might lessen the pain, for both of you." At Marcella's words, something shifted across Selena's face. It was small, almost imperceptible at first. Then a smile appeared. It was not relief, nor acceptance. It carried a quiet weight, the kind that came from understanding something painful too well to argue against it anymore. The sadness in it was so deep that it made the air around her feel heavier. A faint breath left her lips. It was almost a laugh, though no humor followed it. "If he asked me why I did it," she murmured. Her voice was soft and uneven, as though the words were being pulled from somewhere fragile. Her gaze drifted away from Marcella for a moment. She was unfocused, lost in something only she could see. What kind of pain and sorrow would there be then? Her smile trembled, but it did not disappear. The pain is there because he did not even bother asking. The last words came quieter, nearly breaking apart before reaching the end. "That is the thing that hurts me the most." Marcella felt her chest tighten. The expression on Selena's face was not dramatic, not desperate. It was worse than that. She was resigned, gentle, as if she had already accepted that this was simply how things were meant to be. It was the saddest smile Marcella had ever seen. For a moment she found herself unable to respond. A slow sigh escaped her. This girl is carrying far more than she ever deserved for what she did. Marcella thought this. The realization settled heavily in her chest. There was punishment, and then there was this. Someone condemning themselves long after the world had stopped doing it for them. "I understand what you mean," Marcella said at last. She shook her head slightly. Her voice was quieter now. She hesitated for a moment, studying Selena's expression as if weighing whether her next words would help or wound further. "May I give you some advice?" The question came carefully, almost formally. She asked for permission to step into something personal rather than simply speaking her mind. Selena looked at her for several seconds. Her eyes searched Marcella's face. She perhaps tried to guess what she was about to hear, before she finally nodded once. Marcella drew a slow breath. "In life," she began. She chose her words deliberately. "A person can gain many things, but no one gets everything." Her gaze remained steady, though a faint sadness lingered beneath her calm tone. "You can try. Everyone does. But sometimes, if something refuses to work no matter how much you reach for it, you have to let it go." She paused, watching Selena closely. "Chasing him now will only bring you more suffering. I can see that you still love him." Her voice softened. "But after everything that has happened, and after seeing him the last time I did, perhaps you should consider giving up." The words were spoken plainly, without cruelty, but they carried weight. Marcella knew they would hurt. She expected resistance, tears, or anger. What she was saying, stripped of gentleness, was simple. "You may never have him. I learned this very late myself," she continued. Her tone was quieter, reflective. "Some things cannot be fixed. The sooner you accept that, the sooner you stop drowning in guilt." She held Selena's gaze as she spoke. She was fully aware that her words might cut. She did not want to say them, but she believed they needed to be said. Better a painful truth now than a lifetime spent clinging to something that would only reopen wounds. She expected Selena to break. Instead, Selena just smiled. It was not denial. It was not defiance. It was something softer, almost peaceful. That alone made Marcella pause. Selena shook her head slowly. "Maybe that is how it is," she said quietly. "But I cannot do that. Even if I want to, it is impossible." Marcella exhaled softly. A sad understanding crossed her face. "Then you will learn it the long way," she replied. She offered a faint, sympathetic smile of her own. "Most people do. One day, you will understand." But Selena shook her head again, more firmly. "No," she said. Her voice was steady despite its softness. "It is not about understanding." She lowered her gaze briefly, then lifted it again. There was no hesitation in her eyes. "It is because it is just impossible. I will not be able to stop wanting him, or loving him, even if I try." Marcella watched her, sensing that this was not stubbornness. It was certainty. Selena slowly raised her right hand. She pressed it lightly against her chest, over her heart. The motion was unhurried, almost absent-minded, yet deeply deliberate. "It is because he is here," she said. Her fingers tapped lightly against her chest, once, as if emphasizing something only she could feel. "In my heart." A faint, almost embarrassed chuckle escaped her, though her eyes remained gentle. "Like an arrow. If I tried to pull him out from here, he would not come out. And even if I did, that heart would come out with the arrow." She smiled faintly. The sadness in it was softened by something warmer. "But he definitely would not come out from within my heart. He is very deeply embedded, you see." The conviction in her voice left no room for exaggeration. She was not dramatizing her feelings. She was simply stating a truth she had already accepted. Hearing this, Marcella found herself just staring at her in silence. There was nothing naive in Selena's expression, no illusion or fantasy, only quiet certainty. For the first time, Marcella understood that this was not something that could be reasoned away. After a moment, she shook her head lightly. A small breath left her in something close to disbelief. "Then may I at least know?" she asked. A faint chuckle slipped into her voice. "What exactly he did to earn such a place in a heart like yours? To be loved to this depth?" Selena looked at her for a moment. Then she slowly shook her head again. "He did not do anything," she said softly. Her smile changed. It became distant, touched by memory rather than pain. For a brief moment the sorrow in her eyes eased. "He does not need to," she continued. "He is just love itself." Her gaze lowered, as if recalling something gentle and untouchable. "How could I not love him?" The words were simple, but the sincerity behind them left no space for argument. Marcella found herself without words. For several seconds she simply stared at Selena. Her thoughts were momentarily suspended, as though something inside her had failed to keep pace with what she had just heard. The simplicity of the answer lingered in the air. "He is just love itself." It disarmed her more effectively than any argument could have. She opened her mouth slightly, then closed it again. She realized she had nothing to say that would not sound smaller than what had already been spoken. Inwardly, she could not help but curse. Lucky bastard. The thought came unfiltered. It rose from somewhere deep and honest before she could stop it. Watching Selena now, seeing the quiet certainty in her expression, the absence of hesitation or doubt, Marcella could not deny it. To be loved like this, without calculation, without condition, without self-preservation, was something most people never experienced in their entire lives. Razeal, whether he understood it or not, had someone who loved him to that depth. She shook her head faintly. A reluctant smile touched her lips. There was something painfully beautiful about it. Tragic, perhaps. Foolish, certainly. But beautiful all the same. For a brief moment, the harshness of reality felt distant. It was replaced by the rare sincerity of a feeling that asked for nothing in return. But then suddenly, it broke. Selena's body stiffened. The change was immediate and unmistakable. Her eyes had barely opened fully for days. Now they widened. Clarity snapped into them like lightning cutting through fog. Her breathing hitched as if something had reached her, something only she could feel or sense. Before Marcella could process the shift, Selena moved. She pushed herself off the ground in a single motion. Energy flared instinctively around her. Golden light flickered across her body as she surged toward the door. It was not hesitation or thought that drove her. It was instinct. Pure, overwhelming certainty. Her movement blurred. A streak of gold crossed the training hall in an instant. She stopped in mid-motion. It was not by her own will. Marcella's eyes narrowed. Her hand lifted almost absent-mindedly. Invisible force wrapped around Selena's body. It halted her mid-motion. The air itself seemed to tighten. It locked her in place without visible restraint. Telekinetic pressure held her suspended where she stood. Her feet barely touched the floor. There was no struggle. There did not need to be. Within Marcella's control, escape was impossible. What? Marcella frowned. She was genuinely caught off guard. Are you trying to run now? She had never expected this from Selena, not after weeks of stillness, of quiet resignation. The sudden urgency felt foreign. Before she could question further, she saw Selena's face. Tears were already falling. They did not fall slowly, or quietly. Her eyes had filled so suddenly that the tears seemed to spill before she even realized they were there. Her expression was raw. It was stripped of composure. Something broke through that had been held back for far too long. Marcella's frown deepened. Confusion flashed across her features. Before she could wonder what exactly happened, Selena spoke. Lady Marcella, Razeal is back in the Empire. I just sensed him. Her voice trembled. Her breath was uneven. Words rushed over each other in desperation. Let me go. Please. Let me go to him. He is back. I need to meet him. I need to see him. The desperation in her voice was unmistakable. It was not excitement. It was not relief. It was need. It was sharp and overwhelming, like someone drowning who finally sees the surface. Please, she whispered again. Her shoulders trembled against the invisible restraint. Let me go. Marcella blinked once. Her expression returned to calm even as her mind moved quickly through the implications. She knew that Selena was born with a special sensory ability. Selena's sensory ability had always been exceptional, far beyond ordinary perception. If she said she sensed him, then he was indeed back. Marcella understood the reaction now. Understanding did not make the decision easier. Apologies, she began. Her voice was steady despite the tension beneath it. I cannot. Lady Nova ordered. Please. The interruption came immediately. It broke through her words. Selena's voice cracked. Desperation overtook restraint entirely. I have never asked you for anything, she said. The words tumbled out as if she feared time itself was slipping away. Please let me go. I will not run away. You know I will not. I just want to see him. Just once. Please. I am begging you. Her eyes were wide, frantic, filled with a fear so raw it was almost painful to witness. She looked as though she would give up anything, pride, dignity, even herself, if it meant being allowed to take one step forward. Marcella knew she meant it. Selena understood perfectly well that resistance was useless. Marcella was stronger than her. She was stronger than her father, stronger than 2 or more of the Empire's dukes combined. There was no force Selena could use, no power she could invoke. Begging was the only option left to her, so she begged. That was what unsettled Marcella the most. She had never seen Selena like this. She had never seen her reduced to pleading. Her voice was shaking, her composure completely gone. This was not stubborn love or childish insistence anymore. This was someone reaching for the only thing keeping them from falling apart. Marcella hesitated. The invisible hold remained, but her certainty did not. She could not go against Nova's orders. That alone should have ended the matter. Discipline, loyalty, responsibility. These were things she did not compromise on. Yet, she looked at Selena again. She looked at the tears she was not even trying to hide. She looked at the desperation that made her hands tremble despite knowing it was useless. She looked at the girl she had watched grow up, who now looked unbearably small beneath the weight she carried. Marcella felt something tighten in her chest. She had known Selena since she was young. She had watched her train, stumble, grow, and smile. Seeing her like this, pitiful and broken in a way that had nothing to do with weakness, made the decision far less simple than it should have been. Silence stretched between them. Seconds passed. Then more. Marcella said nothing. Her expression was unreadable as she stood there, caught between duty and something far more human. The pressure holding Selena in place did not loosen, but neither did it tighten. She simply stood there, she thought. Finally, after what felt like far too long, a sigh escaped her. Chapter 378. Razeal's POV. Razeal looked at Sofia without speaking. He did not rush to answer her. His gaze lingered on her face, studying the details most people missed when emotions ran high. The stiffness in her shoulders, the way her jaw remained locked as if she were holding herself together through sheer force, the faint tremor in her fingers where they gripped the newspaper too tightly. Anger was there, but beneath it lay something less stable. Conflict. Fear. A need for certainty she was no longer sure she would receive. She wanted an answer. That was obvious. But more than that, she wanted something solid. Something that would stop the ground beneath her from shifting further. The broken wall behind them allowed cold air to seep into the room, carrying dust that drifted lazily through the light. No one moved. The silence stretched long enough to become uncomfortable, heavy with things unsaid. Old accusations lingered in that stillness. Memories Razeal had long since stopped trying to untangle pressed against the present. Forgotten explanations. Words that had once mattered. Moments when speaking had changed nothing. Sofia did not look away. Is it true? She asked. Her voice was rough, controlled, and far more dangerous for that restraint than if she had shouted. Razeal remained where he stood, calm to the point of indifference, as though the question itself held no urgency for him. Behind that stillness, something older stirred. Familiar exhaustion. The kind that came from knowing how this conversation usually ended. He hummed softly under his breath, almost absent-mindedly, as if considering the situation rather than reacting to it. His eyes shifted briefly, moving past Sofia to Maria, who stood a short distance away. She had frozen midway through her own emotional turmoil when Sofia burst in. Her expression remained unsettled. The tears she had wiped away moments ago left faint traces around her eyes, though she composed herself quickly. Maria's gaze moved between them, uncertainty written plainly across her face. She already understood what Sofia must have found. The newspaper clenched in Sofia's hand made that clear. Sadness flickered through her expression. Not surprise, not even anger, but something closer to resignation. She knew what came next. Razeal would be judged again, and this time, it would be by the woman who had just become his wife. That thought alone made her chest tighten. She did not want that to happen. Not again. Not after everything. But she also understood why it would. The truth, or whatever version of it people believed, rarely allowed room for patience. She lowered her gaze, hiding the purple necklace she held in her hand behind her back. She was not entirely sure why she did it, only that she did not want Sofia to see it. A faint smile appeared on his lips, small and tired rather than amused. He exhaled slowly before opening his hands at his sides, an almost casual gesture that contrasted with the tension in the room. His eyes returned to Sofia. Well, he said, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Yes or no? Does it really matter? He tilted his head as he regarded her, the smile lingering without warmth. You are not going to believe whatever I say anyway, are you? The words lacked anger. That made them worse. There was no attempt to defend himself, no urgency to explain, just quiet certainty. Experience spoke where hope no longer bothered to. He had learned that lesson long ago, back when explanations had still mattered to him, back when he had tried to make people understand, when even his own family, his sister, his mother had looked at him with doubt instead of trust. At some point, he had stopped expecting belief from anyone else. It was easier that way. Expectations hurt, but if you never have them they never will. Currently, he had zero expectations for Sofia to trust him. Sofia did not react to the sarcasm. Her expression remained cold, serious, and unyielding. Oh, she said quietly. I see. Her fingers tightened around the newspaper, the paper crumpling faintly under the pressure, as she began walking toward him. Each step was slow, deliberate, and controlled. This was not impulsive anger. This was something colder. Razeal did not move. He stood exactly where he was, posture relaxed, eyes steady on hers, as though inviting whatever came next. He wanted to see what she would do. Maria felt the tension sharpen. The air between them felt wrong, too tight, like something about to snap. Despite the storm already running through her own emotions, instinct pushed her forward. She did not want this to turn into another moment Razeal would have to endure alone. Not like before. Not from someone who was supposed to stand beside him now, after he had learned his lesson after all these years. Sofia, this is not the right way, Maria said softly, extending a hand as if to stop her from taking another step. Her voice carried hesitation, but also quiet urgency. Before Sofia could respond, Razeal lifted his hand slightly without looking at her. The gesture was small but unmistakable. Don't. The signal was clear. He did not want interference, not protection or mediation. Maria's hand hesitated in midair before slowly lowering. She understood the meaning behind it. This was something he intended to face alone. Sofia walked until only a single step separated them. The distance between them was close enough that neither needed to raise their voice. Razeal clearly saw the faint strain beneath her composure. Her breathing remained controlled by effort rather than calm. Her fingers tightened and loosened around the newspaper as if she were restraining herself from crushing it entirely. She held his gaze without hesitation, her eyes sharp, searching, and unwilling to retreat. So how about this, she said at last, her voice low but steady. Look me in the eyes and say you did not do this. I will believe you. The words hung between them, simple and absolute. For a moment, Razeal just stared at her. Then a quiet chuckle escaped him, humorless and tired. He shook his head, as though the situation itself felt strangely familiar. You think you will, he asked, the faint curve of a smile appearing on his lips, though it carried no warmth. His eyes remained on hers, studying her seriousness, the intensity with which she waited for his answer. There were people who said the same thing before. He exhaled softly, gaze drifting for a brief second, before returning to her. In the end, they just. He did not finish the sentence. He did not need to. The meaning lingered there on its own. Sofia did not react to the implication. Her expression remained cold and focused, as if nothing outside the answer mattered. Did you, she repeated quietly, or did you not? Her eyes never left his. Razeal looked back into them, searching for doubt, for suspicion, for the inevitable moment when belief would falter before it even began. Instead, he found only resolve. It unsettled him more than accusation would have. Still, he answered. No, he said plainly. I did not. I was framed. He spread his arms, the gesture almost careless, as if the truth should have been obvious from the beginning. There was no dramatic emphasis, no attempt to convince her, just a statement. A fact, spoken without expectation. Well, he added with a small shrug, the sarcasm returning as a shield. Not that I expect you to believe it. So if you want a divorce or whatever, you are always welcome. His words stopped completely. Sofia had already spoken. Yes, I can see it too. Her voice was calm, dangerously calm. Yet a faint smile touched her face, small and genuine, as if the answer had only confirmed something she had already decided. Razeal blinked. What? He asked. The response left him before he could stop it. For the first time since the conversation began, the composure he wore so easily cracked. Confusion replaced certainty as he stared at her, trying to understand whether he had heard correctly. Sofia nodded, her expression softening in a way that felt entirely out of place after the tension of moments ago. I believe you, she said simply. The words landed harder than any accusation could have. Razeal stood blankly staring at her, his thoughts refusing to catch up with reality. This was not how it was supposed to go. This was not how it ever went. He searched her face instinctively, waiting for the doubt, the hesitation, the hidden suspicion. He found none, only quiet certainty, as though the answer had been obvious to her all along. Before he could respond, Sofia reached up and patted his head, the gesture casual and affectionate. She leaned forward and placed a brief kiss against his right cheek. Do not worry. Leave this all to your wife. I am here now, she said lightly. The contact was light, warm, gone almost immediately, as were her light words. Razeal did not move. He stood completely still, his mind stalling somewhere between disbelief and shock. His body forgot what it was supposed to do, whether to step back, speak, or react. The warmth lingered on his skin long after she had pulled away. For once, he had no answer. Across the room, Maria stared openly, her own thoughts frozen. She had expected shouting, accusations, and chaos. This quiet acceptance and immediate belief felt almost unreal. She blinked, trying to make sense of it. Sofia believed him, just like that. Because he said so. Maria's expression remained blank, caught somewhere between relief and utter confusion. Before she could process further, Sofia turned her gaze toward her. What was her name again? Sofia asked, her tone returning to calm practicality. Yes, Selena, right. The Saintess. And the Celestia princess of this empire. These two wed the ones who accused him. Maria hesitated before nodding slowly, still unsure how the situation had changed so quickly. Yes, she said. Sofia nodded, as if confirming something already decided. All right, she said. I will go meet the two of them. I will be back. She turned back toward Razeal, her expression soft, and gave his cheek a light pat. Wait for me, okay? Without waiting for a response, she turned away, and began walking toward the broken wall she had created earlier. She stepped over the scattered debris with calm, measured movements. From behind, her posture looked relaxed, almost casual, as though nothing unusual had happened. If anyone had been standing in front of her, they would have seen something entirely different. The softness had vanished from her face. Her eyes had gone cold, sharp, focused, and carrying a killing intent so quiet it felt heavier than open rage. The faint smile remained, but it no longer reached her eyes. Whatever conclusion she had reached, whatever decision she had made, it had settled into something dangerous. Ice beneath calm water. No one stood before her to see it. Behind her, Razeal did not react. Not immediately. Not even after Sofia had turned her back and begun walking away. He stood where he was, eyes fixed on the space she had occupied moments ago, his expression blank in a way that rarely suited him. It was not composure. It was not control. His mind simply had not caught up yet. What had just happened refused to arrange itself into something logical. The words she had said, the certainty in her voice, the casualness of her touch, it all felt misplaced, as though his senses had misinterpreted reality. His thoughts stalled between disbelief and rejection, his mind quietly insisting that he must have misunderstood something, that it would make sense in a moment, that this was wrong information, an error waiting to correct itself. It did not. The warmth on his cheek remained. He blinked slowly, still staring ahead, as if waiting for the moment to rewind itself. Wait, what? He whispered. Maria's voice finally broke the silence. She shook her head sharply, as though trying to physically clear the confusion from it. Her mouth opened slightly before words caught up with her thoughts. She looked at the back of Sofia, unable to reconcile what she had witnessed. Really, she said, disbelief spilling openly into her tone. You believed it just like that. Her brows drew together as realization struck in pieces rather than all at once. And wait. Where did you say you are going? Calling it shock would have been an understatement. Maria looked genuinely lost, as though the expected outcome had been replaced with something entirely unfamiliar. Razeal had not moved. His gaze remained fixed on Sofia's retreating back, though his expression gave little away beyond quiet confusion. At Maria's voice, Sofia paused mid-step. She turned slowly, looking back over her shoulder at Maria, her expression calm and mildly puzzled. "Did I not just tell you?" she asked. Maria's mouth remained slightly open, the response dying before it could form. She had no idea what to say. Razeal watched the exchange in silence, his attention lingering on Sofia's profile, though even he seemed unsure what exactly he was looking for now. The tension from earlier had vanished, replaced by something stranger, an unfamiliar uncertainty that sat awkwardly in his chest. Then Sofia's gaze shifted again, this time settling on Maria with quiet sharpness. "Anyway," she said, her voice stretching slightly as suspicion crept into it, "what were you two doing here?" Her eyes narrowed. The question sounded casual, but the undertone was not. The fact that they had been alone together in the room clearly had not escaped her notice. Maria flinched. Nothing," she replied quickly, too quickly. "Just discussing something important." Her fingers instinctively tightened around the necklace she still held hidden behind her back. The movement was subtle but not entirely natural. She forced her expression into something neutral, though the tension in her shoulders betrayed her effort. Sofia watched her for a moment longer than necessary. Something about the response felt off. Suspicious. But the thought passed quickly. There were more important matters waiting for her now. "All right," she said at last, though the uncertainty lingered faintly in her tone. Without another word, her body dissolved into motion. Blue light flared around her form. Energy condensed before she vanished in a streak of blue light that shot through the broken wall. The air cracked in her wake. The wooden floor creaked under the sudden release of force. A faint boom echoed through the room, followed by silence. A few scattered droplets of water fell where she had stood, glimmering briefly before settling against the floor. Maria stared at the empty space. For several long seconds, she did not move. Her mind struggled to catch up with everything that had just happened, the confrontation that never became one, the immediate belief, the sudden departure. None of it aligned with what she had expected. Slowly, she turned her head toward Razeal. He had not moved either. The room fell into a quiet so complete that even the distant sound of wind slipping through the broken wall felt loud. Time passed. Neither of them spoke, both still processing the aftermath in their own way. Finally, Razeal turned his head toward her. "Did that happen?" he asked after a moment, his voice unusually uncertain. "What I think just happened." There was something almost disarming in the way he asked it. The usual sharpness in his tone was gone, replaced by genuine confusion. He sounded almost innocent, as if he were asking for confirmation that reality itself had not played a trick on him. Maria blinked. For a brief moment, she found herself speechless. She had rarely, if ever, seen him like this, unguarded, unsure, looking for reassurance instead of expecting disappointment. It caught her off guard more than anything else that day. Still, she nodded slowly. "Yeah," she said quietly, though even she sounded unconvinced by her own answer. Razeal stared at her for another second, then looked away again, falling silent. So it was not a dream, he thought, or a hallucination. The idea still felt absurd. His hand lifted unconsciously, fingers brushing lightly against his cheek where Sofia had kissed him. The warmth had faded, but the memory of it lingered, stubborn and real. He frowned faintly, as though trying to make sense of something that refused to fit into his understanding of how people worked. After a moment, he glanced back at Maria. "And where did she go again?" he asked, clearly not having registered everything that followed. Maria raised her hand awkwardly, pointing her thumb over her shoulder toward the direction Sofia had disappeared. "She said she is going to meet those two," she replied, her tone uncertain, the situation still feeling strangely unreal. The room fell silent again. Razeal remained silent for several seconds after Maria answered him. His gaze lingered on the broken wall where Sofia had disappeared, though his thoughts were nowhere near the present moment. What occupied him instead was something far simpler and far more unsettling. She had believed him, not after evidence, not after explanation, not after pressure or persuasion. She had simply believed him. The thought refused to settle properly in his mind. For as long as he could remember, belief had always come with conditions. Proof, doubt, suspicion hidden beneath polite words. Even when he had tried to explain himself in the past, even when he had brought evidence, it had never been enough. Not for strangers, not for teachers, not even for the people who were supposed to know him best. His mother, his sister. The memory passed through him quietly, leaving behind the familiar hollow feeling he had learned to ignore. And yet Sofia had listened once and accepted it. No hesitation, no interrogation. It left behind a strange sensation in his chest, unfamiliar enough that he did not know what to do with it. Relief was not the right word. Neither was happiness. It was something quieter, almost disorienting, like standing on ground that should have collapsed but did not. He exhaled slowly. Whatever the reason, she had gone somewhere with purpose. Knowing Sofia, that purpose was unlikely to be gentle. He shifted his weight and finally took a step forward, intending to follow. He needed to see what she was planning. A faint unease stirred beneath his thoughts, a worry that she might do what he feared. But before he could take another step, a hand caught his arm. The sudden contact made him stop. He turned back, confusion flickering across his expression as he looked down at Maria. Her grip was not forceful, but it was firm enough to keep him from moving. "Wait," she said. The word came out quieter than usual, but there was urgency in it. When he looked at her properly, he noticed the tension in her face. She held herself as though something long restrained was finally pushing its way out. What? He asked, brows faintly knitting together. Maria swallowed, her gaze lifting to meet his. Too many emotions filled the space. Hesitation, fear, and determination were all tangled together. She seemed to struggle for a moment before speaking. Our discussion before, it is not over yet. She bit her lower lip, as though steadying herself. She knew if she let him walk away now, she might never get another chance to say this. The moment would pass, and with it, whatever courage she had managed to gather. You might not recognize what this is, she continued, raising her other hand slowly. The pendant rested against her palm, catching the faint light. But this is very important to me and to you. Razeal's eyes dropped briefly to the pendant again, not recognizing it. Hear my explanation before you go, Maria said, her voice trembling despite her effort to remain composed. Or you might always remain in misunderstanding. The words came out heavier than she intended, carrying the weight of everything she had kept buried. Razeal hesitated. His instinct still pulled him toward the door, toward Sofia, toward the unfinished situation waiting outside. I will listen to you, he said, already shifting slightly as if to move again. But first let me go see where Sofia. Please. The interruption was soft, but it stopped him more effectively than force could have. Maria looked up at him. For a moment, the vulnerability in her expression made it impossible to ignore her. This was not argument or manipulation. It was fear of being left unheard again. Razeal sighed quietly. He could have pulled away. He knew that. But something in her expression made that feel unnecessarily cruel. After a moment, he exhaled and nodded. All right. What is it? Maria drew in a deep breath, as though preparing herself to step off something irreversible. The first thing you need to know, she began slowly, is that I never hated you. The words came carefully, each one deliberate. Whatever I showed you back then, at the academy. The way I argued against you. The way I cursed you, called you disgusting, said you should be expelled, questioned your integrity, even the hostility. The duel, or whatever. Her voice faltered, but she forced herself to continue. It was never because I hated you. Her fingers tightened around the pendant as she lifted it again between them. I was just disappointed, she said quietly. Disappointed because you mattered to me, and because of what you became. Razeal's expression remained calm, unreadable, but he did not interrupt. You see this? She asked softly, indicating the pendant. You gave this to me once. That is why it means so much. Her voice lowered, emotion slipping through despite her efforts. You were important to me. You still are. She looked down, gathering herself before continuing. When that everything happened, and when I saw you again after so long, I did not know how to react. I was angry, sad, confused. I did not recognize the person you had become, and instead of asking why, I turned that into anger. A small, bitter breath escaped her. Everything just became that. Chapter 379. Her grip on his arm tightened. I do not know when it went wrong, she admitted. But you need to know that what I showed you was not what I felt. Her voice softened, almost breaking. I do not hate you. I never have and I never could. She looked up at him, her eyes trembling. Also, I did not come with you because of any agenda, or whatever you are thinking. The confession came faster now. It poured out, as though once begun, it could not be stopped. Yes, I lied. But I lied because I wanted to stay close to you. I wanted to see if you had changed. If you were still the person you once were, not the person everyone said you became. She took a small step closer, closing the distance between them. I just wanted to be near you. There was no other reason. And what exactly are you trying to say? Razeal asked. A crease deepened between his brows, her eyes fixed on him with an intensity that made him uneasy. Her fingers still trembled faintly around the pendant. The weight in her voice, the way she had stepped closer, the way she had spoken about disappointment and importance, all circled something he could not quite grasp. He did not understand what she was building toward. Maria swallowed once. The hesitation that had held her back for so long snapped. What I am saying is, her breath hitched, but she forced the words through. I love you. The confession landed like an explosion in the room. Razeal stared at her. Ha, he blinked, waiting for his mind to correct what his ears had just processed. What? He stepped back instinctively. The movement was abrupt enough that Maria's fingers slipped from his arm. The sudden distance between them felt sharp and disorienting. You, he said. A disbelieving half-laugh escaped him. Sure, no way. The disbelief was written across his face. Shock first, then rejection. Of all the outcomes today could have delivered, this was not one he had prepared for. This is just beeped up, he muttered, running a hand through his hair. What next? Riven turns out to be a woman and wants to marry me too. Sure, no thanks. Sarcasm came fast, reflexive and defensive. The room felt strangely still. The air between them seemed heavier, charged with something volatile. Maria looked down at her now empty hand for a brief moment, the one that had been holding his arm, before lifting her gaze back to him. Her face had changed. The desperation had deepened into something more fragile. Hurt. Wait, Razeal said quickly, raising a hand to slow everything down. First, no. He pointed at her. Second, you know I am married, right? Then, his finger shifted toward the cracked wall where Sofia had stormed out moments earlier. She just walked out of that door. His hand moved back toward Maria, his tone sharpening. And third, you expect me to just believe you. The condescension in his voice was not subtle. It was utter, defensive disbelief. Maria flinched. Hey no, do not. She rushed forward a step, her composure frayed. You do not understand. Understand what? He shot back. Our past, she insisted, her voice rising. If you actually remembered, you would know. She took another step toward him, Fear crept into her expression, as if she were watching something slip out of reach. Let me explain it. Let me tell you what happened between us. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed inside Razeal's mind. Sigh. What she is saying might be true, host. I cannot restore your erased memories, but if you want, I can show you what I observed from my perspective. It might help you understand something. Villy's tone carried quiet caution. Razeal paused, hearing both Maria's and Villy's words at once. He shook his head without a fraction of hesitation. No need, he said flatly. Maria froze. What? Why would you not? You should at least. She began stepping forward again. He lifted his hand sharply, stopping her mid-step. It is not important. Her face changed instantly. It is not important, she repeated. Disbelief cracked into anger. It is not important? Her composure shattered. It is important, she shouted. Her voice broke. It is important to me. Her hands trembled as she clenched them into fists. The restraint she had been clinging to shattered. I just beeping told you that I love you, she shouted. The words tore out of her. I told you I love you. I told you the truth about my real feelings and you do not want to listen? She continued, emotion spilling over. Even after the fact that you forgot like beeping everything? Or just pretending not to remember? I still had the decency to tell you. To explain. And you still will not even hear me out? Razeal did not interrupt her. Look at me, she yelled. Her composure broke completely. I am still here. I still love you after all this time. I went with you to the sea. I became a criminal to the Empire because of you. I risked my life, my future, my everything just for you. Her chest heaved with every breath. I still did even after knowing what you beeping are. Obviously you will not know why I beeping love you, she cried. It is because of this. With a shaking hand, she lifted the pendant. The metal caught the light as it swung between them. It was a small, fragile thing against the weight of their history. Her voice climbed, raw and trembling. Because this beeping meant something. Because we beeping meant something. Her voice echoed against the damaged walls, raw and uncontrolled. She let out everything she had been holding. Razeal only heard what he should. And what I am? He repeated quietly. His eyes narrowed, looking at her as he tilted his head to the side. Maria froze. The anger drained from her face, replaced by sudden horror. She realized what she had almost implied. What she had let slip in her desperation. No, I did not mean that. Her voice softened instantly, panic edging into it. That is not what I meant. Razeal watched her for a long moment before speaking. The sound left him quietly, thoughtfully. There was no mockery this time, only a strange detachment. Well, that is exactly why it does not matter, he said. I do not want to know what happened in my past, he continued. His voice was steady, clinical. Between you and me, or with anyone else. Because it does not change anything right now. His eyes stayed on her, unblinking. Whether you loved me or not, why should it matter today? The calmness in him felt unnatural against the storm she had just unleashed. Look at you, he added, gesturing faintly toward her. Maybe I could have listened. Maybe I should have accepted your love proposal if you had truly believed in me. If you had believed that I did not do it. Because I really did not. He tilted his head slightly. But you did not. So now, if I learn what happened between us, he went on, all it will do is make me feel worse. Because then, he continued calmly, I would have to accept that someone who supposedly loved me still thought I was capable of that. And if we did not have something, he added, then the answer to your proposal is still no. So other way, what changes? The bluntness of it landed without cushioning. What are you saying? Her voice cracked despite her effort to steady it. You are telling me that just because I reacted, because I did that, it does not matter to you? That I am supposed to just believe you and act like you did not, when you actually did it, and now you are trying to turn it on me. And I just said, he cut in calmly, I did not. Razeal shook his head slightly. She stared at him. You still are not believing me, he continued evenly. So it is irrelevant. You did do it, she exploded. And we both know you did it. So what is the point of this? If you do not care about the past, if you do not like me, then just say so. Say you do not want me. But do not stand there and lie to my face or hide behind this. I told you already, she said, her voice trembling but loud. I do not care if you did it. I forgive you. I am willing to give you another chance. She pointed at herself, almost violently. I am not even asking you to love me back. I just want to come with you. That is all. And as for whether you did it or not, she laughed bitterly, shaking her head. Everyone knows. There is not a single piece of evidence proving that you did not do it. Not one. The only thing saying you are innocent is you, just your own words. You really think that is proof that you did not? And anyone would believe it? She was shouting now. The sound echoed against the fractured walls. Razeal shrugged. Well, he said evenly, thoughtfully, did you see what I just saw? He gestured faintly over his shoulder with his thumb. Because someone just did believe me. Just because I said so. So, obviously. That is because she is beeping naive, she snapped. In beeping idiot. Who believes something like that? You think a rapist is going to say he is a rapist? That is beeping ridiculous. The word hung in the air between them. Razeal's expression did not change immediately. Slowly, he raised one eyebrow and looked at her. Silently, Maria felt the weight of his gaze press against her. And you know what? She burst out again, unable to stop herself. I do not care. Keep it. Keep all of it. Her voice broke as anger tangled with pain. I just want to let you know, because you should care, she said, stepping closer again despite herself. Because someone like me, someone who knows what you did, is still willing to forgive you. She hit her chest with her fist lightly, as if emphasizing the point. is willing to follow you, to become a criminal. No, an enemy in the Empire's eyes, the Church's eyes, the whole world's eyes just because of you, is ready to leave everything behind for you. Her eyes were blazing. Tears finally spilled over. I am even ready to risk my life for you, and I am still loving you even after everything you have done. And you are still rejecting me just because I did not believe in you. The words were sharp, jagged. Do you not think loving you despite knowing what kind of monster you are is greater proof of love than just blindly believing you did not? The accusation was brutal and unfiltered. The room seemed to shrink under the weight of it. Anyway, Maria choked out, wiping at her tears angrily, go beat yourself. She pushed past him. Her shoulder brushed his arm roughly as she turned toward the door. I was wrong, she muttered, her voice breaking. I should not have cared. She took several steps before stopping abruptly, as if remembering something. And also beeping take this, she spat, turning back sharply. She pulled her hand back and threw the purple pendant hard against the floor between them. It struck the ground with a sharp metallic crack and slid across the wood until it came to rest at Razeal's feet. The small object gleamed faintly in the dust. If you do not even remember, she said through her tears, why should I keep it? Silence followed. Maria turned away again, shoulders shaking, and began walking toward the broken wall without looking back. Razeal remained standing. His gaze lowered slowly to the pendant resting near his boots. He did not bend to pick it up. He did not call her name. He only stood there, staring at the small object that carried a history he had chosen not to know while the echo of her words lingered in the fractured room. Chapter 380. Maria could not recall how she left the shop. Whether she walked or ran, she could not have said. Her body moved on its own, carried forward by a storm she could not contain. She heard the door slam behind her, but her mind was elsewhere. Heat burned behind her eyes, and her chest felt tight enough that every breath became a sharp effort. She wiped at her tears with the back of her hand, quick and impatient, but they refused to stop. The more she tried to force them away, the more they came, blurring the streets before her into streaks of color and light. She hated the public display. She hated that she had let him see her like that. Most of all, she hated how he looked at her with such calm, while she shattered in front of him. His indifference to her vulnerability stung worse than the words themselves. Her steps were uneven, too fast to be considered walking, too unfocused to be running. Anger bled through every movement. Her shoulders were rigid, and her hands clenched at her sides, nails digging into her palms hard enough to sting. Tears slipped through her fingers, despite her efforts to wipe them away. The imperial capital remained occupied, even under siege. Portals had opened across the empire, and monsters had poured through in waves, but the capital could not simply fold in on itself and vanish. Life persisted stubbornly, even when danger hovered overhead. The streets were thinner than usual, but not deserted. People moved in guarded clusters. Shopkeepers stood tense at their thresholds. Armed retainers lingered at intersections, hands never straying far from weapons. Patrol units of imperial soldiers moved through the avenues in disciplined formations, eyes scanning rooftops and alleys alike. The city stood prepared, alert, and waiting for any threat. Many buildings bore fresh scars from cracked stone and shattered windows that had been hastily boarded. Makeshift barricades reinforced certain corners. Tension hummed just beneath the surface of ordinary sound. Through it all walked Maria, a noble girl in a dress too fine for this hour of chaos. Her long light blue hair flowed behind her in disarray, and tears streaked down her cheeks. She cut through the street like a streak of raw emotion in a city holding its breath. People stared. Some recognized her immediately, as the heiress of the Grave family was not an unknown face. Whispers stirred at the edges of her path. A few guards straightened instinctively, debating whether to approach or ignore her. In the end, no one moved. Interfering with someone like her carried high risks, and whatever drama played out behind her tear-stained face was not a gamble most were willing to take. Maria did not see them. She did not register the glances, the murmurs, or the curious eyes following her. The world had narrowed to a single burning point inside her chest. She could not remain in the same room as him. His words, his gaze. It was as if her heart breaking in front of him had been an inconvenience, rather than something that mattered. It does not matter, he had said. It is logical not to. Why should I deliberately make myself sad? The words echoed in her mind, cutting deeper with every repetition. Her breathing grew harsher. She was so lost inside herself that the shift in the air went unnoticed until it was too late. Suddenly, a deafening boom tore through the street to her right. Stone shattered. Wood splintered. A building facade erupted outward in a violent burst of debris and flame. Shockwaves rippled across the cobblestones, hurling fragments of brick and timber in all directions. For a fraction of a second, the world slowed. Maria's tears stopped. Her pupils sharpened. Instinct replaced emotion. Before the flying debris could reach her, her hand moved with swift precision, cutting a circular arc through the air. Water condensed out of nothingness, swirling around her palm in a tight spiral before expanding outward. A translucent sphere of rotating water snapped into existence in front of her just as shattered beams and stone shards collided with it. The impact sent ripples across the surface of the shield, but it held. Fragments bounced away harmlessly, deflected by the spinning current. Around her, chaos erupted. Civilians screamed. Some were thrown off their feet by the blast, while others dove for cover. People shouted, forming defensive lines or grasping for weapons. Some were injured by falling debris, though others moved quickly to pull them to safety. Panic flared, but the people wrestled it back. Perhaps because the explosion was not massive, or perhaps because everyone had been on their guard. the injuries were limited. Maria lowered her hand slowly as the wave of destruction subsided. The water shield dissolved into droplets that splashed against the ground. Smoke drifted through the street. She exhaled once. Then the anger surged. All the fury she had been swallowing, the humiliation, the rejection, the sadness, the pain, the accusation, found something else to attach itself to. The explosion had interrupted her storm, but it had not extinguished it. It had redirected it. Whoever had caused this had chosen the wrong moment. It was like striking at a wounded lion. Without hesitation, Maria moved. Water coiled faintly around her ankles as she launched upward, clearing the street in a fluid motion and landing atop the nearest rooftop. Tiles cracked under the force of her takeoff. Her hair snapped behind her like a banner in the wind. Her expression had changed completely. Gone was the tearful girl. In her place stood someone colder. Her eyes burned with a ferocity that made the air around her feel charged. Her hands clenched, knuckles whitening, veins visible beneath pale skin. A dense killing intent radiated from her, pressing outward like invisible pressure. She did not care what had caused the explosion. She did not care who was responsible. Something had dared to explode within her vicinity while she was at her breaking point, and that was enough. Below, the guards paused mid-step, sensing the sudden killing intent, and looked up. She sprinted across the rooftops toward the source of the blast, every step controlled, but fueled by fury. Leap after leap carried her to the edge of a building overlooking the site of destruction. She froze. The killing intent vanished as abruptly as it had appeared. Confusion crept across her face, followed by a grim uncertainty. The sight in front of her was not what she had expected. In the center of the smoking debris, framed by shattered stone and splintered beams, stood two figures facing one another, Sofia and Selena. The sight hit her harder than the explosion. "What is happening here?" Maria murmured under her breath. A grave expression took over her face, covering her sadness and heartbreak. Those emotions were simply being overshadowed by a serious solemnity. This was the worst possible collision of circumstances. A meeting between these two women at this time might be disastrous. Sofia had just learned the truth, or at least the version of it she had accepted. She believed Razeal had been falsely accused, and standing in front of her now was the woman who had made that accusation. Selena, the saintess of the Empire, daughter of a ducal house, and Sofia, daughter of Atlantis. Maria did not know exactly how strong Sofia was, but she knew this was no ordinary noble confrontation. If either of them was injured, the consequences would not remain confined to this street. If Selena was harmed, the Empire would move. If Sofia was harmed, Atlantis would respond. And Razeal might make a move too. If he got dragged into something larger than a personal grievance, he might get hurt. Down below, the dust began to settle. Selena stood amidst the rubble of what had once been a small house, golden light still faintly flickering along her skin. Her arms were lowered, but the memory of the impact lingered in her muscles. Moments earlier, she had been running toward Razeal, heart pounding, breath shallow, every thought consumed by the need to find him. She had finally received permission to leave. She had felt him close. The sensation of his presence had been like a pulse beneath her skin, guiding her forward. Then, out of nowhere, impact. A strike had come from the blind side. She had sensed it barely in time, crossing her arms instinctively in front of her body. Even so, the force behind it had been immense. She had been thrown backward like a leaf caught in a gale, crashing through a building wall and into its interior. Wood had splintered. Stone had cracked. Yet she had walked out of it without a scratch. Her holy constitution took the damage almost mockingly. Dust clung to her clothes as she stepped back into the street, brushing debris from her sleeve with deliberate calm. Her eyes were not calm. They were sharp, confused, and utterly angry. Across from her stood a woman she did not recognize. Tall, composed, royal blue hair cascading behind her in a controlled, wind-touched flow. Her features were striking, almost regal. Nobility clung to her without effort, and her killing intent was unmistakable. It radiated outward like a blade drawn halfway from its sheath. A sharp smirk curved her lips as she regarded Selena, as though this encounter had unfolded exactly as she wished. Selena narrowed her eyes. She did not know this woman, but just from one look, she could tell this was no random person. The woman's beauty was on par with her own, yet carried a different charm, as if she were the princess of some kingdom. There was no time to unravel it though. Razeal's presence pulsed faintly in her senses. He was close. "I do not know who you are," Selena said, her voice steady despite the anger tightening beneath it. "Or why you attacked me." She held the woman's gaze directly. "But I will let it go for now. I am going to meet someone, so step away." She did not wait for an acknowledgement. Golden light flared around her body in a sudden surge, gathering at her feet and shoulders as she launched upward, angling toward the direction where she felt him. "Where are you going?" The voice cut through the air. It was cold and amused. Selena's pupils tightened. Before she could adjust her trajectory, a blur of blue intercepted her path. Sofia appeared directly in front of her, faster than Selena had anticipated. There was no wasted motion. Sofia's leg swung downward in a clean, brutal arc. The strike was precise, controlled, and powerful. It came straight for Selena's face. Chapter 381. Where are you going? The voice came cold and clear, cutting through the rush of wind around Selena's ears. Before she could adjust her course, Sofia appeared directly in front of her. She moved faster than the golden streak that carried Selena forward. There was no warning, no ripple of mana, no surge of aura. There was only presence, immediate and absolute. Sofia's leg swung in a sharp, devastating arc. It aimed cleanly at Selena's face. Selena's expression darkened. Her arm rose in reflex. Golden light flashed across her skin, enchanting magic reinforcing her arm. She caught Sofia's leg with her forearm and braced against the impact. The force behind it was monstrous. The collision cracked through the air like thunder. Pain vibrated up Selena's arm as the momentum drove her backward. Her feet left the ground. Her body flew several meters before she twisted in the air and regained her balance. She landed hard and slid across broken stone. Her boots carved shallow lines into the street before she came to a stop. Surprise flickered across her face for a split second. The first strike could have been a surprise attack. This was different. She had braced and reinforced, yet she still flew backward. There had been no mana coating the leg, no aura enhancement. There was no visible reinforcement. It was pure physical strength. This unsettled her. Selena's holy body granted physical power far beyond any ordinary genius. Very few could rival her in raw might. This woman was one of them. She did not look much older than Selena. Not many in her age group could withstand the Holy Constitution's baseline force, much less overpower it so cleanly. She was a genius, a peer comparable to Selena. The encounter felt absurd. Selena knew the peak of talent in this generation. Anyone who could stand at this level could not be unknown. And yet, she had never seen this woman before. Who was she? Why did she not know her? Why would someone like this attack her? Anger rose higher than confusion. This woman had stopped her again. Selena straightened slowly, golden light dimming, but not vanishing. Her gaze locked onto Sofia, hostility burning openly. Sofia landed lightly a few steps ahead. Her boots touched down without sound, as though the explosive exchange had been a casual interruption. Her posture remained relaxed, almost dismissive. She looked at Selena with clear condescension. "I said stop," Sofia repeated evenly. "Don't run." Her eyes narrowed. "Also, did you say you are going to meet someone? Who?" The question came casually, but something darker flickered beneath it. Selena inhaled slowly, forcing down her temper. "Whoever it is," she said, her voice low and steady, "if you stop me again, the result will not be pleasant." Her patience thinned. "This will be your last warning. Step aside." She did not look fully at Sofia. Her gaze kept drifting past her, toward the direction where she sensed him. Razeal was close. He was so close that it made her chest thump hard. Every second wasted here felt unbearable. A sharp, irrational fear rose in her. If she delayed too long, he would vanish again. She could not allow that. She shifted her weight, preparing to move again. Sofia's voice cut in before she could move. "Is it Razeal?" Sofia's tone dropped into something far colder. "If it is, I won't even let you get one step close to him." Killing intent flooded the space between them. It was thick and unmistakable. Sofia did not fully understand why her reaction escalated so sharply. She only had a guess, but the direction Selena headed pointed toward Razeal. The urgency in the woman's movements was confusing. The moment of thought formed inside Sofia's head. What if she was going to Razeal? It could not be that coincidental. Something inside Sofia hardened. She felt defensive, sharp, and unyielding. First, there had been a woman who destroyed her husband's life. That alone was enough. Now this woman wanted to approach him. Impossible. The blonde woman's face showed desperation and longing. She wore an expression so intense it looked as if she were running toward her entire world. It looked like a girl hopelessly in love, unable to hide it. That look unsettled Sofia. It stirred an unfamiliar feeling, a possessive, instinctive urge to shield him. Whatever the reason, she would not allow this woman to leave. The moment the name left Sofia's mouth, something in Selena stopped. Her body, coiled in urgency, froze. The desperation that had been driving her flickered out, extinguished by an unseen hand. "I won't even let you take one step close to him." The words echoed inside her skull. Him who? Did she say Razeal? Her head turned slowly toward Sofia. "What did you just say?" Her voice was no longer hurried. It had flattened into something colder. It did not belong to the girl who had been running through the city with tears in her eyes. Her gaze met Sofia's. Desperation vanished. In its place settled something sharp, possessive, and dangerous. Sofia saw it immediately. She raised her eyebrows at how fast this woman reacted to the name. Selena's jaw tightened. Her pupils narrowed, not in fear, but in claim. The world around the other person faded until only one thing mattered. Sofia's instincts sharpened. As a woman familiar with such expressions, she sensed something wrong regarding her husband. It was written clearly across Selena's face. Every alarm bell in Sofia's mind rang. She narrowed her eyes at Selena. She was indeed going to look for Razeal. But why? Dangerous thoughts formed in Sofia's mind. This was not the expression of a woman who hated Razeal. Selena looked desperate to find him, so desperate that she ignored the fight and the attacks. She moved in an unwavering direction as if meeting him was the only thing that mattered. The suspicion crystallized when Selena spoke again. "Who are you?" Selena's voice was quiet, demanding. She turned fully toward Sofia and took a step forward. The air around her changed. Golden light ignited. It did not flare outward violently at first. It condensed, coiling around her body like liquid sunlight. Then it expanded. With a low, resonant boom, holy energy erupted from her in a controlled explosion. It engulfed her form from head to toe. Her hair lifted as though caught in a rising current. Strands shimmered like threads of gold under a blazing sun. The aura thickened. What had begun as a glow became a blaze. It was not mana. It was something far purer. Within a fraction of a second, it transformed into blazing golden fire. Selena stood at its center. Golden energy surged upward, spiraling around her body like sacred fire. It climbed higher, past the height of nearby shop roofs, past the broken facade of the building she had crashed through. It stretched into the sky in a column of light that pulsed with oppressive weight. The ground beneath her feet cracked. The air grew heavy. Each step she took toward Sofia increased the pressure, as if gravity itself bowed inward. "And say that again," Selena said softly. Her voice carried through the street without any effort. Her eyes burned. "I dare you," she continued, her gaze locked on Sofia's. "Say it again." The holy aura intensified with every step. Golden flames licked outward in widening arcs. The sheer density of the energy pressed against nearby walls. It rattled shutters and scattered loose debris across the cobblestones. Civilians further down the street staggered back, their breath catching in their throats as the pressure reached them. This was no longer the desperation of a girl, or a saintess running and trying to look weak. This was a saintess standing in wrath. Now that all attention was fixed on her, Sofia was certain. This woman truly was going to Razeal. That realization made the corners of Sofia's lips curl upward in a dangerous smile. Her aqua-blue eyes studied Selena skeptically. A flicker of confusion appeared within them. She had clearly seen the defensive shift in Selena the moment Razeal's name was spoken. That unsettled her, but it only intensified her killing intent. Sofia's smile did not fade. "Oh, you did not hear it." Her expression sharpened. "I just said," she repeated lightly, almost conversationally, "I will cut both of your legs off and place them in your own arms if you try to take a single step toward Razeal." She tilted her head slightly. Her tone was deliberately teasing, mockingly patient, as if she were simplifying a lesson for someone slow to understand. "In case you did not understand the first time," she added, the corner of her lips lifting, "I thought I would make it simpler for you." There was no hesitation in her eyes, no bluff. The street reacted before Selena did. The air grew dense. Then no, Selena's voice was quiet, dangerously quiet. She had paused mid-step when Sofia finished speaking. For a heartbeat, everything seemed suspended. Then something shifted. The golden aura around her thickened. It did not flare outward in a flare, but inward first. It compressed around her body until the space itself seemed to distort. The holy energy intensified. It was no longer just flame. It was pressure. Mana surged from her in quantities that made the surrounding debris tremble. Pebbles lifted slightly from the ground. Splintered wood vibrated and cracked further under the invisible weight. The cobblestones beneath her feet fractured. A low hum filled the air. The golden column around her grew taller and wider. Holy energy licked skyward like a pillar of divine wrath. The air itself seemed to tremble. "Will you?" Selena asked softly. The only thing in her head right now was that some random woman dared to stop her from going to Razeal. Her eyes no longer held desperation. They held judgment. The holy light reflected in them, turning them molten. Sofia stood unmoved. She did not step back. She did not even flinch in front of this pressure. Many older generation powerhouses would have walked away from it. Her own presence tightened subtly. The pressure around her condensed rather than expanded. Her aqua eyes watched the escalation with measured calm, as though observing a phenomenon, rather than being threatened by it. She shifted her weight slightly, prepared. The moment before collision stretched thin. Both of them were just a meter of distance away from sending two great empires to war. But just then, "Stop." Maria's voice tore through the tension. The word echoed down the ruined street. In the next instant, she appeared between them. Water condensed around her feet as she landed hard on the cracked cobblestones. Her hands were raised in opposite directions, one palm toward Selena, the other toward Sofia. Her stance widened, bracing against the crushing pressure from both sides. She could feel it, holy wrath pressing from one side and cold, lethal, chilly intent from the other. If they clashed, everything would be destroyed. "I have to stop this," Maria thought. Selena's golden aura flickered, but did not vanish. Sofia's gaze darkened. "What the hell are you doing, Maria?" Sofia snapped, irritation flashing across her features. "Step aside before you turn into a blobfish." Her tone carried more than annoyance. It carried impatience. Maria did not move. Before Sofia could push further, enough. The voice came from above. It was sharp, young, and extremely rude. It cut cleanly through the charged air like a blade through silk. "Stop this, whoever you are," the voice continued, steady and edged with unmistakable pride. "You will not fight in the center of the imperial capital. Do you even realize where you are fighting? This is the very center of the imperial capital." The authority in it did not need volume. All three of them looked up. Suspended above the shattered street was a girl, young, no more than 16 or 17. A platinum-colored aura surrounded her like a halo of sovereign light. She floated effortlessly in the air. Her imperial robes shifted slightly in the breeze, and her gaze cast downward with unmistakable majesty. The aura around her was not wild. It was refined, controlled, and rudely imperial. Maria felt her stomach drop. No, of all timings. Her eyes flicked toward Sofia immediately. "This is bad." Unfortunately, Sofia was already looking up. There was recognition in her gaze. Sofia raised a finger lazily, pointing upward. "Ah," she said, the smirk returning in full force. "You are that princess." Her eyes gleamed. "Good, good, very good. Meeting both of you at the same place, at the same time, saves me the trouble of hunting you down separately." The killing intent around her sharpened, turning razor-edged. "Now, I will cut both of your heads off," she declared loudly, her voice ringing through the street, "and put them on a plate, and gift them to Razeal as a wedding present." Her smile widened into something almost unhinged. Maria felt her pulse spike. "This is bad." Above them, the floating girl's expression hardened instantly. The faint crease in her brow deepened as her platinum aura intensified slightly. She asked slowly, excuse me. She faltered for a second, as if taken back by the audacity of the statement itself. Her voice lost none of its composure, but the temperature in it dropped sharply. Below, Selena's reaction was different. Wedding present, she murmured under her breath, confusion slicing through the wrath that had been building. Her golden aura flickered as she turned her head slightly toward Sofia. To Razeal. The words felt foreign in her mouth. She confusedly blinked her eyes. What does she mean? On the side, Maria swallowed hard. No. This is worse than before. Now it was no longer a confrontation between two powerful women. It was a collision between three. A saintess, a princess from Atlantis, and the imperial princess herself. All of them stood in the middle of a city already strained by war. Chapter 382. Maria's mind raced so quickly that her thoughts tore over one another. If this escalated even a fraction further, it would no longer be a clash of tempers. It would become a political catastrophe. The imperial capital was already strained by rifts and monsters. The last thing it needed was a public confrontation between the empire's saintess, its princess, and an unknown, but clearly powerful foreign figure. Sofia, meanwhile, did not retreat from what she had said. She stood with her chin slightly raised, her blue hair stirring in the charged air, her eyes locked on the girl floating above. You heard me, she repeated flatly. There was no laughter, no teasing. There were only clear and straight intentions. The atmosphere thickened again, pressure pressing down from multiple directions at once. Above them, the platinum aura surrounding the floating girl brightened, sharpening along its edges like a blade catching light. And who exactly? She asked slowly, narrowing her eyes. Are you? Her voice carried pride without shouting. It carried authority without strain. She did not descend or strike yet, as she was still busy studying the woman. The unfamiliar woman below her was offensive, rude, openly hostile, and speaking with a vulgar disregard unbecoming in the presence of imperial blood. Still, Celestia did not immediately move against her. Although she could not sense any magic or aura from this woman, she was definitely not simple. First, there was her beauty. Second, her dress was clearly made from extremely expensive materials. Then, the light jewelry she wore was subtle yet unmistakably exquisite. Even her gaze was different. The absolute, almost unrealistic confidence in her posture made it clear she was not someone to be trifled with. There was more. She was facing Selena. Selena radiated a strong, oppressive holy aura, and an overwhelming amount of mana, yet this woman stood before her as if she were facing someone equal, if not inferior. The confidence in her eyes did not waver. Celestia's eyes flicked briefly toward the surrounding destruction. Rubble was scattered everywhere. Walls were broken. Selena's clothes were slightly dust-streaked. This blue-haired woman stood immaculate. Not a thread was displaced. Celestia understood Selena's strength personally. She knew the saintess was not easily pressured or forced back. If there had already been a clash, and there clearly had been, then this stranger had endured it without visible damage. She was strong, and she was not ordinary. She certainly possessed a significant background, which was obvious just by these small observations. Celestia searched her memory for recognition. She considered noble houses, foreign dignitaries, and bloodlines known for monstrous physical power. Nothing appeared. No matter how much Celestia tried to recognize her, she could not. That was precisely why, despite the offensive remarks directed at her, she remained calm as she simply observed. It was not that she could not attack, nor that she was afraid. Celestia considered herself superior and understood her own strength. She had no doubt that, in a full confrontation, she would stand victorious. As for background, it did not matter to her. Rulers did not move blindly. She who would become empress of the strongest empire had to act like one. Rulers did not act without assessment. They did not move without understanding the consequences of each action beforehand. There was another reason too. Her mother, Celestia, wanted recognition, acknowledgement, and approval. She would not earn it by simply beating or bullying others. She would earn it by thinking, by evaluating, and by choosing her moves carefully. So she remained still, calmly analyzing the situation, extracting as much information as possible exactly as a future ruler should. Below, Sofia returned her gaze without lowering her own. You don't need to know who I am, Sofia said, her tone sharp and unfiltered. Or what I am. Because the only thing you need to know right now is that I am going to show you both bitches your place. The words cut through the air like a drawn blade. For what you did to Razeal. Her hostility was not subtle. It did not hide behind diplomacy or coded insult. It was direct and personal. Sofia stared directly into Celestia's eyes as Celestia assessed her in return, trying to handle the situation in the best possible way. Sofia, on the other hand, was completely direct, openly hostile, and showed that she did not care about anything whatsoever. She made it clear she had come for blood and nothing else. Yet, for some reason, she also did not attack the woman directly. Not yet, at least. At such a hostile reply, something in Celestia's gaze died. The warmth that accompanied royal courtesy, the faint edge of restrained diplomacy, all vanished. What remained was colder and calculating. She was now certain that this woman was here for nothing but trouble. She said no more, and did not ask her again. There was no value in exchanging more words with someone who had already declared her intent to decapitate royalty and offer their heads as gifts. She moved. With a dead and unreadable gaze, she floated directly toward Selena. The woman was clearly not going to provide any information. Celestia moved toward the only person who might know what was happening. Selena had been the one attacked. She would have some idea who this woman was, why she was targeting her, what her problem was, why she was so vicious, and why she was so intent on taking their heads. Celestia was certain she had never had any enmity with this woman. In fact, this was the first time she had ever seen her. The only thing that lingered in her mind was the mention of Razeal's name. That had given her a faint suspicion. Could this woman have come for revenge for Razeal? Even that did not feel believable. Why would some random woman go this far for him? Celestia had never seen her around Razeal. Who would even believe Razeal enough to seek vengeance on his behalf? The questions only deepened her curiosity. Still, there was no point wasting time on someone who clearly would not speak. As she floated toward Selena, her platinum aura slowly retracted back into her body. It was no longer oppressive or authoritative. She pulled it in completely, leaving only a faint shimmer around her form. Even so, she remained majestically beautiful, her long platinum hair flowing gently behind her, grace radiating from her presence as though it were second nature. While moving, she also raised a single hand, signaling the gathered guards and onlookers, who had already formed a cautious perimeter after hearing the commotion, to stay back. They obeyed without question. Even stronger figures were beginning to gather at a distance, but none dared step closer. Celestia finally descended lightly to the ground beside Selena. Her boots touched the cracked stone without sound. Selena, however, seemed lost, distant, and still processing the words the woman had spoken. A wedding gift to Razeal? Celestia reached out and shook her by the arm, pulling her from her daze. Selena blinked. What is going on here? She demanded quietly. Who is that woman? Her voice lowered further, almost a whisper at the end. And where the hell were you for the last 2 months? I tried to find you. I tried to sense your location, but I could not. Where the beat did you go? Do not tell me you actually did what you said you were going to do. Worry threaded through her final words despite her effort to hide it. The last time she had seen Selena, she had been planning to tell the truth to the Virelans. After that she had vanished completely. Celestia had not been able to sense her at all. That failure had left her in a constant, simmering bad mood ever since. Now, when they finally met again, this was the situation. Still, seeing Selena standing here free brought a quiet relief. At least she was not locked away in some Virelan dungeon. Celestia would never show that relief openly, as her pride and noble bearing would never allow it. I do not know, Selena replied sharply, irritation heavy in her tone. She attacked me out of nowhere when I was going to meet Razeal. As she spoke, she pulled her exploding holy aura back inside her body too, though a thin layer still surrounded her, ready to strike at any moment. Her deep frown did not fade. She remained tense, prepared to attack the woman again if necessary. What? The word slipped out of Celestia before she could stop it. Razeal is here? Where? Her composure cracked slightly, not visibly to the crowd, but enough that Selena, standing this close, felt it. Celestia frowned even more. Instinctively, she expanded her monosenses, trying to locate him somewhere within the capital. At the same time, she spoke, attempting to keep her voice calm, though a faint quiver betrayed her. She still remembered the embarrassment he had gifted her in front of her mother. Taking advantage of her guilt and emotions, he had outsmarted her and used her, making her look like a fool before the Empress. Not only that, she had been forced to hear her own mother suggest that perhaps he would be a better ruler for the Empire's throne than she would, just because she had fallen for a simple, stupid trick. Those words had struck harder than any blade. Because of that, she had not been able to sleep for 2 straight days. She had been constantly agitated, desperate to regain the respect she felt she had lost. She had thrown herself into training and deep thinking, determined to reclaim what she had lost. Respect, position, authority. And now he was back. The thought made something hot and sour coil in her stomach. Selena paid little attention to Celestia's inner turmoil. She simply continued what was on her mind directly. She looked at Celestia intensely, lowering her voice, her gaze flicking toward Sofia from the corner of her eye. Did you hear what she said? Selena demanded in a low voice, her tone taut. She said a wedding gift for Razeal. Her eyes flicked sideways toward Sofia again, sharp and searching. What did she mean by that? Celestia was pulled abruptly from her thoughts. She had been clenching her fists without realizing it. What? Did she? I did not pay attention. I only heard how rudely and offensively she was speaking to me, she replied contemplatively. When she met Selena's eyes, she paused. Then she looked at Selena properly. She really looked at her. She saw the intensity in her eyes, the tremor in her breath, and the faint instability beginning to ripple through her holy aura. Understanding dawned. No, you are not thinking that. That is impossible, Celestia said suddenly, as if she could read Selena's thoughts directly. Yet, for some reason, a bitter taste also filled her mouth at the mere suggestion. Yes, I am thinking that, because she literally said it. Did you not hear that? And it also makes sense why she attacked me. I am telling you, she came here for revenge. Look, she just pointed at both of us. The air around her began to pulse unevenly, holy mana responding directly to her emotional instability. Pebbles trembled. Loose debris lifted an inch off the ground before dropping again. Razeal must have told her, Selena continued, the logic forming in real time as panic fed it. He told her what happened. She came here for revenge. Hey, no. Calm down. This is not it. There is no way he is married, and even if he were, who would believe him enough to attack us for it? You are overthinking. You are creating a situation in your head and misreading everything. Also, keep your damn voice down. There are people around. Calm down. This is not what you think it is. I do not believe that. Celestia tried to steady her, even as her own blood pressure rose at the thought. She did not even know why the idea unsettled her so deeply. The notion that Razeal had married someone was absurd to her. Even if someone found the truth and believed it, and it were fine to marry him, would he marry her? No, that was impossible. He was not even of proper age. She was certain he had not moved on from her yet. She believed he had been hurt by what happened. Well, she had been hurt too. She had loved him, after all. She truly had. But she had been forced to make a hard decision, for both their sakes because of his weakness in strength. Still, Celestia continued trying to calm her down, because Selena looked on the verge of a full panic attack. Her breathing was uneven and her thoughts were spiraling out of control, all because of the conclusions she had drawn in her own mind. Chapter 383. While on the other side of the cracked street, Maria finally allowed herself to breathe. The collision had not happened. Selena's golden aura had withdrawn inward. Celestia's platinum presence had softened into controlled authority, rather than unleashed force. The three-way detonation that Maria had feared, the Saintess, the Princess, and the Atlantis Princess tearing apart the capital in the middle of an already unstable crisis, had paused at the edge. For now, Maria had been worried. The way everything had been escalating, the sharp words, the emotional instability, the way Sofia's aura had flared when Razeal's name entered the conversation. If things had progressed even a step further, Sofia might truly have clashed with both Celestia and Selena. That would not have been a simple fight. That would have been devastation. Seeing it calm down even temporarily, Maria allowed herself one small, light breath before her expression hardened again. There was still something to handle. The tremor in the air was still there, but it was no longer escalating. Selena and Celestia stood close together now, speaking in lowered voices. From a distance, it almost looked calm. Almost. Maria knew better. The calm was thin. Still, it was enough. She turned her attention toward Sofia. Irritation returned immediately. "What are you doing?" Maria hissed the words under her breath as she walked toward her, keeping her voice low enough not to draw attention. She kept her steps quick and controlled, though a sharpness remained in them. She stopped in front of Sofia, her eyes flashing. "If you were going to attack, at least you could have asked me first." The whisper carried accusation, half frustration and half genuine fear. Sofia, however, did not respond to the reprimand in the way Maria expected. She cut her off almost immediately, her own thoughts clearly running in a different direction. "No, worry about that later." Sofia spoke with an abrupt tone, her mind clearly somewhere else entirely. "First tell me what was the relationship between Razeal and Selena." Maria blinked. Sofia's gaze remained intense, sharp with suspicion. "Because I think something is very wrong with that Selena." Sofia lowered her voice, but the urgency remained unmistakable. "When I said Razeal's name, the expression she had on her face, that was not what it should have been." Sofia's eyes searched Maria's, demanding clarity. Maria blinked, caught off guard by the abrupt shift in subject. Sofia's confusion was clear on her face. That was the only reason she had not directly launched into a killing spree. That was the truth. If not for that strange reaction, if not for the desperation she had glimpsed in Selena's eyes, Sofia might have already drawn blood. But suddenly, her focus shifted. Her expression changed mid-sentence. "Wait." Her eyes narrowed slightly as they dropped to Maria's face. "What happened to your face?" Maria stiffened. "Were you crying?" Sofia's voice softened instinctively, her suspicion replaced by concern. "What is going on, Maria?" Her gaze sharpened again. "Do not tell me it is about Razeal. I saw you both in the room just before. Did something happen between you two?" The words struck like a quiet blow. Maria remembered the room, the confession, the fight, the complicated mess of emotions that had left her breathless and shaking. Her hand moved almost instinctively, wiping quickly at her face with the back of it, as if the evidence could be erased by force alone. How could she forget her face still looked like that? For a brief second, panic flickered through her eyes. Then she forced it down. She forced everything down. "No." She said the word too quickly. "I was not crying." Her tone steadied, though her fingers tightened slightly at her sides. "It is just because I came here too fast. Flying at high speed. When you move through the air like that, your eyes water." The explanation came out rapid, almost rehearsed despite being entirely fabricated. She would not tell Sofia that she had just proposed to a man who was technically her husband and then been rejected. Still, despite her attempt at composure, something betrayed her. A flicker of complicated emotion passed across her face, hurt layered with shame, awkwardness, and unresolved pain. Sofia noticed. "Really?" Sofia looked skeptical, though she did not push too hard. Maria nodded, perhaps too firmly. "Yes." Sofia looked at her, but did not fully believe the explanation. She chose, for now, to accept it, even though Maria's expression clearly carried more than just wind irritation. There were more pressing concerns. Sofia exhaled slowly and shifted her attention back to Selena. Anyways, without warning, she reached out and caught Maria's wrist firmly, not violently, but insistently. She turned her body slightly, forcing Maria to look in the direction she was pointing. "Look at that woman." Her tone was no longer angry. It was deeply confused. "There is something very wrong with her." Maria followed her gaze. Selena stood a short distance away, still near Celestia. But even from here, something about her posture was off. Her shoulders were tense, yet her stance was not defensive. Sofia's grip on Maria tightened slightly. "I said Razeal's name in front of her." Sofia continued slowly, her eyes fixed on Selena's face. "And she reacted like that." Maria followed her gaze. Selena stood close to Celestia, her aura subdued but still faintly visible. Her posture remained rigid. Her attention seemed divided, half on Celestia's words, and half still burning in Sofia's direction. Do you know where she was going before I stopped her? Sophia asked the question with certainty. She was heading toward Razeal. I am sure of it. She was running to him. And you know when I said I would not let her meet him. Sophia's jaw clenched faintly. She looked at me like I had just denied her something that belonged to her. She even directly tried to threaten me, or like she was just about to attack me. She shook her head once. That is not how someone behaves if they despise a man. Sophia continued, her voice dropping further. That look. You know that look, right? Look at her. She is desperate. Just look. Sophia lifted her hand and pointed directly toward Selena. Maria followed the direction of her finger. A short distance away, Selena stood facing Celestia, their heads inclined toward one another as they spoke in low, urgent tones. But it was Selena's body language that caught the eye. Her hands moved rapidly as she spoke, one moment slicing the air in sharp gestures, the next lifting to clutch at her own temples. Her fingers tangled briefly in her hair as though she were trying to steady her thoughts physically. Her breathing looked uneven. Even from here, the agitation in her posture was unmistakable. She looked disturbed, not in anger, but in turmoil. Selena's golden aura had retracted inward, but faint flickers still rippled around her shoulders, flaring and dimming in unstable bursts. It mirrored the instability in her expression. Her brows were drawn tight. Her lips moved quickly, as if she were trying to force logic into place before it slipped away again. Maria followed the direction of Sophia's finger, her gaze settling fully on Selena. She understood. She understood the situation, and what Sofia was trying to say. But understanding did not mean agreement. I think I know what you are thinking, Maria said quietly, keeping her tone measured. But it is not that. You are thinking too much. It is not that. Yes, she is desperate to meet Razeal. That part is true and I know it. But that is definitely not whatever you are thinking. She did not deny it. Her eyes remained on Selena as she spoke, her voice softening slightly. Because you might not know this, but Razeal and Selena were childhood friends. Very close ones. Before everything happened, before the accusation happened, she paused briefly, watching Sophia's expression. After the accident, after everything fell apart, she regretted it. I know her. She is a very kind person, so whatever happened back then, she has carried that guilt ever since. Maria's gaze returned briefly to Selena, whose agitation was still visible even from this distance. She even tried to help him during the arena incident. You were not there, but I saw it. So do not get the wrong idea. And first, calm down. Think about the situation clearly. You are having the wrong idea about all of this. At the very least, you should have come to discuss it with me before directly launching an attack. Her eyes flicked to Sophia, frustration slipping through. You do not even know anything yet. You just heard Razeal's words and came here ready to fight. What are you doing? The last question came out harsher than intended. Maria turned fully toward Sophia now and gently held her hand, her grip light but steady. Calm down. Let us think before we act. You cannot afford to misread all this now. Right. For a split second, it seemed like Sophia might actually absorb the words. But Sophia did not calm down. Instead, she pulled her hand back sharply. No. Her voice was flat. Then, without hesitation, she reached up and caught Maria by the back of her head, firm fingers tangling slightly in her hair as she forced her to turn back toward Selena. Do not give me that. Sophia snapped. Her voice was low, but it vibrated with restrained intensity. I told you, look at her. She physically turned Maria's head toward Selena again. You cannot be that blind, Maria. Her voice sharpened, frustration clear. You are a girl. Look at her. Maria's eyes fixed on Selena once more. Selena's gestures had grown more erratic. She was speaking rapidly now, her fingers lifting to her head again, as if the thoughts inside were colliding too fast. The faint golden flickers around her shoulders flared once, then stuttered. Sophia's voice dropped lower, but it grew more intense. I understand what you are trying to say. I get the childhood friend angle, the regret, the guilt or whatever. She leaned slightly closer, her eyes never leaving Selena. But look at her expression. There was calculation in Sophia's gaze now, not confusion, not insecurity, recognition. This is not someone who despises him. Her words came slower, more deliberate. This is someone who wants him. She swallowed slightly before adding, almost grimly, badly. Maria did not speak. Sophia's eyes hardened. But why? Her grip tightened faintly against Maria's hair. Why would the woman who accused him carry that look? Why would she burn like that when I said she would not meet him? Sophia's breathing had grown slightly heavier, not from fear, but from the tension of piecing together something ugly. And look at that expression. Do you know how it appeared? It changed the moment I said I would gift her heads as a wedding present to Razeal. Her eyes flashed. And I am damn sure she was not panicking, because I said I would cut her head off. There was dark certainty in her voice. She reacted to wedding gift to Razeal. That is what hit her. Sophia's lips pressed thin. Right now, everything in her mind is probably spinning. Razeal married. Wedding. Who am I to him? Her eyes narrowed. I can see it. It is written all over her face. She gestured faintly toward Selena again, whose fingers were still trembling near her temples. Maria blinked, truly looking at Selena's face this time. As her gaze lingered, she began to feel that something about Selena's expression was strange. It stirred a quiet suspicion within her. Still, she could not fully believe it. There is no way, Maria said finally, though her voice lacked its earlier confidence. She turned her head upward toward Sofia, forcing steadiness back into her tone. Calm down. It might not be what you think. It could still be a misunderstanding. First, calm down. That is not the concern you should have right now. She shook her head once. But Sofia simply shook her head. The movement was slow at first, almost disbelieving. Then firmer, final. Her face, usually ethereal, breathtakingly beautiful like a water goddess sculpted from moonlight and ocean foam, had hardened into something far more dangerous. The softness that made her radiant was gone. In its place was something sharp, focused, and terrifying. Her eyes, clear and luminous by nature, now held a depth that felt like the dark ocean before a storm. You are not understanding, Sofia said, her voice low and controlled, but vibrating with conviction. This is exactly what I think it is. She wants him. There was no hesitation in her tone. Look at her expressions. Maria opened her mouth to argue again, but Sofia exhaled sharply, and suddenly let go of Maria's head. Leave it, she muttered. Then her lips curled slightly. You know what? Let me just prove it to you. Before Maria could react, Sofia stepped forward. Hey, what are you doing? Maria reached out instinctively, trying to catch her arm. But Sofia did not slow down. She did not listen. And honestly, it was already too late. With just one step forward, Sofia paused deliberately, her presence expanding slightly, just enough to draw attention. Hey you both. Her voice rang out sharply across the space. Selena and Celestia instinctively turned their heads toward her. Selena was still visibly boiling inside, her emotions unstable, her breathing uneven from the turmoil she had already been experiencing. But at Sofia's voice, she snapped her attention toward her, and Sofia chose that exact moment to drop the bomb. I am Razeal's wife, just so you know. She did not say it quietly. She yelled it. Clear, direct, and unmistakable. Her eyes locked onto Selena's face while saying each word, while closely watching her, and she saw it, because the reaction was immediate. Selena's face went pale, as if she had just seen the most horrifying thing in the world. It twisted into utter, absolute shock. Her eyes widened, and even her breathing became uneven and rapid. She had only ever imagined this possibility before. Just thinking about it had been enough to trigger panic attacks. But now, hearing it spoken out loud, confirmed so clearly by this woman, it completely shattered her mind. She started having trouble breathing. It was too much to digest. Far too much. So instead of accepting it, she rejected it outright. No, you are lying. I do not believe it. No way. Absolutely not. No, he would never. It cannot be. She shouted, her voice trembling and stuttering. She could barely form proper words, yet she screamed them anyway, as if the louder she denied it, the less true it would become. But Sofia simply raised her ring finger. No, look at this. This is the ring he put on my finger himself. And yes, we very much are married. She emphasized every word. Her eyes turned dangerously dark as she studied Selena's expression. No, you are lying. I do not believe you. Selena screamed once more. She just shook her head again, more violently now. Now, no matter what was shown to her, she refused to believe it. She did not even look at the ring Sofia was trying to display. Her hands clenched into fists, her entire body trembling with agitation and fear. She was so overwhelmed that she was just about to attack the woman for even daring to say something like this. Because to Selena, this was the most terrifying nightmare imaginable. She was the one who loved him the most. For years, there was no way anyone deserved him more than she did. Her hand moved. Energy flickered faintly around her fingertips. She was about to attack. Not out of logic. Not out of strategy. But out of sheer panic and fear. Because if she destroyed the source of that claim, if she silenced Sofia, maybe she would not have to hear it again. But just as Selena was about to lunge forward, her hand was suddenly caught mid-air, making her movement stop mid-motion. Selena instinctively looked back and saw Celestia. Celestia's face was completely expressionless. Not cold, angry, or gentle. Nothing. Just still. Her hand held Selena's wrist effortlessly, preventing her from acting further. With her other hand, Celestia slowly raised a finger and pointed toward her own eye. Then she spoke. She is not lying. Her voice was calm, almost too calm. But there was something beneath that calm, something tight, controlled. She tapped lightly under her eye, a silent reminder, and Selena understood the meaning behind it instantly. Celestia had the truth eyes, the ability to see whether someone was speaking the truth or lying just by looking into their eyes. Selena knew exactly what that gesture meant. Even though Celestia's face showed no emotion and her voice remained steady, Selena could tell. Celestia was not calm either about this revelation. No, no. Selena's voice fractured into something almost unrecognizable as she staggered backward, her entire being recoiling from the truth, as though distance alone could undo it. Her head shook repeatedly, not in reasoned denial, but in desperate refusal, as if she could physically reject reality by refusing to let it settle in her mind. Tears burst from her eyes without restraint, heavy and unrelenting, blurring her vision as they streamed down her cheeks and fell freely to the ground. It looked as though her entire world had collapsed in a single instant. The sky above seemed to dim, the ground beneath her felt unsteady, and everything that once held meaning twisted into something hollow and cruel. No, no, no. This cannot be. It cannot. She whispered hoarsely, her hand clutching at her chest as if trying to keep her heart from breaking apart. Her breathing grew uneven, bordering on frantic gasps. He is mine. How can he? He is mine. Just how? How? The possessiveness slipped from her lips before she could restrain it, raw and instinctive. Years of buried longing, regret, guilt, and obsession erupted all at once, crashing through her like a tidal wave. In her heart, despite everything, the accident, the accusations, the hatred, she had always believed Razeal would return to her. That somehow she would fix what was broken. That fate itself would bend back toward her. Married. To someone else. Her mind rejected it violently. The terror gripping her was suffocating, an icy hand wrapping around her lungs. Her shoulders began shaking. It was not anger. It was not even rage. It was terror. The kind of terror that comes when reality no longer matches the story you have told yourself for years. When the only thing keeping you alive, hope, gets ripped away in a single sentence. In her mind, something was screaming, "This is not real. This is not real. This is not real." But Celestia's truth side had already confirmed it. The ring glinted on Sofia's finger. The finality of it settled in her bones. Her golden aura flickered violently once, then collapsed inward like a dying flame. Then, suddenly, her legs gave out. She hit the ground without grace, without dignity, knees buckling beneath her as if the strength had simply drained out of them. She did not brace her fall. She did not care. She sat there on the fractured stone, staring at nothing, lips moving faintly as fragmented murmurs slipped out between sobs. No, he would not. Not him. Not like this. The saintess who radiated divine authority minutes ago now looked like a girl who had just watched her entire future burn to ash. Across the street, Sofia threw her arms outward with explosive emphasis, her voice ringing with vindication and something darker beneath it. "See, I told you. Look at her expressions," she shouted, gesturing sharply toward Selena's crumpled form before turning her blazing gaze toward Maria. "It is right in front of you now. Do not tell me you still cannot see it." Maria stared, and this time she could not deny what was laid bare before her. She saw the devastation, the possessive anguish, the desperate claim in Selena's broken words. Her hand slowly rose to cover her mouth as her thoughts spiraled violently. Selena loved Razeal. The idea struck like lightning. No, that made no sense. She loved the one who tried to rape her. That was impossible, was it not? And yet the rawness of Selena's reaction did not resemble hatred or trauma. It resembled heartbreak. Maria's mind raced uncontrollably. Could what Razeal said be true? Because this did not align with the version of events she had accepted. No one reacted like this toward someone who violated them. No one collapsed in despair because another woman claimed marriage to their attacker. Unless something was twisted. Unless something had been misunderstood. Thousands of questions collided in her mind without resolution, leaving her disoriented and shaken. What is going on here? She felt like the ground beneath her had shifted without warning. Beside her, Sofia grabbed her arm and shook her roughly. "See, I told you this bitch wants him," she hissed, her voice dripping with confirmation. "Yes," Maria answered instinctively, still lost in her storm of confusion. But just in the next second, she suddenly felt it. An overwhelming surge of killing intent erupting from Sofia's body. It was suffocating, heavy, and immediate, like the ocean depths collapsing inward. Maria's heart lurched in alarm. "Wait. What are you going to do?" she demanded, reaching out in panic to restrain her. But Sofia's expression had already transformed into something chillingly serene, her beautiful features sharpened by lethal resolve. A thin, dangerous smile curved across her lips. "Obviously," she said in a low, steady voice that sent a shiver down Maria's spine. "I am going to kill this bitch." Before Maria could even react further, Sofia launched forward with explosive force. The ground beneath her feet cracked into a small crater as she propelled herself toward Selena, like a streak of water-bound lightning. Simultaneously, the air around them shimmered violently as thousands of razor-sharp water spears materialized in an instant, translucent, lethal, perfectly formed. They hovered for the briefest fraction of a second before locking onto Selena's collapsed figure. Then, at the same time, they shot forward all at once, slicing through the air with piercing velocity, shrieking as they tore toward their target with merciless precision. Each spear carried killing intent, each one aimed for a fatal strike. Selena, still kneeling on the ground in shattered despair, barely aware of her surroundings, was seconds away from being impaled. And Maria could only watch in horror as the situation spiraled irreversibly out of control, her mind screaming that this had gone too far, that this could not be how it ended. Chapter 384. Thousands of water spears screamed through the air. They were sharp, condensed to lethal density, and carried enough force to impale stone, let alone flesh. The projectiles converged toward a single point. Selena remained on her knees amid fractured pavement and drifting dust. She did not look up. She did not bother to deflect them. Perhaps she was aware, but she simply did not care. Her shoulders trembled faintly, her head bowed, and tears slipped unchecked down her cheeks while her world imploded. Razeal was married. The words echoed inside her skull like a curse she could not undo. The sound drowned out everything else, including danger, instinct, and the need for survival. The holy aura that once whirred around her now flickered weakly. It was unstable and unfocused, responding more to emotional collapse than to defensive will. The shock consumed her completely. In her mind, she was no longer in the capital. She stood alone before the ruins of her own future, watching it burn in silence. In that same sliver of time, Sofia descended. She appeared before Selena in a blur of motion. Her fist was already chambered and driving forward with terrifying velocity. There was no hesitation in the strike, only the cold precision of someone who had committed to killing. The force behind her punch compressed the air. Wind spiraled around her knuckles as she aimed directly for Selena's face. Her eyes were sharp, predatory, and certain. At the exact same instant, the water spears reached their final approach. They were mere centimeters from impact, their tips shimmering as they cut through the last veil of space between intention and execution. Suddenly, everything stopped. Celestia narrowed her eyes. She did not shout, and she did not move dramatically. She simply turned her wrist. A thin, nearly invisible platinum arc expanded outward from her palm as it sliced through the air. It looked delicate, almost fragile, but the moment it spread, reality shifted. Sofia's fist never landed. A force, precise and overwhelming, struck her mid-lunge and hurled her backward as if a divine hand had swatted her aside. Her body tore through the air, thrown several meters away before she could comprehend what happened. At the same time, the expanding platinum wave touched the incoming spears. There was no explosion, no dramatic shattering. The spears simply dissolved. Thousands of condensed water constructs evaporated in a single breath, turning instantly into white mist that dispersed harmlessly into the wind. One moment they were death. The next they were vapor. The street fell silent. Celestia stepped forward, placing herself between Selena and the threat without looking back. Her posture was upright and controlled, but her eyes were cold. She exhaled softly, daring to attack her, and that too in front of me? You are taking yourself too seriously. Her voice carried quiet authority, not screamed anger, but delivered judgment. Behind her, Selena remained kneeling, unmoving, lost in her own collapse. Celestia glanced over her shoulder. She saw the emptiness in Selena's gaze, the way her aura no longer responded to external stimuli. Shouting would do nothing. Pulling her up would do nothing. The shock had burrowed too deep. Pathetic, she thought, grinding her teeth. Pull yourself together. Beneath that irritation lay something else. Razeal married. The idea did not sit right in her chest. He had been her fiancé. She had made the decision. She had chosen strength over emotion. She had told herself it was necessary. Yet the image of him placing a ring on another woman's finger twisted something she did not want to examine. It offended her. It bruised her pride. It struck at her heart and her authority all at once. She hissed, TCH, annoyance, jealousy, and something sharper burned within her. When she looked up, she saw Sofia stabilizing midair. Deep blue hair streamed behind her as she corrected her balance. The surprise in Sofia's eyes was real. She had not expected that. Not the effortless deflection, not the total neutralization of her attack. Sofia's guard went up instinctively now, shoulders angled, muscles coiled. Celestia did not care about her confusion. She was done observing. A faint, bloodthirsty smile curved onto her lips. Fine, then. If you insist on forcing this. Her body vanished from the ground. She launched upward like a bolt of platinum lightning, leaving behind a blurred afterimage where she had stood. The stone beneath her feet cracked from the force of her takeoff. She did not ascend gently. She pierced the air with intent, her fist clenched mid-flight, aura condensing around it in compressed, devastating focus. She locked her eyes onto Sofia's chest, the center of mass, the most efficient impact point. You want to test yourself in front of me? Let's see how long that confidence lasts. In less than a second, she was upon her. Sofia saw the attack coming. She opened her palm to catch the first blow. Boom. The sound was sharp and contained, like thunder wrapped in steel. Her palm and Celestia's fist met midair. The shockwave rippled outward in a tight sphere, distorting the air around them. Nearby rooftops rattled. Windows cracked. A burst of wind blasted downward, kicking up dust and debris from the ruined street below. Ha, maybe you are the one taking yourself too seriously. Sofia's grin appeared slow and deliberate, cutting across her face like the edge of a blade. Their fists remained locked midair. Celestia's knuckles pressed into Sofia's palm, and Sofia's fingers wrapped tight around the princess's hand. The collision had birthed a compressed shockwave that spiraled outward in a circular gust, snapping fabric and whipping long strands of hair violently behind both of them. The wind howled for a brief second before settling into a tense stillness. Despite the crushing force behind Celestia's strike, Sofia did not budge an inch. Her boots carved invisible pressure lines in the air as she held her position. Muscles in her forearm tightened, and veins stood faintly visible beneath smooth skin as she increased her grip. The air between them trembled with raw physical power alone. No visible mana from Sofia, no aura armor shielding her flesh, just strength. She squeezed harder, testing, expecting to feel bones grind or joints strain beneath her crushing hold. To her surprise, Celestia's hand did not even quiver. No fracture, no tremor, no weakening. It was like gripping forged divine metal. Sofia narrowed her eyes slightly. Interesting. Celestia felt the resistance instantly. She had thrown that punch with pure physical force, not even layering it with mana or any reinforcement, yet it was still her strength. Hers. Celestia Gwen Valentine, the heir to the Empire's throne. Someone catching it so casually was not normal. Not even a dragonborn could have stopped that barehanded without shifting his stance. Her eyes flickered with mild astonishment, before smoothing back into aristocratic composure. Impressive. She murmured the word, her voice cool despite the invisible tug-of-war raging between them. She felt Sofia's grip tightening, testing the density of her bones, measuring her. Fine. Let her measure. Celestia's lips curved ever so faintly, not quite a smile, not quite a sneer. So you are his wife. The word felt wrong on her tongue, heavy and acidic. Not bad. She sharpened her gaze. But did he ever tell you how much he loved me? The statement was delivered smoothly, deliberately. A calculated strike. You see, he was my ex-fiancé. I am sure he must have told you about me. The tone lifted slightly, subtle superiority threading through her words. The implication was clear. Before you, there was me. Before your ring, there was my promise. The jealousy beneath it was thinly veiled. She despised that it even existed, yet she could not entirely suppress it. Razeal marrying someone else had offended something primal in her. Pride? Ego? Or maybe something deeper she refused to name. Sofia's eyes darkened dangerously at the word loved. Her grin did not fade, but it sharpened. Oh, not really. Her voice dropped, blunt and cutting. When I asked, he had just said you were irrelevant. She threw the word back without hesitation. Irrelevant. She watched for the reaction. A flicker appeared in Celestia's eyes, so brief most would miss it. Sofia felt a pulse of satisfaction. If you are trying to claim superiority, princess, I can play that game too. Irrelevant? Celestia's brow twitched faintly. I am not so sure about that. Her voice cooled further. Lie to yourself as much as you like. Ask him again if he loves me still. I am sure his answer will surprise you. Her jaw tightened slightly. It was bad fate between us. If not, maybe. She did not finish, but there was something dangerously possessive in the way she said it. As if fate itself owed her a correction. Abruptly, she withdrew her hand from Sofia's grip, with a sharp twist, and pivoted in midair, launching a swift, high kick aimed at Sofia's ribs. Sofia reacted instantly, raising her forearm to block. The impact rang out with a heavy crack, sending another shockwave rippling across the sky. Wind pressure pushed clouds apart above them and rattled loose debris below. Celestia's voice had risen despite her attempt at control. Irritation bled through, subtle but undeniable. Sofia smirked through the block. Oh, and why are you attacking me again? Shouldn't it be me attacking you? Her tone dropped into something colder. After what you did to my husband. She gave the word possessive emphasis. And what is with this anger and the words you just said? What do you mean bad fate? And if not, maybe? She leaned closer midair, narrowing her eyes. It is giving me some very wrong ideas. The words were probing, dissecting Celestia's reactions. I came here for revenge. I thought you both had ulterior motives, that you hated him, and that was why you did that. But looking at you now, the way you are looking at me with killing intent, I wonder why. She countered Celestia's kick by driving a straight punch toward her face. It was fast, faster than before, as air tore around her knuckles. Celestia caught it one-handed, her palm snapping shut around Sofia's fist. The force compressed between them again, a miniature explosion of pressure bursting outward. Neither woman's expression shifted this time. They were fully engaged now. What are you talking about? Celestia's tone turned razor cold. Stop spouting nonsense. Her eyes flashed dangerously. Attacking you? Obviously, I am attacking you. Her voice dropped lower. You attacked Selena first. And you outright threatened to kill me. Her platinum aura flickered briefly along her arm. If I did not retaliate, I would be the fool. The explanation was logical and precise, but beneath it was something more volatile. Jealousy, pride, territorial fury. She would never admit it. Boom, boom, boom. They collided again and again midair, fists meeting elbows, kicks intercepted by palms, and knees deflected by forearms. Every clash detonated a compressed thunderclap that shook the surrounding district. Shockwaves tore through the air, cracking already damaged walls, and sending shards of stone raining downward. Roof tiles lifted and shattered. Windows burst. The ground below fractured further with each airborne impact. Civilians scrambled backward in panic. Some were knocked off their feet by stray pressure blasts. Guards struggled to maintain protective barriers, shouting orders that were drowned by the repeated booms exploding overhead. Above, neither woman listened. Sofia narrowed her eyes as she watched Celestia's face between blows. The princess's control was immaculate, but there were cracks now, hairline fractures in that polished composure. Sofia saw it. Nah, this is not just because I attacked her or threatened you. Sofia snapped mid-strike. Her fist slammed against Celestia's forearm with enough force to distort the air around it. I am not that naive. You see. She twisted her body and launched a knee upward, which Celestia deflected with a sharp pivot. Look at that woman's reaction. Sofia shouted, her voice rising with intensity. And now look at yours. They collided again, shoulder to shoulder, a shockwave bursting outward like a compressed bomb. I am sure of something now. Sofia continued, her eyes blazing. She loves my husband. She used the word husband deliberately. And I think you do too, or at least something like that. Her next strike carried more force, anger feeding into strength. I can see the intent behind your attack. You are attacking me because I am his wife. She yelled. Water vapor hissed around her fists as pressure built. And you cannot take that fact. Is that what it is? The accusation sliced clean. For a fraction of a second, something flickered across Celestia's face. And then, her expression went cold. Utterly cold. Shut up. The words tore out of her with controlled fury. In the same instant, she drove her fist forward. This was not a testing blow. This was not restrained. The power behind it dwarfed every previous strike combined. Platinum light condensed around her arm, compressing like a collapsing star, before exploding outward with terrifying density. The air cracked audibly as her punch carved a straight path toward Sofia's face. Sofia's eyes opened, not in fear, but in exhilaration. Seems like it is beeping true. She roared back, throwing her own punch with equal ferocity. Her muscles tightened, veins standing prominent along her arm, as she poured every ounce of strength into the counter back. The two fists met, and the world split. The explosion that followed was not just a shockwave, it was a detonation. A massive concussive boom tore through the sky, sending a spiraling vortex of wind downward into the city. The ground below fractured violently. Entire sections of pavement shattered, buildings cracked along their foundations, and several bystanders were thrown off their feet, despite being dozens of meters away. Windows burst inward. Wooden frames splintered. Dust clouds erupted like smoke from an artillery impact. The clash echoed across the capital. For a moment, both women hung suspended in the air, locked in equal force, neither pushed back. Then they separated slightly, creating distance between them. Sofia hovered there, breathing harder now, confusion lacing her anger. "This is confusing me even more," she shouted, pointing at Celestia midair. "What the beep is wrong with you two?" Her voice was raw, not just with rage, but with genuine frustration. "You both clearly care about him," she demanded. "So why the beep did you do that to him?" The words hit with more weight than any physical strike. "I do not beep and get it," she continued, her eyes blazing with a mixture of fury and disbelief. "Tell me the answer, or I will beat it out of you myself." She backed off slightly, putting several meters between them, not retreating, repositioning. Her guard was up, her muscles were coiled. Celestia remained where she was, hovering effortlessly, platinum aura faint but steady. She did not answer immediately. Her face was composed, cold, regal, and unmoved. But inside, something churned. She had been clashing with this woman relentlessly, and the truth was unavoidable. This woman was strong, very strong, talented, instinctive, genius-level potential. That realization irritated her more than anything else happening in this fight. Why is this woman with him? The thought burned. She had left Razeal because he was weak. Because he would one day become her weakness. Because an empress could not afford a weak spouse. It had been the rational decision. The intelligent decision. She had sacrificed him for the throne. Yet now, the woman claiming to be his wife was someone capable of matching her in battle. Capable of standing in the sky and trading blows without fear. That contradiction gnawed at her pride. If he found someone like this, then what did that make her decision? Her jaw tightened imperceptibly. Why is she with him? The thought repeated. Celestia did not attack this time. She did not answer Sofia's accusation either. Instead, she hovered there in the fractured sky, platinum, or humming faintly around her shoulders, and simply stared. The rage that had flared moments ago cooled into something far more unsettling, genuine confusion. Her brows drew together slightly as she examined Sofia, as if reassessing her entirely. For several long seconds, she said nothing, her gaze steady, almost analytical. Then, unable to contain it any longer, she spoke, not with arrogance this time, but with something closer to disbelief. "I have a question." The words came measured. "Why did you marry him?" There was no mockery in her tone now, only confusion layered with disbelief. "Someone such as yourself, marrying him, is that not?" She trailed off, studying Sofia's posture, her strength, the way she carried herself with absolute confidence. "I genuinely do not understand." Her expression was not hostile, it was baffled. "The last time I saw him, he was strong, yes, but not that. I mean, definitely not enough to stand beside someone like you." Her voice lowered slightly, conflicted. "In any case, your beauty, your talent, your strength, I cannot reconcile that with you accepting him as your husband. It does not make sense to me." Sofia, who had been ready to launch another strike, froze mid-motion. "What do you mean?" she demanded, genuinely thrown off. "Isn't that what?" She stopped, her irritation momentarily overtaken by bewilderment. Celestia pressed on, her tone firm, but not aggressive. "You are clearly a person of extraordinary potential. A future that stretches far. Marrying him, is that wise?" Her eyes narrowed slightly. "I mean, he is weak." The word was spoken plainly, without cruelty, simply as fact in her mind. "Would he not hold you back? Do you not feel embarrassed? Are you not worried he would become your weakness? How does he deserve to stand beside you?" She searched Sofia's face for contradiction. Or was there another reason? A political one? A strategy? Her confusion deepened. Why would you marry a man with no mana, no aura, no physical foundation? Someone incapable of even awakening his family bloodline ability? Her lips tightened faintly. Just why? For the first time since this fight began, Sofia looked truly stunned. "What are you talking about?" she demanded, her brows knitting sharply. "Weak? Razeal? I have never seen anyone as talented as him." Her voice carried firm conviction. "He might not be stronger than me yet, but he will surpass me one day. I am certain of it." There was no hesitation in her tone. "And he can already fight me evenly. For a long time. Also, if this," she gestured toward Celestia, "is your full strength, he could defeat you easily." The statement was not boastful, it was matter of fact. "He defeated my brother. My brother was at the peak of Saint King." Sofia's eyes sharpened as she relived it. "He brought him down like it was nothing. At this age, who else can do that?" Her voice held fierce pride now. "Are you sure we are even talking about the same person?" Celestia blinked. "What?" The word burst out of her involuntarily. "Razeal defeated a Saint King? At his age? 16 years old?" Her mind raced rapidly, assembling possibilities. "He disappeared for months. He returned stronger. Strong enough to attract someone like this. Strong enough to stand beside her. It fit. It aligned. The missing variable had been strength. If he had grown, if he had transformed into someone formidable, then this marriage suddenly made sense. A woman like Sofia would not marry weakness. So if she chose him, it meant he was no longer weak. Suddenly, Sofia's expression changed abruptly. Her earlier confusion sharpened into realization. She studied Celestia's face closely now, the subtle lift at the corner of her lips, the glint in her eyes, the shift in posture. "Wait," Sofia said slowly. Understanding dawned like a blade sliding into place. "Do not tell me you did that because he was?" The words trailed off. Sofia's eyes suddenly widened as if a realization hit her. The accusation did not bounce off Celestia the way Sofia expected. It did not trigger an immediate denial, nor did it provoke arrogance. Instead, it froze her mid-thought. The bright glint in her eyes dimmed slightly, and for the first time since the battle began, something softer, almost fragile, crossed her expression. The sky was still fractured around them, dust drifting upward from broken rooftops, and wind tugging at their hair and clothes, but Celestia stood there suspended in air as if suddenly pulled back into another time entirely. Memories surfaced uninvited. The day she made that decision. The cold logic she had clung to. The way she convinced herself it was necessary. The way she told herself that ruling an empire demanded sacrifice. She had measured him then, measured his strength, found it lacking. Her jaw tightened faintly, and something close to regret flickered across her face. It was not dramatic. It was not tearful, but it was there. Sofia watched it happen. Watched that pause. Watched that memory pass through her. Celestia slowly returned her gaze to Sofia's, and in that look there was no longer mockery or challenge. There was recognition. She had been understood, seen, stripped of the polished reasoning she had constructed around her choice. She could have denied it. She could have twisted it. She did not. For reasons she herself could not fully explain, she gave the smallest nod. It was not dramatic. It was not defensive. Just a quiet acknowledgement. Yes. Sofia's eyes widened sharply. The confirmation hit harder than any punch exchanged moments ago. She had suspected it. She had deduced it. But seeing it admitted was something else entirely. Anger surged through her like a tidal wave. "You," her breath caught in her throat for a second, disbelief mixing with fury. "You actually." The realization formed in her mind in brutal clarity. Celestia had discarded Razeal because he was weak. Because he did not meet her standards. Because he was inconvenient. Sofia's chest rose and fell faster now, and her fists tightened at her sides. The air around her seemed to tense in response to her emotions. The earlier confusion evaporated, replaced by something far darker. She ruined him just because of that? Accused him just because she did not want him? This is crazy. Sofia understood politics. She understood cold choices. But there was something about hearing it so plainly that revolted her. This level of toxicity? Even as a woman who valued strength above most things, this was beyond cruelty. What kind of animal does that? Celestia noticed the shift in Sofia's expression. The fury was not just possessive jealousy anymore. It was moral outrage. Celestia inhaled slowly. "I did not want what happened to Razeal to happen," she said, her voice quieter now. It was not apologetic, but measured. It was mostly his family's fault. That part she believed completely. The way things spiraled after she withdrew her support. The way rumors ignited. The way politics sharpened into cruelty. "I still care for him," she added, her tone firm. There was truth in that too. She did care now, and even back then. Back then, she had just simply prioritized differently. She gradually retracted her aura. The platinum glow dimmed and folded inward until it barely traced her silhouette. The aggressive posture she had maintained moments ago softened slightly. Her shoulders relaxed just enough to signal a shift in intention. The fight, in her mind, was no longer necessary. She had moved past that. Something else had begun forming in her thoughts. If Razeal had indeed grown to the level Sofia described, and if she had chosen him willingly, then perhaps what Celestia had once dismissed had evolved into something formidable. Her eyes gained a different kind of light now, not jealousy, not hostility. She no longer wanted Sofia as an enemy. Thoughts formed quietly in the back of her mind. As for what exactly was going on in her head, no one except her knew that, but there was a different kind of glint in her eyes. Chapter 385. Celestia slowly withdrew every trace of her platinum aura back into her body. The brilliance that had illuminated the fractured sky moments ago faded until only the faintest sheen clung to her silhouette. She remained suspended in the air, posture straight, hands relaxed at her sides, expression composed. An outside observer might describe her as serene. A faint smile curved at the corner of her lips. It was not warm. It was not mocking. It was calculating. A shift occurred in her mind. The hostility that had fueled her earlier strikes vanished, replaced by a quieter current of thoughts. She no longer looked at Sofia as an enemy. Sofia remained far from calm. Her chest rose and fell sharply, fingers curling into tight fists. Disgust churned in her stomach, deepening rather than fading. Celestia had reduced Razeal's suffering to a miscalculation. The idea that someone discarded him because he was weak, because he failed to meet a standard, or because he was inconvenient to ambition made her vision blur with fury. She remained silent. There was nothing left to debate. Before the air could settle, Sofia vanished. Space distorted violently as she moved, lacking gradual acceleration or visible wind-up. She disappeared and reappeared in front of Celestia in less than an instant, like a star tearing across the night sky. Her fist moved, aimed directly at Celestia's face. This was not the same speed as before. It was not the same level of force. Her entire presence shifted. Her aura, though still not manifested as traditional mana, felt heavier, denser, darker. Even her form seemed altered. The lines of her movement sharpened, the blur she created through the air multiplying. She held nothing back. She intended to kill. "Hey, stop." I do not want to fight anymore. Let us talk. Celestia spoke evenly, not moving an inch as Sofia erupted toward her with overwhelming killing intent. No panic colored her voice. No urgency. She truly did not wish to continue the hostility after her realization. Sofia remained past negotiation. Celestia sighed softly. So be it. If words failed, she would restrain her first. She raised her hand slowly, not hurriedly or defensively, but with measured control. Her extended palm glowed, deep platinum light gathering around her fingers. It was not wild or explosive. It was condensed and refined. The energy shimmered into existence like white fire wrapping her skin, pure and luminous. It radiated outward in controlled waves, a dense platinum or layered with sharp authority. All these thoughts, these movements, and these escalating intentions occurred within less than a breath. Celestia remained suspended, poised to receive the strike. Then, a massive explosion rocked the area. The sky detonated. The shockwave burst outward like a compressed supernova, shaking the entire market district below. The ground cracked further. Debris flew in violent spirals. Several rooftops collapsed under the pressure. Windows shattered across multiple streets. People below braced themselves behind hastily erected barriers. The sound echoed across the capital like thunder tearing the heavens open. At the center of that explosion, Sofia's fist failed to reach Celestia. The strike halted midair, inches from her face. Time hesitated. Then the distinct, heavy sound of wings cutting through air reverberated in the epicenter of the impact. Celestia's eyes opened slightly, not from fear, but from genuine surprise. In front of her, blocking Sofia's devastating blow, stood someone else. The figure had appeared in less than an instant, possessing speed that rivaled, perhaps exceeded, Sofia's. The figure stood with their back to Celestia, shielding her from the attack. Enormous wings caught Celestia's attention immediately. They arched high and wide, stretching outward with terrifying grace. They were not feathered, nor were they soft plumes of angelic light. They were smooth, taut, and disturbingly organic. They were deep red, the color of fresh blood beneath dim light. They looked alive. The thin skin stretched between elongated, protruding bones that extended outward like sharpened fingers. Each skeletal ridge stood clearly defined beneath the membrane, creating jagged silhouettes along the edges. The wings flapped once, steady and powerful, dispersing the lingering shockwave around them, as if cutting through air itself. A faint demonic energy radiated from them, subtle but undeniable. It was not holy. It was not imperial. It was something older, darker, something that did not belong within the conventional hierarchies of power Celestia understood. The very presence of it made the air feel heavier, warmer, and more dangerous. Celestia stared at the back of the figure in front of her, platinum eyes narrowing. She did not recognize the wings. The figure unsettled her. She had studied ancient bloodlines, forgotten races, divine beasts, remnants of ancient magic, and celestial aberrations. Yet, the wings spread before her did not align with anything in her records. They were not draconic, angelic, or documented in any sense. They were raw, primal. Her entire existence recoiled from them. Her platinum aura flickered, not in fear, but in instinctive rejection. Something fundamentally wrong characterized this energy. It felt unclean and corrupt, disgusting in a way that predated structure. She did not act. She narrowed her eyes, trying to identify the figure, but the wings were too wide and obstructive. Their span cast a red-tinted shadow across her face. Then her gaze dropped to the hair. The familiar shade struck recognition. Her frown deepened. Sofia reacted on instinct when her fist stopped. Even in her fury, she felt the interception. Her guard shot up immediately, muscles coiling to obliterate the interference. When she looked up, her expression shifted. Maria, she blurted instinctively. Her voice still carried anger. Why are you stopping me? The rest of the sentence died in her throat. The person in front of her was Maria, but it was not Maria at the same time. Sofia narrowed her eyes, confusion overtaking fury. Maria's back remained turned slightly, her hand still clamped around Sofia's fist, holding it effortlessly. Behind her, two enormous bat-like wings flapped slowly, heavy and deliberate. They were deep crimson flesh-toned, and disturbingly organic. The membranes stretched taut between elongated, skeletal extensions that protruded like sharpened fingers. Bone ridges pressed visibly through the skin, giving the wings a jagged, predatory silhouette. From the right side of Maria's forehead, a jet black horn curved upward, goat-like, smooth yet sharp at the tip. It rose from her skin as if it had always belonged there. One of her eyes had changed completely. A deep crimson iris glowed faintly with internal light, like embers buried beneath ash. The sclera seemed darkened, faint veins visible like cracks spreading outward. Strange, ancient, intricate markings appeared across one side of her face. They trailed downward from temple to cheek, curved along her neck, and extended beneath her collarbone. The patterns resembled archaic inscriptions or runes, pulsing softly as if alive. The energy radiating from her felt demonic, old, and terrifyingly composed. Sofia stared. What? No. Are you all right? She asked, genuine concern overriding everything else for a brief moment. What happened to you? She ignored the fact that Maria had stopped her killing strike with one hand. She did not think about the fact that Maria had intercepted something even Celestia had not anticipated. She did not think about the fact that Maria held her fist casually, as if it weighed nothing. Maria did not answer the query. She did not look at Sofia. Her grip loosened slightly. The motion looked gentle, almost absent-minded. The instant her fingers released, Sofia's body launched backward. Not pushed. Launched. As if struck by an invisible, cataclysmic force. She shot through the sky like a meteor, air screaming around her. She crashed directly into a house below, tearing through its roof and walls before vanishing into rubble. The building collapsed partially inward, dust erupting into a massive cloud. It happened so fast that even Celestia's eyes flickered with surprise. Sofia, who had matched her blow for blow moments ago without budging, had been sent flying like debris by a casual release. Maria did not appear to have intended that level of force. It looked accidental, like she herself remained uncalibrated to her own strength. Below, rubble shifted as dust rose into the air. Above, Maria slowly turned. The wings folded slightly behind her as she rotated to face Celestia. Her expression was not enraged. It was controlled and deadly serious. Her crimson eye glowed faintly as it locked onto the princess. "What did you just say?" Maria asked. Her voice was low and chilling. Celestia felt the shift. Only seconds ago, Maria stood downstairs, worried about stopping Sofia and Celestia from clashing, anxious about how terribly things could go wrong. That was then. She had overheard the conversation between Sofia and Celestia. That was when everything changed. She heard the words she was never meant to hear. Celestia had admitted it was a miscalculation when Sofia asked why they did what they did to Razeal. Maria was not naive. Realizing the truth, her emotions went uncontrolled. Before she knew it, she had transformed into this strange form, which seemed to be granting her power beyond measure. She had not realized she was in this form. Everything that happened felt purely instinctive. She did not consciously summon the power or decide to transform. Her emotions surged past containment, past reason, past restraint. Her body responded before her mind could catch up. The wings had erupted from her back without permission. The horn had torn through her skin without warning. The crimson eye had ignited as if a buried inheritance had finally broken its chains. All she knew was that the truth had hit her like a blade through the ribs. She stared with a blank expression, looking at Celestia's face. With the realization she had just come to, she could not believe it. Celestia met Maria's gaze without flinching. Beyond the monstrous form and the demonic energy radiating from her, Celestia understood the question in Maria's eyes. She did not answer with words. She simply looked back, silent. That silence served as confirmation, and that confirmation was unbearable. Maria's crimson eye trembled. Then her breath hitched. The wings behind her stilled mid-beat as if even they felt the weight crushing her chest. Tears began to spill before she understood she was crying. They slid down her cheeks in silent streams, catching along the dark markings etched into her skin. Her entire body seemed to sag in midair, sadness flooding through her with such force that even the demonic energy flickered unstable around her. Razeal was innocent. The thought formed slowly, horrifically. Innocent. The disgust she had once felt toward him, every glare, every sharp word, every look of revulsion, had been built on a lie. Her stomach twisted. Everything she had believed, everything she had said, it was wrong. All the things she had done to him, said to him, all began appearing in front of her. The emotions welled up. She saw herself in the academy halls, looking at him with contempt. She heard her own voice calling him disgusting. She remembered the day she had stood before others and implied he was a danger to the female students, that he did not deserve to remain in that academy. She remembered the duel. She remembered the coldness and disgust in her tone when he tried to speak. Her pupils began trembling visibly. The images would not stop. Each scene replayed in agonizing detail. The way he had stood there, silent, trying to look as if he did not care. But now, thinking about it, he was definitely hurt. "I called him disgusting," she whispered aloud, her voice cracking in the open sky. The words felt poisonous in her mouth now. "I said he does not deserve anything." Her throat tightened so badly she struggled to breathe. The memory of her accusing him in front of others of suggesting he be expelled felt like acid burning through her chest. How had he felt in that moment? Standing there, accused of something so vile, punished socially, isolated, judged. She had been one of them. No, worse. She had been someone who should have trusted him. She had owed him so much. And still, she had turned her back. Her tears came harder, no longer silent, but accompanied by broken breaths. I was wrong." The words barely formed through the sob building in her chest. "I did him wrong. She could not finish the sentence. The weight of it crushed her. It felt like she had committed an unforgivable sin. She hovered there in midair, monstrous wings extended, horn casting a jagged silhouette against the sky, yet inside she felt small. Smaller than she had ever felt in her life. Celestia watched her with confusion, unsure what had just unraveled inside Maria. But Maria did not see her. Her vision blurred from tears. Her mind was somewhere else, back in every moment she had failed him. She imagined him standing alone after the accusations spread. The whispers, the stares, the doors that quietly closed, the loneliness, the scars, both physical and invisible, the broken, guarded version of him she had seen later, the distance in his eyes. She had thought it was proof of guilt. In truth, it had been the result of betrayal. She pressed a trembling hand to her chest as if trying to physically hold herself together. "I am sorry," she breathed, though he was nowhere near to hear it. "I should have trusted you." The regret tore through her with a ferocity no physical wound could match. She had loved him, even when she was angry, even when she misunderstood. She had loved him. Instead of offering him gentleness, she had given him judgment. Instead of defending him, she had joined the voices that condemned him. Instead of standing beside him, she had walked away. Because she believed others over him. Because she trusted the narrative rather than the person. And now the truth stood naked in front of her. He had never been wrong. The realization made her cry harder. shoulders shaking despite the immense power radiating from her transformed body. The irony was cruel. This overwhelming, demonic strength awakened inside her at the very moment she felt weakest. The demonic aura flickered unevenly as her emotions spiraled. He was never wrong, she murmured brokenly in her own mind, vision swimming. I hurt him. I hurt the one person who. She could not finish it. The guilt was suffocating. She imagined how he must have felt, accused of a crime he never committed, abandoned by those closest to him, forced to carry a stain that was never his. She imagined him standing alone in that storm, and the thought ripped her heart into pieces. Floating there between the shattered rooftops and the fractured sky, Maria did not look like a monster. She looked like someone who had just realized the depth of her own failure, and it was breaking her apart from the inside. Maria did not know what to do. That realization alone should have broken her. It did. But what came after was worse. Because once the grief reached its peak, once it hollowed her out completely, something else began to fill the emptiness. Something far more violent. They hurt him. The thought did not surface gently. It detonated inside her mind. They destroyed his life. They let him be humiliated, punished, and abandoned. And she had helped. Her chest tightened, but this time it was not sorrow compressing her lungs. It was fury. The kind that does not burn bright and fast, but deep and consuming, like magma pressing upward beneath the earth's crust. Her demonic blood responded first. It always did. Maria did not consciously decide to transform. There was no ritual, no invocation. Her body reacted instinctively to her emotional rupture. The wings on her back stretched wider, the crimson membranes quivering with restrained violence. The black horn curving from her temple pulsed faintly. The markings crawling across her skin glowed darker, as if inked in living shadow. Heat spread through her veins. Not warmth, not flame, but hellfire. It did not flicker. It clung to her skin like a second pulse, wrapping her in an aura so dense it distorted the air around her. The more her anger rose, the more her power amplified. And the more her power amplified, the harder it became to control the anger feeding it. Her killing intent erupted without restraint. It was not the disciplined aura of a trained noble. It was not the controlled pressure of her royal bloodline. It was raw, predatory, ancient, and demonic. Even those miles away felt it. Guards in the capital stiffened mid-step. Civilians turned pale without understanding why. An instinct, older than the beginning of creation and totally foreign to them, whispered that something dangerous had awakened. Something that did not belong among humans. Celestia felt it most clearly, as she stood the closest. Her platinum aura flickered almost imperceptibly as she studied Maria's expression. This was no longer the girl who had been crying seconds ago. The grief had collapsed inward and hardened. Maria's crimson eye no longer trembled with regret. It burned with cold, deliberate intent. Celestia floated backward, creating space, not out of fear, but calculation. She was not foolish enough to ignore what her senses told her. Maria's energy had spiked beyond its previous threshold. The density of that demonic aura was unnatural. It did not behave like mana, or resonate like holy power. It felt invasive. Maria's gaze locked onto her. No warning followed. Her wings flapped once. She disappeared. Not blurred. Not streaked. Just gone. The air ruptured where she had been standing, compressed violently from the sudden displacement. Celestia reacted on instinct, her body honed by years of combat. Platinum energy flooded her fist as she swung toward the incoming presence, calculating interception angles in less than a heartbeat. Mid-motion, her instincts screamed. Too fast. Too sharp. No. She twisted left, barely in time. Something tore through the air beside her. A ripping sound occurred, not loud but disturbingly intimate, like flesh parting under steel. Then warmth. Then wetness. Celestia's breath hitched. She looked down. Blood. Her blood. A deep gash carved along her upper arm, slicing through fabric and skin with surgical brutality. The cut remained clean yet savage, deep enough that bone glimmered faintly beneath torn muscle. Crimson droplets drifted downward through the air. For a moment, she felt no pain, only confusion. She was injured. Celestia Gwen Valentine? Imperial Princess? The strongest person of her generation? The current heir of the strongest bloodline in the world? She had sparred against Imperial knights, crushed elite knights, and annihilated magical beasts. She stood as the pride of the Empire's future. Opponents had never been able to scratch her skin, let alone leave a scar. She was bleeding, and by her, the one she had not even seen as competition months ago. She rejected the possibility. It was all in front of her. Her jaw tightened, and the pain arrived, sharp and humiliating. The wound itself did not unsettle her most. It was what it meant. If she had not shifted when she did, that beam would not have grazed her. It would have taken her arm entirely. Perhaps worse. The wound on Celestia's arm did not remain long. The moment blood began trailing from her fingertips, a soft platinum radiance emerged from beneath her skin, spreading outward like liquid light poured through her veins. The torn flesh knit itself together in slow, precise strands. Muscle rewove, skin sealed seamlessly, as if time itself had reversed in that single location. Within seconds, the gash vanished, replaced by unblemished porcelain skin. It was not hurried regeneration. It was automatic, refined, and instinctive, her body responding to damage as though injury were an inconvenience rather than a threat. Yet even as the wound vanished, her expression did not soften. The healing did not calm her. Her face remained rigid, jaw tight, platinum eyes narrowing as she slowly turned her head back toward where that red-black streak she had barely evaded had gone. When she saw it, she halted completely, frozen in place. Maria hovered in the air, no longer the trembling girl consumed by guilt. Her wings had expanded to their full span, vast and grotesquely majestic. The crimson membranes stretched wide like the banners of a warlord claiming the sky. They were not symbolic wings or ethereal projections of magic. They were physical, visceral, textured things, each vein visible beneath the dark red surface, the skeletal ridges sharp and bone-white along the edges. Her horn had grown longer, thicker, curving upward with an ancient severity that made her silhouette monstrous against the skyline. The black, living runes had spread across her skin. They were no longer confined to one side of her face. They crawled down her neck, across her collarbone, and down both arms in winding spirals of a language no human empire had ever written. The symbols shifted faintly as though alive, glowing intermittently with a deep infernal red that pulsed in time with her heartbeat. It was not decoration. It was activation. Maria did not look human anymore. Her aura was suffocating. The black flames coiling around her were not ordinary fire. They did not flicker upward like natural flame. They spiraled inward, folding around her like a vortex, devouring light rather than emitting it. Even Celestia, who had been raised among the strongest energies of the Empire, felt something profoundly wrong about it. The sensation went beyond hostility. It was existential revulsion, as if her very being rejected the presence before her. It felt as if a creature from the oldest abyss had stepped into a world that was not meant to contain it. Maria's eyes held no hesitation. The crimson one burned with raw, merciless intensity, while the other remained dark and shadowed beneath the runes. No grief remained in her face, no trembling regret, only singular purpose. Killing intent so dense it seemed to thicken the air between them. She looked horrifying. Not dramatic, not exaggerated, horrifying. As if the deepest vault of hell had cracked open, and something ancient had crawled free. It was true. Celestia's platinum gaze hardened, but beneath that control, her instincts were on full alert. This was not the Maria she had known. This was not even the Maria who had hovered moments ago. This was something awakened by rupture, by an emotional collapse, so severe it tore open whatever seal had kept this form restrained. Celestia understood power. She had spent her life measuring it, refining it, and mastering it. But this felt untamed. Not reckless, but primal and ancient. It felt like energy that was dirty and corrupting, more like the total opposite of holy magic. This was the first time she had felt anything like this. Maria's wings beat slowly, each movement pushing waves of heated air outward. Then, without shifting her position, she raised one arm toward Celestia. Celestia narrowed her eyes, trying to look with better clarity. The gesture was deliberate, accusing. The claws now extended grotesquely from her fingers, 6 to 7 inches long, curved, black as obsidian, with faint crimson light flickering along their edges. Celestia noticed something else. At the tips of those claws, blood glistened. It was her blood. It had not evaporated. It clung to Maria's nails like a trophy. Maria pointed. "You will pay." Her voice did not sound human. It was layered, one tone over another, as if something deeper spoke in unison beneath her own. The words stretched unnaturally, each syllable dragged with venom and promise. Then, suddenly, the sky ruptured. A thunderous explosion erupted from her center, not outward in one direction, but in all directions simultaneously. The sound was not just heard, it was felt, vibrating through bone and stone alike. Below them, the ground fractured in jagged lines, buildings trembling as shockwaves rippled through the capital like the pulse of a dying star. Windows shattered, dust rose in violent spirals, guards lost their footing, civilians screamed and scattered. The very land seemed to recoil. Maria's demonic aura expanded violently, a spiraling inferno of red-black energy that surged upward into the sky and downward into the streets at once. It was not chaotic. It radiated from her as a nucleus, perfectly centered and perfectly controlled in its expansion, yet utterly overwhelming in magnitude. The air turned hot and metallic. A faint scent of sulfur and blood permeated the space between them. The sky itself seemed stained. Clouds above took on a faint red tint, as if reflecting the fury below. The entire district glowed dimly under the illumination of her rising power, as though the horizon of hell had begun bleeding into the moral world. Chapter 386. The sky above that district of the imperial capital no longer resembled sky at all. It had darkened unnaturally, not with storm clouds rolling in from the horizon, but as if the color itself had been drained and replaced by something deeper, heavier, more oppressive. Winds howled in violent spirals, tearing through streets and slamming against shattered buildings, whipping cloaks and banners into frenzied motion. Dust and debris lifted from the ground and hovered briefly before being hurled away by invisible shockwaves radiating from a single point in the air. At the center of that disturbance, suspended like a malignant star, was Maria. Her demonic power had erupted beyond restraint. It no longer flowed around her in controlled layers. It churned outward in pulsing waves, dark and volatile. From a distance she appeared like a compact sphere of black-red energy, a small floating core of destruction. Yet the density packed within that form was anything but small. Killing intent saturated the air so thoroughly that even those without refined senses felt it pressing against their skin. Each pulse of her aura sent ripples through the surrounding space, cracking stone below and vibrating the foundations of nearby structures. She looked ferocious. She was no longer a noble heiress, no longer even a grieving woman, but something awakened and unchained. The impact of her eruption was not confined to that street. It traveled. The shockwaves did not merely break masonry. They carried sensation. Within kilometers of the capital center, mages paused mid-incantation, knights halted in motion, commanders stationed at outposts turned their heads simultaneously toward the same direction. They felt it, not as simple magical fluctuation, but as something alien, something that did not align with known elemental signatures. The Empire had endured countless threats, dragon incursions, dimensional beasts, rogue cults, even ancient relic awakenings. This was different. The energy did not behave like standard mana. It felt heavy, predatory, almost sentient. Ordinarily, such a disturbance in the heart of the capital would have triggered immediate mobilization of the Empire elite. But the timing could not have been worse. For 2 months now, portals had been appearing across the Empire in unprecedented numbers. Tens of thousands by last count. Some minor, some catastrophically powerful. Entire battalions had been dispatched to border regions where high-tier rifts opened with unnatural frequency. Dukes and their personal forces were investigating anomalies at the Empire edges. Even senior mages were stretched thin, stabilizing spatial ruptures. The Empire main military backbone was already engaged. Still, this was the strongest empire in the world. Panic did not define its response. Those who could sense the magnitude of the disturbance began calculating rather than fleeing. Veteran knights, high-ranking mages, and nobles with sufficient power evaluated their current engagements and, where possible, redirected trusted subordinates to maintain containment, while they themselves moved toward the capital center. None were reckless. None assumed catastrophe outright. Confidence ran deep in the Empire foundations. Even if the sky were to fall, they believed it could be held aloft. Yet confidence did not erase responsibility. If this unknown force remained unchecked, civilian casualties would follow. Thus, the strong began converging. At measured but urgent speed, individuals of considerable power advanced toward the epicenter of the ominous aura. Some leapt rooftop to rooftop. Others streaked through the air trailing mana contrails. Commanders barked rapid orders to secure perimeters and evacuate weaker residents. The disciplined machinery of an empire under strain began to pivot toward a new threat without descending into chaos. Meanwhile, those lacking sufficient strength did not hesitate to retreat. Civilians nearest the disturbance, shopkeepers, laborers, elderly residents were ushered away by guards. Parents carried children. Merchants abandoned goods without hesitation. The ground itself trembled beneath their feet as shockwaves rolled outward. Fear did not manifest as hysteria. It manifested as urgency. The unspoken understanding was clear. Whatever was happening there was not meant for them. At the epicenter, suspended between fractured rooftops and swirling winds, Celestia observed calmly, staring at the chaos before her with eyes narrowed. Her platinum aura shimmered faintly around her frame, not flaring in aggression, but maintaining a stabilized defensive state. Her small frown was not one of fear, but of assessment. The demonic eruption before her was no longer an emotional flare. It had escalated into an environmental phenomenon. The sky coloration shift, the wind distortion, the pressure fluctuations, these were symptoms of a power that exceeded ordinary parameters. Maria hovered within that sphere of dark radiance, her wings extended wide as if claiming dominion over the air itself. The runes crawling along her skin pulsed brighter with each surge of energy, as though reacting to the amplification. Celestia noted something crucial. The power was no longer expanding erratically. It was stabilizing. Maria was adapting to it. This was not a temporary loss of control. It was integrating. It was as if she were evolving, gaining power every second. She did not know the source, but the amount was enormous. That realization unsettled her more than the initial eruption. The pressure around Maria continued to build. Even from several meters away, the heat prickled against the skin of the princess. The dark aura pressing outward was not mere magic. It carried intent, emotion, and something older beneath both. It was suffused with evil and hatred. Even though Maria did not move from her position in the sky, the change around her was more violent than any physical motion could have been. It was not merely that her aura had expanded. It was evolving, rising, climbing indiscernible thresholds, like a mountain being erected in real time, before the eyes of the princess. The pressure in the air shifted in layers, each one heavier than the last, each one unmistakably marking the crossing of a boundary. Saint rank. The density of her presence stabilized there for barely a breath before it surged again. Saint peak. Celestia remained outwardly composed, but her senses sharpened fully, analyzing the fluctuations with disciplined precision. That level alone would have already placed Maria among the strongest combatants of her generation. It would have been enough to command armies, to hold territories, to be acknowledged across normal noble factions. Yet the energy did not plateau. It spiked again. Saint King early stage. Celestia eyes narrowed more intensely. That was no longer something to dismiss as emotional overflow. That was structural advancement. One did not casually ascend into Saint King. It required comprehension of one domain, integration of body and will, mastery of energy circulation. It required time. But Maria still did not stop. The aura thickened further, condensing into something that bent the air itself. Saint King middle stage. The wind around them began spiraling more violently, pulled toward Maria like gravity itself was shifting allegiance. Celestia jaw tightened imperceptibly. This was no longer escalation. It was violation of universal laws in itself. And it still did not stop. Saint King high stage. The sheer magnitude of what she witnessed pressed against the composure of Celestia like a physical force. High stage Saint King was not a casual milestone. It was a realm where even seasoned elders of noble houses struggled to stand. It was not something achieved impulsively. It was carved out over decades through disciplined training, life and death combat, accumulation of rare resources, secret techniques refined over generations. And it was still rising. Celestia felt something unfamiliar stir within her, something dangerously close to disbelief. She herself stood at early-stage Saint King, 16 years old, already hailed as the pinnacle of her generation, a prodigy whose advancement defied historical records. Even without employing her hidden techniques or bloodline amplifications, her raw physical strength alone was an anomaly that placed her far beyond her peers. Her status was not mere pride. It was documented fact. And yet here she was, watching Maria Grave, born of royal grade blood, not imperial, surpass her in raw rank within seconds. The pressure intensified further until it felt like the sky itself was being compressed inward. Saint King Peak. It stabilized there. The aura stopped climbing, but not because it could not continue. It stopped because it had reached a summit that was already beyond acceptable reason. Celestia thoughts sharpened rapidly, but internally a crack formed. Reaching saint rank alone granted one the title of saint, an honorific recognized across continents, reserved for those whose power commanded reverence. To ascend to Saint King was to enter the upper hierarchy of power structures, to stand alongside generals and ancient guardians. For most, even touching that threshold required 50 to 60 years of cultivation if they were fortunate. Many spent lifetimes chasing it and died without reaching it. Maria had crossed that entire span in moments. How was this possible? Celestia murmured inwardly, though her lips did not part. It was beyond any logic. Ranks were crossed and surpassed like this. It took decades to manage small power ranks at this level, and she totally crossed a full big rank just like that, in a fraction of a second in front of her. Celestia's gaze remained fixed, calculating, but beneath that calm was a bruised sense of superiority. Maria had never been considered her equal in talent. She had not possessed imperial bloodline inheritance. She had not been groomed under the Empire's highest secret arts. By every structured metric, the ceiling of Maria should have been below hers. The demonic energy around Maria did not resemble ordinary cultivation. It did not feel refined in the imperial sense. It felt awakened, unsealed, as though something ancient had been dormant beneath her human framework, and had finally been allowed to breathe. Maria's wings stretched wider again. The black-red aura did not flicker. It churned in a controlled vortex around her. Her face, marked with living runes, remained expressionless, concentrated, focused. Then, a deep red-black flame flickered into existence above the right palm of Maria. It did not ignite gradually. It manifested abruptly, as though reality itself had conceded to her will. The flame did not cast light in a normal manner. Instead, it consumed brightness around it, swallowing illumination into its core. The air around that flame warped, thin lines of distortion rippling outward. Maria brought her hands together slowly. The fire between them compressed, shifted, reshaped. It was not wild combustion. It was materialization. The flame elongated, solidified, edges forming where none should exist. The red-black inferno condensed into structure, its outline sharpening with unnatural clarity. Within seconds, a massive greatsword took shape in her grasp, entirely forged of that hellfire. Its blade was broad and heavy, surface swirling with molten darkness beneath a translucent crimson sheen. Runes identical to those on her skin flared faintly along its length, as if the weapon was not separate from her but an extension of the same awakened essence. She held it effortlessly. Even more weirdly, the fire did not burn her. It responded to her. Celestia's eyes narrowed further. She did not recognize that flame. It was not elemental fire. It was not any fire as catalogued in forbidden archives. It carried something older, something not classified within imperial doctrine. She remained floating, aura steady, posture upright. She would not reveal disturbance. But her mind worked relentlessly. What was going on? It was all weird and she could not recognize it. Celestia forced herself to analyze instead of react. No matter how overwhelming the presence of Maria had become, no matter how violently her aura had risen through thresholds that should have required decades of normal magic cultivation, Celestia refused to accept that what she witnessed was natural progression. It was not simply pride speaking. It was reason. Power did not ascend like this without foundation. Even prodigies followed laws. Even anomalies respected structure. And this did not. Not at all. The form of Maria radiated something deeply unnatural. It was not merely that she had entered a higher realm of strength. It was the texture of that strength, the density, the emotional volatility woven into it. The wings were not ethereal constructs of mana, but physical extensions of flesh and bone, veined, textured, disturbingly organic. The goat-like horn protruding from one side of her forehead was not ornamental. It curved with brutal authenticity, jagged near the base as if it had torn through skin, rather than emerged gracefully. The inscriptions crawling across her body were not decorative tattoos. They moved, shifted, rearranged subtly like a living script responding to internal pulses of power. The feeling emanating from her, there was something profoundly wrong about it. It was not just hostility. It was repulsion. Celestia did not like admitting instinctual reactions, but the sensation gnawing at the base of her spine was not born of fear. It was rejection. Her very being recoiled from the current state of Maria. It felt impure, as if something that should not coexist within this world had been allowed to manifest. She must have used something forbidden, Celestia reasoned internally. Some taboo ritual. Some external trigger. The transformation was too abrupt. The advancement too steep. The power manifestation too grotesquely aligned with sudden emotional collapse. No lineage, no matter how rare, should unlock in such a violent cascade without preparation. And Maria did not possess that kind of talent. Unless Celestia's eyes narrowed further. Unless she was part of something hidden, a subject of experimentation, a vessel, a survivor of some secret ritual that had gone unnoticed beneath courtly decorum, that would make sense. It would explain the unnatural acceleration. It would explain the eerie aesthetic. Devilishly beautiful in silhouette, yes, but wrong upon scrutiny. The wings, the horn, the shifting runes, the elongated black claws. Even the way her aura did not behave like refined mana, but like a living predator pressing outward. It had to be artificial. Because if it was natural, then everything Celestia believed about structured hierarchy would fracture. The killing intent surrounding Maria intensified further, but it was no longer diffuse. It sharpened, focused, directed at her. Celestia felt it like countless invisible blades aligning toward her very core. The pressure did not batter her aura. It targeted her specifically. The hatred of Maria was not abstract rage at the world. It was aimed, precise, personal. Yet Celestia did not retreat. She floated steadily in place, platinum aura quietly reinforcing her form, eyes never leaving Maria. Rank was not the sole determinant of battle outcome. Raw energy radiating at St. King Peak did not automatically equal victory. Skill, experience, comprehension of law, mastery of technique, tactical clarity. These mattered. Real prodigies fought above their rank. Celestia had done it before. She was born for this. Her mind ran through calculations even as she observed. The aura of Maria was massive, but unstable at its edges. That suggested incomplete assimilation. The demonic fire blade, though terrifying, might be an extension of emotional state rather than practiced weapon mastery. If Maria had not trained in this form, then the power could be overwhelming but imprecise. Still, the speed earlier, that could not be dismissed. Celestia studied Maria closely, searching for weakness, searching for the seam in this eruption of strength. Below them, movement stirred. Sofia pushed herself free from the collapsed rubble of the house she had been launched into. Broken beams slid off her shoulders as she stepped into open air, dust clinging briefly to her hair before falling away. Even with all that, she remained unharmed. Not even a scratch marked her skin. The blow that had sent her crashing down had been unexpected, not devastating. She brushed debris from her clothing and lifted her gaze upward. The wind hit her first. Hot, pressurized, and extremely violent. Then she saw it fully. Maria, suspended in the sky with those weird demonic wings extended, sword of hellfire in hand, or a spiraling outward like a black-red vortex. Sofia blinked confusedly. What the hell is going on with her? She murmured under her breath. The killing intent was unmistakable. It was suffocating, but it was not directed at everyone indiscriminately. It was concentrated, laser-focused on Celestia. The eyes of Maria were locked onto the princess with unfiltered hatred, her entire being radiating singular purpose. Sofia understood immediately. Maria must have realized the truth when she was talking to Celestia. She had discovered the innocence of Razeal, and that realization had maybe detonated something inside her? She wondered, though not fully sure. But that could only make sense right now. Anger made sense. Fury made sense. Even explosive confrontation made sense. But wait. This was weird. Like she was angry, fine. But this level of murderous intent? Sofia watched the expression of Maria carefully again. There was no wavering, no hesitation, no sorrow remaining. The grief had transformed into something absolute. She wants to kill her, Sofia realized. Not intimidate, not injure, kill, for Razeal. This level of hatred. The realization stirred something uncomfortable within the chest of Sofia. She had known Maria loved him. It had not been subtle. The tension, the jealousy, the way the composure of Maria fractured around him, it had been obvious. But Sofia had never taken it that seriously. In her mind, the feelings of Maria were one-sided, messy, perhaps obsessive, but ultimately harmless. Something that would cool with time. But this. Sofia narrowed her eyes. She is going this far for him. Sofia's eyes did not leave Maria. She saw the condition of Maria, and she did not even seem to be fully in control of herself. It was as if she were lost, her senses consumed, her hatred and killing intent having completely taken over. The realization unsettled her. Maria was not fighting with intent. She was burning. But again, this was not the time to be concerned about this. Should I stop this? Sofia wondered genuinely as her brows drew together, while the wind whipped around her. She looks in bad condition, like she had lost all her senses. And that energy also unsettled her. But before she could do anything, a sharp flutter cut through the air. Then another. Two distinct presences approached at tremendous speed, their auras refined and unmistakably powerful. Sofia's head snapped toward the direction of the incoming energy. They arrived almost simultaneously. A figure descended lightly, wind spiraling around her like a living cloak. Long light green hair flowed behind her, and wings formed entirely of compressed currents of air extended gracefully from her back. Each feather was sculpted from translucent wind, shifting and reshaping with fluid elegance. She hovered with effortless poise, stopping beside Celestia with a steady, assessing gaze. Silva Fairlith. A second figure followed close behind, slower in descent, but no less composed. She wore square spectacles that caught the light faintly as she adjusted her posture midair. Behind her unfolded massive white wings, not feathered, not organic, but layered sheets resembling paper, each segment overlapping in structured symmetry. They rustled softly as if pages turning in a quiet library. Her presence carried an intellectual sharpness rather than raw aggression. Selphira Kane, daughter of the headmaster of the Imperial Academy. The same Selphira who had once officiated the holy duel between Razeal and Silva 2 months ago. Both women floated into position beside Celestia, instinctively aligning themselves with imperial hierarchy. Regardless of personal strength, the princess outranked them in authority. And in times of crisis within the capital, command flowed upward. Selphira inclined her head slightly. "Your imperial princess," she acknowledged in a calm, measured tone, her voice controlled despite the violent turbulence around them. Her eyes flickered past Celestia almost immediately, focusing on the storm of demonic energy ahead. "What is this?" She did not finish the sentence fully, but the implication was clear. Silva Wind Wings meanwhile flexed subtly as she also studied Maria. "It is Maria Grave?" she murmured, recognition dawning. "Heiress of the Grave family?" Her expression remained composed, but there was unmistakable tension beneath the surface. What exactly is happening here? They had come expecting a monster eruption, perhaps a high-tier portal spawn. But instead, they found a pillar family heiress radiating Saint King peak power in this weird-looking form. Maria hovered at the center of the chaos, wings spread wide, hellfire sword blazing in her grip. The sky behind her had taken on a faint crimson tint from the intensity of her aura. Black-red energy spiraled around her in waves that distorted the air itself. Alarm bells rang silently in the minds of both Silva and Selphira. This was definitely not ordinary power. Selphira adjusted her glasses slightly, narrowing her eyes as she assessed the fluctuations. "The energy signature is wrong," she said quietly. "It does not align with conventional mana structures." At the same time, a small voice chimed from the shoulder of Silva. The wind spirit perched there, the delicate pixie-like being made of condensed air pressed closer to her ear. "It feels evil," the spirit whispered, its tiny voice trembling faintly. "Ominous. I do not like it. It is disgusting." Silva's expression sharpened at that word. Disgusting. That was not a term her spirits used lightly. Selphira continued her analysis, voice steady despite the growing pressure in the air. "She is at St. King Peak," she stated plainly. "At minimum. Possibly fluctuating above that threshold momentarily." Her gaze shifted to Celestia. "We may not be able to fight this down." They were aware of their strength. There was no way they could hold a St. King Peak rank powerhouse down, let alone defeat it. Silva inhaled slowly. "My spirits can," she said, her tone calm but firm. "But we are in the very middle of the imperial capital." Her eyes moved meaningfully toward the streets below, where civilians were evacuating in chaotic streams. For St. King level combatants clashing in the very center of the imperial capital, it was a bad idea. The damage projection would be catastrophic. Her gaze turned back to Celestia, clearly awaiting direction. The princess certainly had not remained heir to a duke house by carelessly entangling herself in disasters without calculating the cost. The wind around her wings swirled in tight, controlled spirals, not merely reacting to the demonic outburst of Maria but measuring it. She was already thinking ahead. Property damage, civilian casualties, political backlash, accountability. In the imperial capital, nothing was ever simply a fight. Every shattered roof tile would have a price. Every life lost would demand explanation. If she unleashed her spirits at full scale, and the city suffered, the responsibility would not be abstract. It would land squarely on her house. Reparations? Formal apologies? Political leverage lost? Silva was no fool. Even aid carried consequences. Helping in the wrong way, at the wrong scale, could cost more than doing nothing at all. So, naturally, her eyes turned toward Celestia. The imperial princess stood here. The authority rested with her. Let the burden be hers. It was her decision. Silva's expression remained neutral, but the calculation was clear. If this became an imperial command, the fallout would not fall on her family alone. It would be the responsibility of Celestia. So she floated quietly beside her, having reached similar conclusions through different reasoning. Her paper wings rustled faintly, pages shifting as though the air itself were recording the unfolding crisis. She did not voice it aloud, but she understood precisely what was at stake. For St. King level entities in open combat over the heart of the empire would not merely scar stone. It would fracture influence networks, unsettle the populace, and invite scrutiny from factions already watching the instability caused by the recent portal outbreaks. This was not merely a clash of strength. It was a test of governance, and Celestia stood at its center. Yet Celestia did not look at either of them. Her platinum eyes remained fixed on Maria, calm, utterly calm. "There is no need for that," Celestia said at last. Her voice was neither loud nor sharp. It did not carry strain. It did not seek reassurance. It simply stated a conclusion. That made the brows of Silva draw together slightly. The gaze of Selphira sharpened behind her spectacles also. Even though they did not interrupt, the confusion was unmistakable. No need? The aura of Maria was still rising in violent pulses, her demonic flames distorting the sky itself. The air pressure alone was beginning to fracture nearby buildings. St. King Peak was not a thing to be taken lightly. Celestia might be strong, but she definitely could not do anything about this. There was no way she thought she could take care of this. Because it was not about defeating Maria alone. It was about containing the devastation. Fights between powerhouses did not end with bruises. They ended with land reshaped, districts reduced to rubble, and casualty numbers that stained records permanently. Tens of thousands could die in minutes if the shockwaves were allowed to propagate unchecked. And this was the capital, the symbolic heart of the empire. If it bled openly, even briefly, it would send tremors across every border. Still, Celestia did not move. Her posture remained relaxed, almost indifferent. Maria, meanwhile, hovered in place, wings slowly beating, the great sword of hellfire gripped in her hand. Her aura pulsed outward in waves, black and crimson licking the air all around her. Yet she had not attacked again. It was as if something within her was still climbing, still searching for a threshold to break through. The runes along her horn and skin shimmered erratically, their glow intensifying with each surge of emotion that rippled through her body. But she still had not attacked. Whether for power to peak or for control to solidify, none of them could yet tell. Selphira paper wings tightened slightly. Your Highness, she began cautiously, this level of output. She is preparing for something. We need to be fast with whatever she is doing. Because if she attacks, Celestia did not even turn her head toward them. She did not acknowledge the warning directly. Instead, she lifted her hand slowly. The motion was deliberate, unhurried. 2 fingers extended toward the direction of Maria. Nothing dramatic accompanied the gesture. No sudden eruption of aura. No explosive flare. Just a quiet, almost casual point toward the storm of demonic fire suspended in the sky. Silva and Selphira exchanged a brief glance before looking back at the hand of Celestia, then at Maria, then back again. Confusion deepened. Was this restraint? A technique? A signal? The simplicity of the movement made it more unsettling. They were not really confident it would work, whatever she was going to do. Chapter 387. All right, this is enough playing around. Down. Celestia did not raise her voice. She did not flare her aura or harden her expression. The word left her lips with the same quiet composure she had maintained from the beginning, as if she were ending a minor inconvenience, rather than halting a catastrophe that had begun to bend the sky. The 2 fingers she extended toward Maria tilted downward in one clean, decisive motion. There was no theatricality, no visible surge, no explosion of light. It was a small gesture, almost dismissive, as though she were lowering a curtain after losing interest in a performance. What happened next made Silva's breath stall in her throat, and Selphira's analytical mind blank for a heartbeat. Maria froze. She did not stagger. She was not restrained by chains of light. She was not struck. She simply stopped. She remained suspended mid-air as though time itself had been interrupted around her. The demonic flames that had been devouring the sky collapsed inward in a single, silent implosion. The black and red aura that had suffocated the capital moments ago vanished so completely it felt unreal, like a nightmare snapped out of existence. The oppressive killing intent that had been pressing against every soul in the vicinity evaporated. The hellfire greatsword in her grasp flickered once, then disintegrated into harmless sparks that scattered and died before touching the ground. The vast, grotesque wings of flesh and bone shuddered and folded, not folding naturally, but dissolving into her back like smoke being pulled into a sealed vessel. The twisted horn that crowned one side of her forehead cracked into fragments of shadow and faded. Even the black inscriptions crawling across her skin dimmed, and then receded, sinking beneath her flesh, as if they had only been illusions painted by fury. Strength drained from her in visible waves. Maria's eyes, moments ago blazing with infernal hatred, turned blank. Not calm, not relieved. They were empty. The engine that had been fueling her eruption cut off at its source. Her body slackened mid-air, all tension released at once. For a fraction of a second, she hovered in stillness, like a marionette whose strings had just been severed. Then, gravity reclaimed her. She fell. It was neither graceful nor controlled. She dropped like a kite whose thread had been sliced. Her body hung limp, hair trailing behind her as she plummeted. The thud when she struck the ground was heavy but unceremonious, a stark contrast to the apocalyptic force she had radiated only seconds earlier. Dust rose in a soft cloud around her. She lay there motionless. Her eyes remained open but vacant. Consciousness had vanished. Her limbs were slack. There was no aura, no flame, no demonic presence. Celestia watched it unfold without flinching. Her expression did not shift. Her posture remained upright, her hands lowering calmly to her sides as though she had simply closed a book. There was no triumph in her gaze, no cruelty, and no visible strain. The storm ended because she decided it would end. That was all. Silva turned her head toward Selphira. Selphira met her gaze. Neither spoke, because neither needed to. They understood precisely what had occurred. It was the absolute authority of the imperial bloodline. It was not a technique. It was not suppression by force. It was not an overwhelming clash of power. It was something older, woven into the structure of the empire itself. The imperial bloodline held dominion over subordinate bloodlines. It was a command that could not be resisted. For a brief second, both women had forgotten Celestia could do that. The realization settled silently in their chests. It did not bring them happiness. The crisis had been resolved without further destruction. The capital had been spared from a St. King Peak clash. But the knowledge lingered uncomfortably. If Celestia could silence Maria so completely, she could do the same to them. No matter how powerful they became in the future, no matter how refined their cultivation of strength and magic, they would never be free from this reality and their actual destiny. Neither Silva nor Selphira allowed that discomfort to surface on their faces. They were too disciplined for that. But internally, both felt the quiet weight of it. They sighed inwardly, accepting a truth they had always known, but rarely witnessed so nakedly displayed. It left them feeling wretched. Celestia did not seem pleased. If anything, a faint shadow lingered in her eyes, a dissatisfaction she did not voice. She disliked relying on this inherited authority. It was not the strength she had forged. It was not a victory she had earned through skill or superiority. By her own standards, it was a crude instrument, A lever pulled because it existed. This had not been a duel. It had been a potential massacre. Rulers did not indulge pride when cities were at risk. Without another word, Celestia began descending toward the ground where Maria lay. Her movements were unhurried and composed, as though she were approaching a fallen acquaintance rather than the epicenter of a near catastrophe. Silva and Selphira silently followed a pace behind her, their expressions fully controlled and professional. The transformation from apocalypse to stillness had occurred in less than a second. One moment, the sky had been red with infernal fire, and shockwaves had rattled the capital. The next, the wind calmed, the clouds cleared, and silence reclaimed the space. Only the evidence of destruction remained. Fractured stone, splintered rooftops, shattered windows, and debris scattered across the street marked the aftermath of a war that had barely begun. A voice tore through the relative quiet. Maria. Sofia, who had witnessed the entire scene, screamed as Maria plummeted from the sky. Her descent looked unnatural, fast, violent, and weird. Celestia ignored the cry. Her gaze remained fixed on the still body of Maria. Take care of her, she ordered the girls behind her. Silva and Selphira understood instantly that the command was directed at them. Celestia's order had barely left her lips when Silva and Selphira reacted. There was no hesitation. The shout had carried more than panic. It carried intent, momentum, and power. Both of them turned toward the source and saw the blue-haired woman streaking across the ruined airspace like a blade of compressed tide. Her eyes were locked not on them, not on Celestia, but solely on the unconscious figure crumpled below. The speed alone registered as a threat. Without exchanging a word, Silva's wind wings flared wide and Selphira's paper wings snapped taut. In the next blink, both of them vanished from Celestia's side. The air rippled where they had been. A heartbeat later, they reappeared directly in the trajectory of Sophia's approach, intercepting her mid-flight, with the precision of veteran combatants accustomed to high-rank clashes. The collision detonated like artillery. A concussive boom tore through the already fractured street. Shockwaves slammed into broken facades and scattered fresh debris. Selphira took the brunt of it. Her guard was raised, paper constructs hardening instinctively around her forearms, but Sophia's forward momentum was monstrous, raw, focused, and unyielding. The impact hurled Selphira backward as though she had been struck by a siege engine. She shot across the air, tore through the side of a half-collapsed building, and vanished into its interior in an eruption of dust, splintered stone, and shredded timber. Silva held her ground. Borrowing fully from her contracted Saint King rank spirits, she rooted herself in the sky as if the air were solid ground. Her long green hair streamed violently behind her, wind spiraling in tight, controlled vortices around her limbs. She caught Sophia's advance head-on, her palms meeting the pressure of water-driven force with compressed currents that screamed under the strain. For a brief second, the two forces locked, water and wind grinding against each other in a howling sphere of turbulence. She is strong, the small wind spirit perched on Silva's shoulder whispered. Its voice was thin but sharp. Dark green wind burst outward from Silva. The gust struck Sofia squarely and sent her hurtling backward through the air. She was flung nearly 100 meters away in a violent arc. Sofia had not anticipated interference. That much was clear. Yet even as she was thrown back, she did not tumble helplessly. In mid-flight, water condensed around her in layered rings, cushioning and stabilizing her descent. She halted her backward momentum with a sharp twist of her body. She remained suspended in the sky, currents of translucent water orbiting her like disciplined sentinels. Her eyes never left Maria. Concern filled her gaze. She would deal with everything else later. Right now, she needed to secure Maria's safety. An extremely bad premonition gnawed at her. Silva watched the detail closely. I can see that, Silva replied calmly to her spirit. And I can also sense a very pure water element from her. It is so pure that it is confusing me. It almost feels like she is an elemental spirit like you. Actually, she is even purer in rank than you are. She gives me a very strange feeling, but definitely not in a bad way. Silva narrowed her eyes at Sofia. Born with a spirit body, Silva was sensitive to elemental presence. The sensation she received from the girl in front of her was nothing but a pure water element, and one of overwhelming purity. It was purer than any spirit she had ever seen. The spirits she had encountered were far from ordinary. Her own highest spirits were Saint King rank elemental spirits. One could imagine the level of purity that implied. In the world of elemental spirits, purity and strength were directly correlated. The purer the element, the stronger the spirit. Power naturally manifested as heightened elemental clarity. Silva had been close to Saint King level purity before, but even King rank spirits, the supreme tier beings like the ones her mother possessed, did not give her the same feeling she sensed from this woman. I am as confused as you are, the wind spirit admitted softly. Both of them regarded Sofia with open curiosity. Wariness mingled with intellectual fascination. This was not merely a powerful human wielder. Something about her element felt fundamentally different. A blur of white paper sliced through the lingering dust cloud as Selphira emerged from the broken building. She launched herself back into the air with composed efficiency as fragments of stone slid from her shoulders. Her uniform was rumpled and coated in gray powder, and the square lenses of her glasses bore visible cracks spidering across their surface. Even as she hovered into position beside Silva, the fractured glass shimmered. Paper-thin filaments of mana threaded across the damage, knitting the lenses back together seamlessly. Her clothing smoothed itself as though pressed by invisible hands, restoring its crisp lines. She did not comment on the blow she had taken. Her expression remained analytical, cool behind newly repaired lenses. She floated at Silva's side, her guard fully raised. Sheets of enchanted parchment orbited her like poised blades, ready to expand into constructs at a thought. Her gaze fixed on Sofia with measured caution. "Are you all right?" Silva asked. Her eyes never left the blue-haired woman suspended opposite them. The question was angled slightly sideways, meant for Selphira without drawing attention away from the threat in front of them. "I am," Selphira replied evenly. She lifted the back of her hand to wipe a thin line of blood from the corner of her lips. The metallic taste lingered, sharp against her tongue. She did not comment further, but she was fully aware that if she had taken that blow without her paper wings layered defensively behind her spine, the damage would not have been so superficial. Her ribs still hummed faintly from the impact. Her gaze returned to Sofia, sharpening behind lenses that had just repaired themselves. "Who is this woman?" she asked quietly. "She is far too strong for someone of this age bracket." There was no outrage in her tone, only genuine surprise, analytical curiosity layered over disciplined caution. "I do not know," Silva answered honestly. Wind whispered restlessly around her shoulders. "But it is her order now. We have to take her down, whoever she is." There was no hesitation in that statement. Authority in the capital flowed downward from one source, and in times like this, deviation could carry consequences far beyond the battlefield. Silva shifted slightly, the currents around her tightening into structured spirals. "Stay behind me. Support from the side. I will engage her directly." Selphira nodded. She understood the hierarchy of strength between them. Silva was empowered by Saint King rank spirits now. She could contest Sofia head-on. Selphira was talented and strong in her own right, but against someone of that caliber, charging blindly would be foolish. They did not even know the outer limit of Sofia's strength. Caution was the better choice. Without further exchange, both women vanished from their positions. Wind and paper scattered like after-images. They reappeared in different vectors around Sofia, initiating their assault with precise timing. Silva took the frontal approach, while Selphira circled for positional leverage. On the fractured street below, Celestia descended at a measured pace. She landed a single step away from the fallen body of Maria, her platinum aura dimmed to a restrained glow. The district, moments ago on the brink of catastrophe, now lay in a heavy, unnatural stillness. Broken masonry smoked faintly, cracks webbed across the stone like veins. The sky still carried a faint red hue from the demonic eruption that had so violently flared and then been extinguished. She looked down at her with a faint frown. Confusion clouded her thoughts. She could not comprehend what had happened to Maria, how she had gained such overwhelming power, what that strange form was, or why merely standing near her stirred a faint, offensive sensation in her chest. It was not fear. It was not hatred. It was something far more complicated. Even now, with the demonic manifestation gone, the memory of it left a residue in Celestia's senses. Disgust. It was a visceral rejection that rose not from logic, but from something older and instinctive. Imperial blood reacted to it. Her very being had recoiled. It felt like looking at something fundamentally incompatible with existence, an aberration. She could not comprehend how Maria had gained such strength. Not only that, how had she gained it so fast? 2 months ago, Maria had not even stood firmly at B rank. She was sure of it. Now, for her to leap 4 or 5 major thresholds, crossing to Saint King rank, and Saint King peak rank, that was not growth. That was an anomaly. It was an impossibility. It defied logic. It defied law. It defied everything Celestia understood about cultivation and power. That was precisely what unsettled her. Her mother's teachings surfaced unbidden. If something cannot be understood, and if that something threatens future stability, remove it before it matures. The lesson had not been cruel in tone. It had been pragmatic. Empires did not fall from visible enemies. They rotted from seeds of chaos left unchecked. Maria, in her current state, was exactly that, a variable without containment. A noble from one of the 10 pillar families, yes. But nobility did not exempt one from execution if necessity demanded it. Celestia's gaze sharpened. A dangerous thought arose in her head. Should she kill her? The thought did not carry malice. It carried calculation. Maria was unconscious, defenseless, and utterly vulnerable. One precise strike. The matter would end here. No unpredictable resurgence. No future complications. No unexplained power blooming beyond control. Under ordinary circumstances, Celestia would have dismissed the thought, because the imperial blood held authority over all lesser bloodlines. Maria, like every person beneath the throne, was subject to that invisible constraint. But that certainty had fractured recently. Not once, but twice. Razeal and Selena, both by whatever means, had successfully broken free from it. 2 impossibilities had already occurred. The constraint was no longer absolute. If Maria's weird power allowed similar resistance in the future, then today's suppression might not guarantee tomorrow's obedience. Maria might be under control today. Tomorrow, she might not be. This was a risk. Risk was unacceptable. Her eyes hardened as she looked down at the defenseless body of Maria lying on the ground. Erase the problem before it becomes a catastrophe. That was the rational choice. It was not out of hatred, revenge, or whatever else. It was out of pure precaution. As for whether she wanted the answer to what was wrong with Maria, there were always ways to extract those from a body. She did not care. As for the implications of killing the heiress of a pillar family, they were obvious to her, but not insurmountable. Political backlash? Certainly. Internal unrest? Possible. A storm of protest from the Grave household? Guaranteed. But none of it was beyond her capacity to handle. She was the imperial princess. The empire did not bend even if a duke fell. It adjusted. It absorbed. It endured. She was not just a pillar family's daughter. If questions arose, she would answer them with authority, or silence them entirely. If not, there was always her mother. As for Maria herself, perhaps once, in childhood, they had been a little close. But whatever faint threads of childhood familiarity once existed between them had long since frayed into nothing. That was all long gone. There was no attachment or any remorse for what she was about to do. If Maria had become a variable too dangerous to calculate, then removing her was not cruelty. It was governance. Celestia raised her hand. At the same time, from the storage ring on her finger, a blade manifested in a shimmer of platinum light. The sword settled into her palm as though it had always belonged there. It was sleek, flawless, and humming faintly with restrained authority. She stepped forward once, closing the remaining distance to the unconscious body of Maria. The sword lifted, its tip aligning precisely over the heart of Maria. No flourish, no declaration, just execution. From far away, Sofia's voice tore through the air, raw and strained. Oh no, don't. Sophia was still entangled in the suffocating currents of Silva's wind and Selphira's layered constructs. Elemental forces collided around her in controlled bursts meant to restrain, not kill, but they were enough to delay her. The moment she saw the sword poised above Maria, horror overtook calculation. She abandoned defense entirely and surged forward, ignoring the slicing winds and binding currents that scraped across her skin. No, you can't, Sophia shouted. Desperation cracked through her voice as she forced herself toward Celestia's position. Silva reacted instantly. You will not interfere, she said sharply. With a violent sweep of her arm, she unleashed a concentrated gale that caught Sofia mid-flight and hurled her sideways across the ruined street. She had no intention of letting her pass. The impact split stone and sent debris skidding, but Sofia barely felt it as she twisted in the air, stabilizing again through instinct and sheer will. Fury blazed in her eyes. Looking at the scene, she knew she could not reach Celestia in time. Even if she tried, she did the only thing she could do. She shouted, desperate for someone, anyone, to intervene. She looked wildly around. Guards, arriving reinforcements, and onlookers gathered at a distance. Anyone who might move, anyone who might step in. Stop her, she screamed, but the soldiers stood rigid. Their faces were pale, yet they remained unmoving. No one dared obstruct an imperial princess. Even if they wanted to, even if their hearts rebelled at the sight of a noble heir about to be slain, they would not cross that invisible line. Even if they did, what could they do? None of them possessed the power to do anything anyway. Sophia's gaze darted desperately to Selena. For a heartbeat, she hoped that the saintess, who had radiated divine power moments ago, would move. She did not know why she would help her. Maybe she knew Maria, or perhaps she was not in her right mind. She just wanted Maria saved. But Selena remained on her knees where she had collapsed. Her hands were limp at her sides, her eyes still unfocused, lost somewhere deep within her own shattered reality. The news of Razeal's marriage had broken something fundamental inside her. Even the chaos unfolding around her failed to pierce that void. She had not moved. She was just there, blank. There was no one left. Sophia's heart lurched violently as her eyes snapped back to Celestia. In that exact instant, she saw the blade descend. No, don't, Sophia yelled at the top of her lungs, horrified to see her friend about to be killed. The sword fell in a clean, merciless arc toward the heart of Maria. There was no time, no way to reach her, no way to stop it. Then suddenly, a sound cut through the air. The sound was sharp and clean. It was like fabric being ripped through the air, or something being severed in a single, flawless stroke. It sounded like hot blood coming out of a body. Celestia, who had been in the middle of piercing the heart of Maria, paused mid-motion. She saw the unconscious body of Maria lying on the floor in front of her completely disappear from its place. A confused murmur escaped her mouth. What? Before she could be more confused, she felt something else. Her eyes went wide. She looked toward her arm, the one holding the sword. She saw it. Her arm was gone. Where her arm should have been, there was nothing but empty air and a cleanly severed shoulder. The cut was so precise it almost looked unreal, like an illusion cast by a cruel god. There had been no flash of steel, no ripple of mana, no disturbance in the air. There was no pain. There was no sensation. There was nothing. When? What? The word barely formed inside her mind, because she truly did not know. She had not seen anything. She had not felt anything. Her senses, sharpened through endless battles, had detected absolutely nothing. That was what terrified her most. The question did not form fully before a dull, heavy impact thudded against shattered stone. The metallic ring of her sword striking the ground echoed, the blade spinning once before sliding across debris. Celestia's platinum eyes trembled, not with fear, but with something far rarer for her incomprehension. She slowly lowered her gaze. There, on the fractured street below, lay her severed arm, fingers still loosely curled around the hilt of her blade. Blood stained the stone, bright against the gray rubble. What? Her lips parted slightly. Her pupils trembled violently. Confusion swallowed her whole. What had just happened? Who had done this? How? She had neither seen nor sensed anything, not even the faintest whisper of intent. That impossibility shook her far more than the injury itself. Before her mind could even attempt to process the impossible, two catastrophic explosions erupted in violent succession. The sound tore through the battlefield like thunder splitting the sky. The ground shook beneath their feet. From two different directions, something had been struck. No, sent flying with such unimaginable speed and force that entire buildings were obliterated upon impact. Stone shattered. Dust erupted. Debris rained down. It was as if two meteors had just collided with the city. What the hell? Sofia, who had just landed after being attacked by Silva and Selfira moments earlier, staggered slightly as the shockwaves rippled through the air. She looked up instinctively toward where her attackers had stood, and her breath caught. They were gone. They had not retreated. They were not hiding. They were gone. They had been right in front of her a split second ago, poised to strike again. Now there was nothing but empty air and the distant aftermath of two explosions. It was as though some invisible force had snatched them away and hurled them across the battlefield like discarded dolls. Her mind raced. What just happened? She barely had time to finish the thought before her gaze shifted forward, and she stopped mid-step. Standing calmly in front of her as if he had always been there was a tall man, with long silver hair cascading down his back. Strands shimmered faintly in the dust-filled light. He stood with an effortless composure, his presence emanating nothing at all. He held Maria in both arms. His head was slightly lowered, his eyes fixed on the unconscious girl he carried. Here, take her. And take care of her, he said quietly. His voice was low yet carried a weirdly dangerous vibe. Without waiting for a reply, he stepped forward and placed Maria carefully into the arms of Sofia. Sofia blinked once, twice, and then recognition struck her like lightning. Her shoulders sagged instantly, tension draining from her body in one long exhale. Relief flooded her so powerfully her knees nearly weakened. Why are you so late? She complained. Her voice trembled, not with anger, but with lingering fear. I almost thought I lost her just now. She pulled Maria gently against her chest, cradling her protectively. Her fingers brushed through the blood-stained blue hair of Maria, as if confirming she was truly alive. The silver-haired man did not respond to her complaint. His gaze remained fixed on the condition of Maria. He noted the blood trickling from her mouth, the scattered injuries across her body, the torn and dirted clothes, and the unnatural stillness of her unconscious form. His eyes remained emotionless as ever, but something colder lay beneath as he observed every detail of her body. Behind them, Celestia's head snapped toward the direction of the explosions the moment they erupted. She had sensed the massive force behind them, and instinctively turned, only to see the back of a tall man standing between her and the battlefield. His long silver hair moved gently in the dust-filled wind. In his arms, she saw Maria. Her eyes narrowed instantly. She did not recognize him, but she did not need to. She had just seen Maria in his arms. She saw the position he stood in. Her mind drew its own conclusion in an instant. He took her. He attacked her. He was the reason her arm was severed. Even though her arm had already regenerated completely, flesh and bone reforming with supernatural speed, the humiliation burned hotter than the injury itself. She had not sensed him, not even once. How could that be? She prided herself on perception, on control, on awareness. Yet this man had moved beyond her comprehension. Fury surged upward, drowning reason. Her mana flared instinctively, energy coiling around her as she prepared to strike without hesitation. It did not matter who he was. He had interfered. He had taken Maria from her grasp. He had made her look weak. Before she could launch forward, a scream tore across the battlefield. Razeal. Selena, who had been kneeling blankly on the ground this entire time, lost in shock and despair, suddenly shot to her feet. Her eyes were wide, shimmering with disbelief and overwhelming emotion. She had felt it the moment he appeared. That presence. That unmistakable aura. She ran toward him without hesitation. Her movements were frantic and desperate. She did not need to see his face. She knew. She could never mistake him. Hearing the name, Celestia's eyes widened dramatically. The fury on her face faltered, replaced with raw confusion. Her head slowly turned again toward the back of the silver-haired man, studying him more carefully now. He is Razeal. Chapter 388. Razeal. Selena's scream tore out of her like something resurrected from the grave. It was raw and unrestrained. She pushed herself up from the ground where she had been kneeling moments ago. She had been broken, emptied, stripped of light. Her world had collapsed by the revelation of his marriage. But the instant she sensed him, truly sensed him, something inside her reignited. The hollowness vanished. The blankness shattered. Her eyes flared back to life with desperate brilliance. She rose so abruptly her legs almost failed her, but she did not stop. She ran. Dignity did not matter. The ruined capital around her, the shattered buildings, the watching eyes, the blood on the ground. None of it existed. She ran like someone who had been suffocating underwater and had finally seen the surface. Tears streamed down her face before she even realized she was crying. Her breath broke unevenly in her chest as she pushed her exhausted body forward. There was no hesitation, no calculation, no awareness of the battlefield still trembling around them. She ran with the kind of desperation that strips dignity away, that forgets pride, that forgets power. Tears spilled from her eyes before she had even taken 3 steps. They blurred her vision. Her breath shattered into uneven gasps as her body, exhausted, battered, and still recovering, struggled to keep up with the pace her heart demanded. 2 months. She had waited 2 endless, suffocating months for him. When she had gone to Nova to tell the truth, she had truly believed she might die before ever seeing Razeal one last time. She had walked into that confrontation prepared to lose everything. She had been prepared for punishment, for hatred, even for death, just to free him from a lie. Instead, she had been imprisoned. She had been locked away in that sterile training room like a criminal whose crime was love and regret. Not that it always was not. Every single day in that confinement, her thoughts had circled back to him obsessively. Is he safe? Is he eating properly? Is he sleeping? Is he in danger? Will he ever come back? Will he feel better when he knows the truth is out, or not? Would he be sad after knowing she died? Or would he be happy if he knew she died? The questions had gnawed at her sanity, and she had endured them, because thinking of him was the only thing that kept her breathing. Now he was here, standing in front of her, real, tangible, within reach. Her mind became a chaotic storm the instant she sensed his presence. Every suppressed emotion detonated at once inside her chest. What would she even say to him? Ask about his marriage? Demand to know why he had chosen that path? Beg for forgiveness? Apologize? She needed to apologize, truly, fully, desperately, for the pain and suffering her actions had inflicted on him. She needed to tell him she regretted what happened back then. She needed to finally explain why she had done what she did. She needed to confess the feelings she had. She needed to tell him plainly, without excuses or defense, that she loved him. She loved him more than herself, more than her own life. She did not know anything except that living without him had felt like existing as half a person. Since he had left, nothing had been whole. Food had no taste. Days had no color. Nights had no rest. She had not known peace, not for a single second. If sacrificing her life could erase even a fraction of the trauma he carried because of her, she would do it without hesitation. Even if dying could make him forget the agony she had caused, she would kneel willingly. These thoughts did not form in orderly sentences. They crashed into one another in a desperate jumble as she ran. Her heart pounded so violently it felt as though it might burst through her ribs. Her entire body trembled in response to the overwhelming surge of emotion. Her muscles protested the strain, her lungs burned, but she did not slow down. She did not even remember that she possessed power, abilities, that could have carried her to him in an instant. Instinct overrode reason. She ran physically, desperately, like an ordinary woman chasing the only person who mattered. Her body and mind remained fatigued from imprisonment, yet her eyes saw nothing except Razeal's back. As she stared at him, tears streaming freely, a singular emotion appeared in her gaze. It was the look that surfaces only when one beholds the person they love more than their own existence. She did not see the destruction around them. She did not see Celestia. She did not see the woman who had just attacked her standing right beside him. She did not see the fractured buildings or the trembling air. There was only him. Despite the loud yell, despite the way her voice cracked with longing and relief, Razeal did not turn. He did not even flinch. It was as though her scream had dissolved before reaching his ears. His posture remained steady. His attention remained fixed entirely on the unconscious body of Maria resting in the arms of Sofia before him. His face remained expressionless, carved from something colder than stone. His eyes remained devoid of visible emotion as they studied the blood at the lips of Maria, the bruises marring her skin, the stillness of her chest rising and falling faintly. He did not glance back. He did not acknowledge the voice behind him. Someone else paid very much attention. Sofia heard it clearly. She heard the desperation, the raw ache woven into that single word. She turned her head toward the direction of the scream. When her gaze landed on Selena, her expression darkened instantly. Her jaw tightened. There it was. The unmistakable look in the eyes of another woman when she gazes at a man with love so profound it borders on worship. It was desperate, longing, tear-filled. Sofia's lips pressed into a thin line. A sharp flicker crossed her features. No woman, no matter how composed, enjoys seeing another look at her husband that way. Her eyes narrowed dangerously as she took in the trembling form of Selena running toward them, as if Razeal were the center of her entire universe. A possessive instinct rose unbidden in the chest of Sofia. It was hot and territorial. If she had not been holding Maria, if the fragile condition of Maria were not demanding her full restraint, Sofia might have moved without thinking. She might have stepped forward and shattered that expression off the face of Selena with her own fists, just to erase the audacity of this woman. She would not have hesitated, but the weight of Maria in her arms grounded her. It reminded her of priorities beyond jealousy and pride. The life of her friend came first. She stayed where she was, though the tension in her body remained unmistakable. Her gaze remained cutting and cold as it stayed fixed on the woman running toward them. Selena's eyes glistened, her heart was exposed, while Razeal himself stood unmoved. He remained silent, unreadable, and still utterly focused on Maria, as if the world behind him did not exist at all. Sofia sighed. At the same time, she could not deny the sharp curiosity pricking at her mind regarding what the reaction of Razeal would be toward Selena. She was not in a generous mood. The sight of another woman running toward her husband with that kind of naked devotion had already stirred something dark and territorial within her. If Selena loved him this much, then clearly there had been something significant between them before. People do not look at someone like that without history, without shared wounds, shared memories, shared intimacy. Though Sofia tried to dismiss the idea, the earlier incident still lingered in her thoughts. Razeal had been wronged, at least from what she knew. Surely he hated Selena for it. Surely he would not forgive her at all. He did not look like one who would forgive. Yet doubt crept in like a poisonous whisper. What if it truly had been a misunderstanding? What if it had been a ridiculous, tragic miscommunication blown out of proportion? What if this absolute idiot of a man chose to understand her if she explained? Or for whatever reason? What if he looked at the tears of Selena and thought, she did it because she loved me? The possibility irritated her more than she cared to admit. That would be messed up. Completely messed up. She could not predict him. That was the problem. Razeal had always been unreadable to her. He was calm one moment and crazy the next, making decisions that defied expectation. She did not know whether he would ignore Selena, reject her, or something else. That uncertainty gnawed at her. Meanwhile, far from her internal storm, Silva and Selphira pulled themselves out of the wreckage of the houses they had been violently launched into. Wood splintered and stone crumbled as both women rose swiftly from the destruction. Dust swirled around their bodies. The impact had been hard. It was hard enough to shatter walls and collapse structures, but not debilitating. They were powerful. Such force alone would not incapacitate them. What unsettled them was not the damage. It was the fact that neither of them had seen what struck them. One moment they had been advancing confidently. The next, they felt a sudden, overwhelming impact slam into their bodies. They went flying without resistance, without even a chance to brace. No visible attack. No mana fluctuation. No warning. Just force. They floated out from opposite directions. Their wings beat steadily as they regained balance in midair. Their sharp gazes scanned the battlefield. Their eyes immediately settled at the center, on a tall man with long silver hair standing unmoving amidst the chaos. He stood with his back partially turned. His posture was relaxed, as though nothing significant had occurred. They did not recognize him. His appearance had changed drastically from the man they once knew. Even Celestia had not recognized him if not for the help of Selena. Even though both Silva and Selphira had encountered Razeal in the past, no flicker of recognition appeared in their eyes. To them, this was simply an unfamiliar figure. Unfamiliar did not mean harmless. What disturbed them most was what they could not sense. No aura radiated from him. No visible mana fluctuation. No oppressive energy signature existed. And yet, just by standing there, he exuded a quiet, suffocating danger that made their instincts sharpen. The air around him felt wrong. It was too still, too controlled. They exchanged brief glances. Their pride stung. Being struck like that without even perceiving the attack was humiliating. They were not ordinary. He appeared to be of their age, so to be tossed aside so effortlessly ignited a flare of indignation within them. Without further discussion, both flapped their wings sharply. They propelled themselves forward with explosive speed toward the silver-haired man. At the same time, the wind pixie spirit perched on the shoulder of Silva straightened. It was a Saint King-ranked entity in its own right. Its tiny form glowed faintly as it prepared to defend and counter with full force. The atmosphere tightened with impending violence. Sofia saw them coming. She saw Selena running. She saw Silva and Selphira cutting through the air like twin blades aimed directly at them. Yet she did not move. She was not careless. She expected someone else to act. Her eyes shifted toward Razeal. The man had not moved. He had not even blinked. His gaze remained fixed on the unconscious face of Maria, studying every detail with an intensity that was irritating her. It was irritating her more than the approaching enemies. How dare he look at another woman like that? Right in front of his wife. He did not just glance. He stared. It was as if the world had narrowed down to Maria alone. The fact that Maria was literally in the arms of Sofia only made it worse. It gave her the idea that maybe she should just throw her away. She did not. Was he even aware of how that looked? Was he so absorbed that he forgot everything else? She bit back the urge to snap at him, but this was not the time. She should at least remind him about those people coming toward him if, for whatever reason, he was not sensing this. She opened her mouth to speak. Before a single word could escape, it happened. In less than a fraction of a second, the shadows beneath every approaching figure shifted. Selena, mid-run. Silva and Selphira, mid-flight. Even the Saint King-ranked pixie spirit perched on the shoulder of Silva. The shadows beneath their bodies expanded unnaturally. They stretched outward like living ink. No warning. No build-up. The darkness surged upward from the ground. It rose in fluid motion to engulf each of them completely. It wrapped around their limbs, torsos, and wings. It formed a seamless cocoon of pure shadow that swallowed them whole mid-motion. There was no scream. No resistance. No time. The shadow cocoons formed and collapsed inward in the same instant. They compressed into nothingness. They were gone. They had not fallen. They had not been displaced visibly. They were simply erased from that space. The entire sequence lasted less than a heartbeat. Even the Saint King spirit had no opportunity to react. Its defensive glow had barely begun to flare before it too was consumed. No one had prepared for such an ability. No one had anticipated an attack that did not strike from outside, but from within their own shadows. The battlefield fell eerily still. What the? The words slipped from Sofia before she could stop them. Her brow arched sharply as her composure cracked for the first time since the chaos began. What had just happened? One moment Silva, Selphira, and Selena had been charging forward with speed and intent. The next, they were simply gone. They were not blasted away. They were not concealed behind illusions. They were gone. The shock did not show in any dramatic movement. Sofia did not stagger or gasp, but her eyes sharpened instantly. She scanned the space where they had vanished as if expecting reality itself to correct the mistake. Her instincts reacted before her emotions did. She extended her senses outward. They spread like an invisible web across the surroundings, searching for the familiar signatures she had tracked moments earlier. Nothing. She pushed further. Hundreds of meters, then nearly a full kilometer. It was the maximum radius she could reliably perceive. Still nothing. No trace of the wind-infused aura of Silva. No flicker of the presence of Selphira. Not even the distinct spiritual frequency of the Saint King-ranked wind pixie. It was as though they had never been there at all. Her gaze shifted slowly, deliberately, to Razeal. Recognition dawned not with surprise, but with a tightening realization. That deep, dark-colored thing that surrounded them, she had seen it before. She was familiar with this shadow manipulation ability. It belonged to him. The darkness obeyed him like a subordinate awaiting a silent command. This was not the first time she had seen him using this dark thing. He could do something like this. She did not know or understand what had actually happened. She was familiar with this shadow manipulation, but this was the very first time she had ever seen him use it like this. She looked toward Razeal again to clarify if it was really him. Razeal had not even blinked. His lashes did not so much as flutter as his eyes remained locked on the unconscious face of Maria. It was Razeal. He had used his shadow-based teleportation to send everyone around him to a faraway distance. Obviously, he did not want any disturbances right now. Normally, he might not do something like this, but now, the immense density of quadrillions of units of dark mana existed inside him. At that magnitude, there were very few things left that he could not do. Sofia looked at his unblinking gaze. She parted her lips, intending to speak, but closed them again. What to say? She did not know how to react to this. Suddenly, as if sensing something, her eyes flared wider. Slowly, she turned her head left, then right. The guards who had been stationed nearby were gone. The civilians who had gathered at a distance to watch or intervene were gone. The reinforcements who had begun approaching from adjacent streets were gone. Everyone was gone. Her pulse ticked once, sharply. That could not be. She did not believe it. She extended her senses again. This time, she did not search for specific individuals, but for any presence at all. Mana signatures, heartbeats, ambient life fluctuations. She swept the area methodically, expanding outward to the limit of her perception. Nothing. Absolute emptiness. The entire zone within the radius she could sense was void of human presence. They were not hidden. They were not masked. They were removed. No way. Her mouth opened slightly. Her breath caught in a way that betrayed her shock despite her effort to remain composed. She looked back at Razeal as if seeing him for the first time. Did he do all this? To everyone? Simultaneously? Without lifting a finger? Or even blinking? She could guess what he had done. He had teleported them. It was just like how he had brought them from the faraway ocean to this empire in an instant. The guess was not hard. Guessing and witnessing were two entirely different things. This was insane. This scale? To selectively teleport every individual within kilometers? Why? Was there a need to go this far? Her thoughts formed bluntly, unfiltered. Who can do this? Now, only 4 people remained in that place. The battlefield, once chaotic with clashing forces and filled with many people, had become eerily empty. Only 4 figures remained. Razeal, Sofia, Maria, unconscious and fragile. Celestia. For reasons unknown, he had not removed her. Celestia stood at a distance. She remained frozen in the exact spot she had occupied moments before. Her posture was rigid. Her previously regenerated arm hung still at her side. She had felt the shift. It was not as mana, not as a wave, but as a distortion in reality itself. 1 second there had been noise, presence, and tension. The next, silence. Her eyes trembled slightly as she stared at the back of Razeal, at the unmoving figure, who had not even shifted since it happened. What just happened? She murmured slowly. Her voice was barely above a whisper. She was totally confused. She glanced around herself again. Still no one. The place that only moments ago had been saturated with noise, presence, and life now stood in absolute stillness. Hundreds of people who had filled this space vanished like nothing. Even Selena, Silva, and Selphira. Even the Saint King ranked wind spirit perched on the shoulder of Silva. Just gone? Celestia had seen it with her own eyes. The dark dome had expanded from beneath their shadows, rising in a seamless, suffocating sphere that swallowed them whole before making them disappear. There had been no struggle, no resistance, no time to react. 1 instant they existed. The next, they were erased from the spot, as if they had never occupied it at all. The memory replayed in her mind, yet it made no more sense the second time than it had the first. She stood there in utter confusion. Her thoughts stumbled over themselves, unable to reconcile perception with reality. What technique was that? What law did that obey? How could something so overwhelming leave behind no residue of mana? Meanwhile, within the consciousness of Razeal, the voice of Vili echoed steadily. It was analytical and precise. She is fine, host. You do not need to worry. She was just suppressed by that imperial bloodline forcefully, as she was placed into an unconscious state. For the first time since his arrival, Razeal gave any outward acknowledgement at all. The sound was low, almost inaudible, but it was there. A slight hum vibrated in his throat. It was a subtle confirmation that he had heard. Sofia noticed immediately. Her eyes flicked toward him, and she gave a small, almost relieved nod. Good. He is not a statue after all. For a few unnerving seconds, she had wondered if he had turned into something colder than human, frozen entirely in that unnerving stillness. The faint reaction reassured her slightly. She shifted the weight of Maria more securely in her arms and parted her lips. She began, intending to ask about the condition of Maria directly. Before she could finish, Razeal vanished. He did not blur. He did not phase. He did not distort. He was simply gone. He appeared directly beside Celestia. Celestia had just taken a step forward. She was tentative and uncertain, her mind still spiraling through unanswered questions. The movement had not even completed. Her feet barely lifted off the ground when she suddenly felt an arm draped around her shoulder. It was firm, solid, and present. Her entire body locked instantly. Her eyes widened. Her pupils contracted as cold awareness flooded her nerves. I did not see anything again. The thought came sharp and edged with something dangerously close to fear. Earlier, perhaps her guard had been down. Perhaps she had underestimated the situation. But now, her senses were fully expanded. Her mana was alert. Her perception was sharpened to its peak. Still, nothing. No spatial distortion. No mana ripple. No displacement signature. He was simply there. He was close enough that she could feel the faint warmth of his body near hers. Razeal did not care. He leaned slightly toward her, lowering his face near her ear. His breath was steady. His presence was suffocating in its restraint. "Thank your lucky stars that I came here in time," he whispered. His voice was quiet yet carried a lethal edge. "Because if you really had killed her, I would have taken this neck of yours off these useless shoulders of yours." His tone was cold as ice. It was not loud. It was not dramatic. It was just flat, like a statement of fact. Celestia paused. It was not because of the threat itself. It was not because she was unable to sense or react to anything that had just happened. She was certain. This person, whose appearance was so different now, was Razeal. She had sensed his presence. It matched him completely, even if it was altered slightly. That was exactly what made her freeze where she stood. It was as if everything from before had been erased. It was replaced by pure astonishment at his words. She paused because it was Razeal, and because of the words he had just said. Kill her? For her? Razeal? Her lips, for reasons she did not quite understand, slowly lifted. She was not resisting. She simply stood there, not even turning to look at his face. The idea that he believed he would kill her just purely amused her. Kill her? For someone else? That was the thing. She was certain he would not even be able to make up his mind to kill her, even after what she had done. Killing her for himself was already difficult for him, let alone for someone else. Obviously, she believed she still held some important place in his heart. Because of that, he would never be able to truly decide to kill her. That amused her more than anything. She stood there without reacting. Her lips curled into a faint smile as she listened to what sounded like such a pleasant joke. She really would like to see him try, she thought to herself. Her smile deepened slightly. What a nice joke. Also, maybe thank your mother too, Razeal whispered again. His lips barely moved. His breath ghosted against the ear of Celestia. His voice dropped even lower, colder, and more lethal. That I did not kill you already. Because I would have killed you actually, just for trying to kill her now. But again, this is not the right time yet. There was no exaggeration in his tone. There was no theatrical emphasis. He did not shout. He did not lace his words with fury. It was worse than that. It was calm. It was controlled. It was saturated with killing intent so dense it felt tangible, like invisible blades pressing gently against her skin. For the first time since he had appeared behind her, the air itself seemed to grow heavier, as though even the atmosphere recognized the seriousness behind those words. Celestia suddenly could not take it anymore. She laughed. It was soft at first. A small, involuntary chuckle escaped her lips. Then it grew, just enough to be heard clearly in the hollow silence that surrounded them. "Oh, really?" she said. Her tone was light, teasing, and almost amused. "You really think you would be able to kill me? You?" Her smile widened faintly. Her lips curved upward with familiar arrogance. And not to say, for her, she did not even shift her posture. She stood exactly as she was. Her shoulders were relaxed despite his arm having been around them moments ago. Her chin was slightly raised, as though the threat had entertained her more than unsettled her. The instant those words left her mouth, she felt it. The body of Razeal paused. It was subtle. It was almost imperceptible. But she felt it clearly through proximity, through instinct. Her smile widened further. Ah, at least he is aware. There it is, she thought. For a fleeting second, she felt triumphant. The triumph did not last. Razeal removed his arm from her shoulder without abruptness. There was no shove. There was no display of force. He simply let go. The contact vanished, and with it, the strange intimacy of proximity. Then he stepped forward. He circled slowly until he stood directly in front of her. Now they faced each other. No distance existed between their gazes. No backs were turned. He tilted his body slightly to the side, just enough that his arm extended outward in a deliberate gesture. His hand pointed, not aggressively or dramatically but unmistakably, toward Maria, who remained unconscious in the arms of Sofia several steps away. "Try me," he said. There was no rise in tone. There was no visible anger. There was just a flat, emotionless declaration as he stared directly into the eyes of Celestia. Now she saw it. His eyes. They were no longer the shade she remembered. They were crimson. Deep, blood crimson. At first, she noticed the color shift. But what unsettled her more was what lay within them. Nothing. No hesitation. No lingering attachment. No softness. No trace of the complicated history they shared. Only a void. Only a cold, unwavering certainty. "Take one step," he continued. His voice was steady as his gaze bored deeper into hers. "And I promise you, I will have your head. And as for your mother, let us see if even she can bear the consequences of your actions." Feeling the seriousness and cold intent directed at her, Celestia did not know why, but a shiver ran down her spine. Just looking at those cold, emotionless eyes, not to mention hearing those emotionless words, unsettled her, even though it should have been laughable as to what he literally said. Her mother would face consequences? That would normally be the funniest thing she could have heard. The idea that anyone could threaten her mother and survive to speak about it would have been the most absurd joke to her. She did not know why. Looking at his face, it was as if he were truly serious. At the same time, from his confidence, it felt as though he really could do it. It was as if he genuinely believed he could turn the world upside down if he chose to. For the first time, a faint shiver traced down the spine of Celestia. It was small. It was brief. It was almost imperceptible. It was there. Why? She questioned internally. Why does this feel different? This should be ridiculous. I should be laughing. Yet as she looked into those crimson eyes, emotionless and unblinking, she did not see the Razeal she used to know. She did not see the man who hesitated. She did not see the man who struggled with decisions. She saw something colder, something that had crossed a line she had not realized existed. What? Razeal's voice sharpened slightly. It was not louder, but it was edged now with something dangerous. Come on. His crimson eyes began to glow. It was subtle at first, then intensifying. A violent scarlet light pulsed within them like embers fanned into flame. Try me. The glow was not theatrical. It was oppressive. The space between them seemed to compress under invisible pressure. Try me, he repeated. This time the words carried a quiet challenge that echoed like a blade scraping against stone. The confident smile of Celestia suddenly faltered. It did not disappear instantly, but it cracked. Her lips stiffened. The teasing curve flattened. The amusement drained slowly from her expression as her eyes narrowed in response. She stared back at him, dangerously. Pride flared inside her chest, refusing to retreat. Was she being challenged? Her? Celestia? Chapter 389. She hesitated. She was the one being measured, evaluated, and even warned. That ignited something sharp and instinctive inside her. Her chin lifted. Her shoulders drew back into perfect alignment, as though her spine rejected the implication. She met his crimson gaze head-on. She remained unflinching, regal, and composed. Even if a faint, traitorous shiver lingered beneath her skin, she did not allow it to reach her expression. He thinks I will not dare. He thinks I will back down. The thought cut through her like a blade. Her pride would never allow that. Pride was not just an emotion for her. It was structure. It was foundation. It was identity. She had been raised to rule, raised to dominate, raised to stand above all others without wavering. To falter in front of him or anyone else was unthinkable. It was a level of taboo she could not accept, being scared or suppressed by anyone. Yet, beneath that towering pride, beneath the competitive spark flaring in her chest, something else stirred. It was not doubt in her strength. It was not fear of defeat. It was something far more destabilizing. Uncertainty. Not about whether she could kill him, or whether he could kill her. No. It was about whether he would truly kill her. That fracture in her composure unsettled her. She could not reconcile the Razeal she had known with the man standing before her now. The boy from childhood. The one who had walked beside her, argued with her, laughed with her. The one who had once looked at her with something warmer than anything she had ever felt. She knew the history between them. She knew the choices she had made. She knew the cold decisions she had justified. But there had once been something real between them. She would never want him dead. The thought alone made her chest tighten. Even in the past, when she had believed he had truly died, she had not known how to process it. She remembered those months. The uncertainty. The silence. The fruitless searches. The creeping conclusion that perhaps he was gone forever. She had carried that weight privately. She had never allowed it to show. Not to her mother or anyone else. But it had been there. A quiet, suffocating trauma she had buried beneath her pride. He disappeared because of her. That was the sentence she had never voiced aloud. When he came back, when she saw him alive, she had been relieved. Genuinely relieved. She never showed it though. Instead, she had done something far more telling in her own language. She had bowed her head to him. She had apologized. That alone should have proven something. For someone like her to do that was monumental. She had taken his side from that point onward, over and over again. Even when it complicated her position. Even when it was politically reckless. She had supported him against the Virelans, when it was strategically unwise. She had humiliated Arabella in the arena by invoking her imperial bloodline suppression, forcing her to return the bloodline essence he had extracted. She had even permitted him to enter the eternal hold, because he wanted to, despite knowing it would disappoint her mother, despite knowing it would make her appear weak, before the 4 ducal houses, who watched that judgment. They would interpret it as softness in her character. They would take him as her clear weakness. She had done it anyway. For him. Were these not proof enough? Proof that she had chosen him repeatedly? That she was on his side. And now, he stood in front of her with those crimson eyes and told her he would cut off her head. For Maria. At first, she had taken it as a joke. A dramatic line. A wounded man posturing. But the longer she held his gaze, the more that explanation collapsed. There was no mockery in his eyes. No lingering affection softened by anger. No hesitation. He meant it. That realization pierced her in a way no blade could. Her platinum eyes shimmered. Not with weakness, but with moisture gathering at the edges. The brilliant clarity of her irises seemed brighter for a moment. A thin layer of wetness coated her eyes, giving them an unnatural sparkle. But no tear fell. None ever would. She would rather sever her own head than allow a tear to slide down her face. She would know. She could not tolerate that. In her mind, crying was surrender. It was exposure. It was weakness. She despised weakness. The silence between them thickened into something almost tangible. The air grew heavy, a pressure field coiling around their bodies. Even the wind seemed to hesitate. Dust hovered midair, reluctant to settle. Sofia stood at the edge of that invisible line, Maria unconscious but secure in her arms. Her sharp eyes flicked between the two of them. She had never seen Razeal like this. He remained composed, frighteningly steady. She had never expected him to declare war on an empire for Maria. It was genuinely weird. The air felt volatile between Celestia and Razeal, just one misstep away from catastrophe. All right. I will not, Celestia said. Her voice was steady, but her eyes trembled as she held his gaze. She nodded once, then again, faster than her pride would normally allow. Good decision, Razeal replied. His face did not change. No relief. No satisfaction. No visible triumph. If she had followed through, if she had truly driven that blade into Maria's chest, things would have turned into something irreparable. He was mildly surprised that she really stepped back. This was Celestia, the girl who had once severed her own feelings with surgical precision, at 10 years old, because she deemed them inconvenient. The girl who could abandon sentiment in favor of strategy without blinking. For her to halt, to reconsider, to withdraw after being challenged like that, did not align with the version of her he remembered. But it worked in his favor. Fighting her now would have been disastrous. He did not want a war. Not yet. Harming the imperial princess would invite the full weight of the empire upon him. It would become public, political, and strategic. He needed reputation. He needed influence beyond borders to change his fate. If the empire went to war with him, people would die. He would be labeled an evil warmonger. Only a fool would trigger a war in his current situation. He was not a fool. That would be stupid. But that led to a different question. If strategy was his priority, why had he taken such a decisive stance over Maria? He could have simply warned Celestia. He could have taken Maria and run away. He could have restrained Celestia without threatening her life. He could have handled it in 100 more politically cautious ways. Instead, he had drawn a line. Why? Why had he been so willing to threaten her like that? He did not know. Whatever Maria was to him, however undefined or complicated, she was his person. In his worst moment, when monsters had swarmed him, and he needed time to recover, she had stood between him and death. She had protected him. She had nearly died doing it. He still remembered the sight of her collapsing, the blood, the desperation. And there was one more thing. If he allowed her to be killed in front of him now, without intervening, how did that make him any different from Celestia or Selena? Had they not done the same? Who sacrificed him for their own selfish reasons? He would not become that. Another question arose. Why had he not killed Celestia before? Why had he never fully committed to erasing either her or Selena, despite everything that happened? Was it restraint? Was it lingering attachment? Was it simply petty pride, refusing to dirty his hands further on such a small matter? Or was he unconsciously searching for justification every time he chose not to act? The truth unsettled him. Maybe he was conflicted. Maybe part of him was simply impulsive, emotional, trauma-driven. He had noticed something lately. He no longer calculated purely with cold logic. His decisions increasingly aligned with instinct, with feeling, with something darker and sharper than reason. Was that the vampire blood? Or was that just him? He did not know. He only knew that when he saw Celestia raise that sword, something in him had reacted before thought caught up. That alone unsettled him. He said nothing more. It was better that way. If she did not want to do it, pushing her would only create a mess. He turned around to leave. I will not, Celestia said. He paused. Slowly, he turned back to face her. It is because you said it, Celestia began. Her voice was steadier than her trembling eyes suggested. She held his crimson gaze without looking away, even as the faint sheen of moisture made her platinum irises shimmer. Because I do not want us to fight. Not because I fear death. Not because I am afraid of a fight. Her chin lifted slightly as she clarified that, pride still woven into her posture. I just do not want to create problems for you. Or between us. I just do not want to hurt you. Or have you hurt me? I never want that time to come. Her voice thinned slightly on the last words, but she forced them out clearly, nodding once as if sealing her own confession. That is why I am stepping back. Razeal simply looked at her. No flicker of warmth. No shift in expression. His face remained unreadable, crimson eyes steady and distant. If anything, there was a faint tightness around his jaw, but it was impossible to tell whether it was restraint or indifference. He did not respond. In truth, he did not want to engage in this conversation at all. Speaking with her stirred something unpleasant inside him. Something close to disgust, a reminder of wounds he preferred to keep scarred over. Without replying, he began to turn away again. Why did you do it? Celestia asked. Her voice came quickly, almost urgently, stopping him mid-motion. He paused, irritation flickering as he turned his head back toward her. Do what? You know what I mean. Her brows drew together, eyes trembling more visibly now. You did not need to say that. That you would kill me. Her voice cracked slightly, though she tried to smooth it out. Why did you say it? And? Razeal replied. He looked honestly confused. Oh, come on, she exhaled sharply, frustration breaking through her sadness. You do not need to act like this. You know, and I know that you know, that if you had simply said it, I would have done whatever it was. She lifted her hand briefly, pointing toward Maria's direction, before letting it fall again. That thing. If you had asked me lightly, I would have done it. Why did you have to say it like that? Her voice lowered, wounded. It hurt me, you know? I am sure I made it clear that I still care for you. Why are you doing this? She looked at him genuinely, no arrogance left in her expression. Only confusion and pain. Razeal finally understood. He shook his head. Maybe because I meant it. Why should I care if it hurts you? His tone sharpened. After what you did to me, do you really think I do not want to hurt you? What imaginary world are you living in? You are acting like nothing ever happened. Wake up. His voice lost its earlier calm and gained a thin edge of bitterness. I have not done anything to you yet because I do not have the power I want. But one day I will, and then I will come for you to make you regret it. That is a promise I gave you. His gaze flicked briefly over her face, recalling the faint smugness she had worn earlier, the confidence that he would not truly harm her because of what they once were in childhood. As if no matter what she had done, she would always remain important to him. He could not believe someone could be that delusional. And stop believing there is something between us. There is not. Celestia's lips pressed together, the moisture in her eyes thickening but still refusing to spill. She shook her head slowly, as if trying to reject his version of reality. Just, when are you going to stop this? She asked softly. Sadness was plain in her voice now. She did not try to mask it. Not this time. The usual composure she wore like armor was cracked open, vulnerability seeping through the fractures. What? Razeal asked, tilting his head slightly, genuinely not understanding her implication. Self-pitying yourself, she replied. Her voice gained a fragile intensity. When are you going to stop it? Because the only thing you are doing with it is hurting yourself, nothing more. She inhaled shakily. I told you my reason. I told you why I made that mistake. And I know you know that you can understand my selfishness, and also separate it clearly so you know it was never, ever my intent to hurt you. Her eyes pleaded with him to acknowledge that truth. I know that I care about you. I have shown it at every turn since you came back. I have tried to make you feel it clearly. Her voice trembled, but did not break. I have already apologized. If I did not care about you, I would never have done that. I had no reason to. I tried to show you how much I regret it, how much I loathe myself for what I did. That very same day, when I bowed my head to you, she stepped forward slightly, not aggressively, but earnestly. You know what it meant, right? When I bowed my head to you that day, you know my personality. You know that I would rather have my head cut off than bow it. I have never bowed my head to anyone, not even my mother. Not once. Her breathing grew uneven, emotion fully seeping into her tone. You are the only person in this world I have ever done that for, and ever will. Her platinum eyes, wet but unyielding, locked onto his crimson ones. You should understand what that means, should you not? Apologized? Bowed your head? Razeal echoed flatly. This time, there was no restraint in the mockery that edged his tone. He lifted his hand between them and tilted his palm downward in an exaggerated, theatrical angle, rotating it lazily as though measuring degrees. You did this, he said, lowering his palm perhaps 180 degrees, maybe a little more, mimicking a shallow dip. This is what you are calling bowing your head. His crimson eyes hardened. You barely moved your chin, not even your neck, not to say your back. And you expect me to treat that like some sacred gesture? Don't dress it up as humility. It was not. Celestia flinched, not physically in recoil, but in the subtle tightening of her jaw. She shook her head slowly, as though rejecting his interpretation, and took one careful step toward him. There was no arrogance in her posture now, no imperial authority, just hurt. The kind of hurt that came from not being understood. That is not what it was, she said quietly. Her voice trembled in a way she could not fully control. You know it was not. If you want me to apologize again, I will. If you want me to bow properly, I will. If you want me to kneel, I will. Her breath wavered. I would even put my head at your feet if that is what it takes for you to understand that I meant it. But the condition is this. She swallowed, stepping closer until there was only a single step between them. When I bow down, you should not feel pride or arrogance. You should feel the love behind it. Her voice cracked slightly on the word love. Razeal's gaze did not leave hers. He saw the moisture gathering at the edge of her irises. He saw the trembling she was trying to suppress. His own eyes narrowed faintly, not in anger this time, but in scrutiny. He searched her expression for insincerity and found none. Silence descended over them, thick and suffocating. They stood one step apart, breathing the same air, staring into eyes that once reflected childhood promises, shared secrets, and unspoken futures. Celestia's lashes quivered slightly as she held his gaze, refusing to look away even though her composure felt like glass under pressure. But just then, the sharp slicing of wind cut through the tension. Razeal's attention shifted upward instantly, his instincts reacting before his thoughts did. Celestia did not move. She remained where she stood, still facing him, though she sensed the shift in his focus. Golden light descended from the sky. Selena. She had flown back with reckless speed, pushed to the very edge of the capital by his shadow displacement, yet she had returned as if distance meant nothing. The radiant wings of golden light behind her shimmered violently, each beat fueled by desperation. She did not slow properly when she landed. She nearly stumbled as her feet touched the ground, momentum carrying her forward. Her eyes found him immediately. Razeal. And just as she did, the tears flowed back openly, tracing trembling lines down her cheeks. She stared at him like someone who had just found oxygen after drowning. She had panicked when she lost sight of him moments ago. She had flown all the way here without taking a breath. And now she ran toward him, hand extended, as though afraid he might vanish if she did not reach him quickly enough. Just a few steps away from him, she stopped. She did not know how to cross that final distance. The reality of him standing there, alive and tangible, overwhelmed her. Her outstretched hand trembled midair before lowering back to her side. The confidence she had gathered in her flight dissolved into uncertainty. How do you approach someone you once loved, once accused, once lost? Razeal turned fully toward her, his attention leaving Celestia entirely. He looked at Selena in silence. There was no visible anger on his face. No warmth, either, just stillness. His crimson eyes rested on her tear-streaked expression, absorbing the desperation written across her features. He saw the exhaustion in her posture, the shaking of her fingers, the way her chest rose and fell unevenly. Selena opened her mouth, then closed it. Her throat felt tight. Apologies, explanations, confessions, none of them seemed strong enough to carry the weight of guilt and fear. She was alive. He was here, face to face. The simple relief of seeing him unbroken struck her harder than any anger she had prepared to face. Her lips curved upward in a fragile smile. It trembled at the edges, but it was genuine. It was the kind of smile that comes when your heart finds what it thought it had lost forever. Tears spilled faster. She did not wipe them. She just looked at him, as if her entire world had recentered on that one figure. Now he was here. Alive. Real. She inhaled shakily. Hey, she managed, her voice trembling uncontrollably. You are okay. Her words were simple, almost childish, but they carried everything she could not yet say. Her shoulders shook as she fought the urge to collapse into him. She did not dare step closer without permission. She did not dare assume she still had that right. In her eyes was something unmistakable. Not pride, not arrogance, not even hope, just love, pure, raw, and unguarded. The kind that survives accusation, separation, humiliation, and guilt. The kind that does not die easily. She wanted to apologize, to confess, to explain the truth she had tried to reveal before being imprisoned. To tell him she never stopped loving him, to beg him to hate her less, to tell him she would trade her life to erase the pain he endured because of her. But none of those words formed. All she could do was stand there, trembling, crying, smiling through it, staring at him as if he were the only thing left in existence. Chapter 390. Razeal studied Selena's tear-streaked face for several long seconds. A slow, heavy sigh escaped him, as if it had been sitting in his chest for months. He shook his head, not in denial, but in weary disbelief. He offered no response to her trembling greeting. He did not mirror her smile. He simply watched her. Something twisted inside him at the sight of her transformation. Her eyes, once bright, steady, and innocent, were hollowed by guilt and sleepless nights. Trauma, self-blame, and a deep-seated sorrow occupied her features. It unsettled him more than anger ever had. He had repeated the conviction that he never wanted to see her face again until it felt absolute. Yet, she stood there, visibly broken, and instead of satisfaction, he felt something dangerously close to pity. The realization irritated him. Selena watched the sigh, the faint shake of his head. Her heart clenched. She opened her mouth to speak, but the words died in her throat. Too many places to begin. Apology, explanation, confession, regret. Every starting point felt insufficient. Razeal shifted his weight and slid his hands into his pockets. He adopted a posture of indifference, though he did not feel it. He took a few slow, controlled steps toward her, stopping at a deliberate distance. Close enough to speak without raising his voice, far enough to maintain a boundary. His eyes remained fixed on her face. You know one thing, Selena? His voice lacked its earlier bite, sounding almost tired. I am such a fool that I am still feeling this way, looking at what you have turned yourself into. His jaw tightened. Even after what you did to me. The admission surprised him. He had not intended to admit weakness. The words came anyway, dragged out by the uncomfortable truth that no matter how much he wanted to erase her from his mind, he could not erase the years before everything collapsed. He had grown up with her. He had seen her laugh, defend him, and compete with him. Seeing her defeated felt wrong in a way he could not categorize. Selena's lips trembled. She forced a smile that stretched painfully, as if she were trying to hold herself together with it. Tears slid freely down her cheeks. I know. Her voice cracked as she let out a broken breath. But you are not stupid. You are innocent. You are beautiful. You have always been. Since we were kids. Celestia turned her head to watch the exchange. She stood quietly, absorbing every word. She knew this conversation mattered in a way her own argument did not. She wanted to speak, to reclaim his attention, but she remained silent. She turned slightly away, and discreetly wiped at the corner of her eye. She would never allow a tear to fall, but the sting remained. Razeal's gaze hardened, though not as sharply as before. So what do you want now? He laced the question with a thread of sarcasm. Looking for me? Was what you did already enough? Selena shook her head repeatedly, the motion small and helpless. She inhaled deeply, forcing air into lungs that felt too tight to function. She finally lifted her eyes to meet his directly. I am here to tell you the truth. The real reason I did that. Razeal rolled his eyes. I already told you. I do not care what it was. I did it because I wanted to marry you. The words came out in one breath, rushed and desperate. She squeezed her eyes shut immediately, bracing for impact. Tears escaped beneath her lashes. Silence descended. Complete, utter silence. Razeal blinked. Once. Twice. His expression emptied entirely. Sarcasm vanished. Irritation suspended mid-thought. Ha! The word slipped out before he could stop it. What? Confusion replaced everything on his face. He stared at her as though she had just spoken a foreign language. Selena forced her eyes open. They were red and swollen, but unwavering. I thought if you were seen as the wrong person, she said haltingly. If the Empire believed you were unstable and not worthy, then she would push you away from Celestia and break that engagement. It would have been impossible to break otherwise. I thought you would finally be free. She paused, her breath shaking. I thought when that happened, I could make that arrangement of yours with myself. I thought if I destroyed your reputation, and mine was dirted right alongside yours, then at last, when everything was done, I could step in. I could say I wanted to be with you, to stay beside you. Razeal's brow furrowed deeper with each word. I was selfish, she continued, her voice breaking. I was terrified of losing you. I thought if I did that, then you would have no choice but to choose me. Her lips trembled violently. I wanted to force fate. The absurdity of the claim hung in the air. Razeal stared. For the first time since the confrontation began, his composure fractured. Cold detachment, sarcasm, and hardened edges gave way to raw bewilderment. His brows drew together, his crimson eyes widening as he processed her words. Forced to marry her? That had been her reasoning. Sofia, standing a short distance away with Maria unconscious in her arms, nearly slipped. She staggered back, tightening her grip instinctively so Maria would not fall. She forgot about Maria's condition entirely. What? She muttered under her breath, then coughed sharply. Her blue eyes widened, darting between Selena and Razeal. She had expected many things, but not that reckless, childish confession. The stupidity of it hit her like a physical blow. Razeal looked at Selena again, as if hoping he had misheard. He searched her expression for hesitation, for some crack in her resolve. She held his gaze despite the tears. I love you, she said, her voice trembling but clear. I always loved you. That is why I did it. As the last word left her mouth, tears spilled freely down her cheeks, no longer restrained. Razeal stood frozen. The shock was total. His expression emptied, as though his mind had short-circuited. He stared at her, trying to reconcile her words with everything he had lived through. Slowly, mechanically, he turned his head toward Celestia as if seeking confirmation. Celestia met his gaze and, after a moment, gave a slow, silent nod. Her face carried a mixture of sorrow and resignation. Razeal looked back at Selena. Reality began to settle in, and it did not settle gently. It detonated. The thought exploded inside his head so violently that it felt physical. His jaw tightened, loosened, then tightened again. His breathing shifted. All the elaborate explanations he had constructed over the years, conspiracies, betrayals, political manipulations, spiritual influences collapsed in an instant. He had imagined grand schemes. He had imagined hatred. He had suspected her father of forcing her hand. He had assumed something massive and complex had destroyed his life. And now, this stupid, absurd, simple reason. Because she loved him? Because she wanted to marry him? The sheer absurdity felt like an insult layered on top of every wound he had endured. He moved before he consciously decided to. The distance vanished in 2 sharp steps. He grabbed the collar of her dress with both hands, gripping tightly, not enough to choke her, but enough to express the storm raging inside him. His emotions were no longer contained. What? He demanded, his voice rising, cracking with disbelief and fury. Is this bullshit? Are you joking with me? His grip trembled, not from weakness, but from the surge of anger and confusion. What is this? He released her abruptly, shoving his hands outward as if trying to push away the reality she had just given him. His chest rose and fell faster. His head spun, to discover that the chain of suffering, exile, humiliation, and trauma he had endured stemmed from something so painfully irrational, so childish in its simplicity, was maddening. It was not just anger. It was betrayal compounded with absurdity. It made everything feel meaningless. Selena stood there, tears streaming, hands trembling at her sides. I am sorry, she whispered. Looking at him, seeing the damage in real time, only made her cry harder. Razeal barely registered the apology. What? He shouted again, turning abruptly and gesturing toward Celestia with a sharp, frustrated motion. She went with a lie because she did not want to marry me, and you did that because you wanted to marry me? He spun back toward Selena, incredulous. What is this? A joke? His voice carried genuine disbelief. The symmetry was grotesque. You accused me of rape, he said, his voice dropping, becoming far more dangerous. Just because you wanted to marry me? The words tasted bitter. He understood her intent behind the accusation. She had created a situation where marriage would be the only solution. That realization made him feel unhinged. For so long, he had viewed her as the pure enemy, cold, calculating, willing to destroy him for reasons he had assumed were cruel. Now he was being told that the motive had been twisted affection. And somehow, that did not make it better. It made it worse. It reduced his suffering to something trivial and absurd. Razeal ran a hand roughly through his hair, pacing half a step away before turning back. You ruined my life because of that? Selena reached out instinctively, her hand lifting slowly, not to defend herself, not to justify, just to calm him. She could not bear to see him like that. Razeal, she whispered, do not touch me. He snapped instantly, jerking his arm back before she could make contact. Celestia watched from behind, silent. She understood his reaction. Anyone would lose control hearing that. Even so, a sad frown formed on her face as she observed him unravel. There was pain in seeing him so shaken, even if she knew he had every right to be furious. The air felt fractured. Selena slowly lowered her hand, drawing it back inch by inch. Her fingers trembled before curling into the fabric of her dress. She was breaking down, not dramatically, but in a way that looked frighteningly real. Seeing him, eyes burning and voice shaking with anger, made her feel as though she were watching someone stand inside a violent storm with no shelter. He looked ravaged, not by her words alone, but by everything that had followed them. She opened her mouth once. Nothing came out. She swallowed and tried again. Her breathing was uneven, her chest rising too quickly. I thought I knew, she finally whispered, her voice hoarse from crying. It came out fragile, stripped of all pride. I thought I knew what you wanted because I thought you were like me. Her eyes lifted to meet his, searching for some trace of the boy she once knew. You always stayed. You never left my side when I was scared. When I was fragile, innocent, and dumb. You understood me even when I did not want to show it. Her lips trembled. You looked at me like I was your whole world. Her voice softened. And you became my whole world. I just could not imagine myself living without you. She swallowed painfully. I thought if I forced everything into one direction, you would just accept it. Accept me. Razeal let out a slow breath through his nose. It was colder than before. Accept you, he repeated quietly. To ruin everything I had? The cruelty was precise. Each word cut cleanly. Selena shook her head violently, tears flying from her lashes. No, I never thought it would go that far. I thought your family would scold you, maybe suspect you for a while. I thought I would step in and say I forgave you. That I would marry you to protect my honor, since it would be between both of us. Her voice fractured. And then it would be over. I did not think. Her chest hitched violently. I did not think they would exile you. I did not think they would brand you, punish you, treat you like filth. I did not think you would disappear. Her words dissolved into uneven sobbing. You did not think, he said flatly, not shouting, not accusing with fire, just stating it. Each repetition felt heavier, more exhausted than angry. Razeal ran a hand slowly down his face, fingers dragging across his jaw, over his mouth, as if trying to ground himself. His posture shifted, the tension in his shoulders visible but controlled. When he spoke again, his voice had lost its sharpness. It was weighted. Do you know what it is like, he said, eyes drifting somewhere past her shoulder, to walk through your own family halls and feel every gaze change? His jaw tightened. Your own family not believing you? To see disgust where there used to be trust and love? To hear whispers that you are dangerous? Filthy? Disgusting. His throat worked as he swallowed back something bitter. Do you know what it is like to start wondering if maybe they are right? Selena's body stiffened. Her tears did not stop, but she forced herself to listen. She began weakly. I started doubting my own memory, he continued, cutting across her incomplete words. His tone was hollow. I kept replaying that day over and over in my head, wondering if I missed something, if I misunderstood, if I deserved it. His crimson eyes snapped back to hers, sharp and painfully clear. You made me question my own sanity, just because I believed you that much. How could it be? If you said it, it had to be true. The implication lingered, unspoken but present. That broke her composure entirely. She pressed her lips together to stop the sob that clawed its way up, but it escaped anyway, shaking her shoulders. She had wanted him desperately once. Now she could barely stand under the weight of what she had done to him. Behind them, Celestia stood silently. Her hands hung at her sides, nails digging lightly into her palms. She did not interfere. She did not defend herself. This was not the place to speak. This was no longer about pride or rivalry. This was about damage. I was selfish, Selena admitted, forcing the words out. I was jealous of her. Her gaze flickered briefly toward Celestia before returning to Razeal. There was no hatred in that glance, only acknowledgement. I was terrified you would choose someone like her. Her voice wavered. She did not deserve you. She did not even love you as much as I do. The confession sounded desperate, almost childish in its rawness. I thought if I acted first, I could secure you before you drifted away. Her breathing became uneven again. I thought I. Stop this explanation, Razeal snapped, his voice tearing out of him like something locked behind his ribs for too long. You are still not getting it. The restraint he had been holding on to cracked, and the anger that surged was raw, shaking, and visceral, the kind that comes from wounds that never closed properly. Do you know what happened that day? He demanded, his hand slashing through the air. My own family did not believe me. My best friend, the one I grew up with from childhood, accused me. My fiancé judged me guilty in front of everyone, declared it like it was fact. His jaw trembled from the effort of containing something that wanted to rip free. They dragged me into court and stamped rapist on my name in front of the entire empire. I was kicked out of my own house. My own name. My own mother called me disgusting, looked at me like I was not even her son anymore. Then they took me to the public venue, he continued, his voice growing rougher, lower, but somehow more violent in its steadiness. Made me stand there while thousands of eyes judged me, whispered, spat, called me filth. His lips curled in something bitter. And then I was given 100 lashes, in front of everyone, by my own sister, the one person who should have protected me, who should have believed me. And she swung the whip. His crimson eyes burned as they locked onto Selena. And then my fiancé broke the engagement publicly, in front of the empire. And after all that, they forced me to kneel, to touch your feet, and apologize, for something I did not even do. His chest rose and fell sharply. Do you know how that feels? He asked, but it was not a question seeking an answer. It was a blade pressing into her conscience. To know no one trusts you? To feel like you are unnecessary? Replaceable? Like the entire world turned its back on you in one day? To feel powerless? To feel like you are nothing? Like you are just disgusting? Do you know that? Tell me. Selena could barely breathe. She shook her head instinctively, tears pouring without restraint. She remembered that night. She remembered his face, the hollow look in his eyes when the first lash struck, the way he did not scream, the way he did not beg, the way something inside him seemed to dim with each crack of the whip. She had seen it. She had known. But standing here now, hearing it from him, raw and unshielded, was different. It was unbearable. Behind him, Celestia lowered her gaze to the ground. She remembered too, every second, every decision, the judgment she had delivered publicly, the way he had looked at her in that moment, not with hatred, but with disbelief. She had carried that image privately ever since, never able to forget it. Do you even know how many times I wished I had actually died that day? Razeal added, voice sharp, pointing directly at Selena, as if accusing not just her, but fate itself. The air froze. Selena's head snapped up, her eyes wide with visible horror. No, 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 she breathed. Celestia, who had kept her head bowed in sorrow, heard his words. Her head lifted as she looked at Razeal's back. He wanted to kill himself? Because of her? Her eyes filled with horror, and a tear slipped from her gaze, the very tear she had sworn would never fall. You know what? He continued, words tumbling faster, control slipping. I tried to kill myself. 13 times. 13. His voice echoed in the empty space. What did I have left? You took everything. Family, reputation, my world, my name, my future. What was I supposed to hold onto? The number hung in the air like a blade. 13. Selena's breath hitched violently, her chest rising too fast, as if the air itself had become too thin. No, no, no. She staggered back, her eyes wide and her face pale. Tried to kill himself? Because of her? 13 times? Behind him, Celestia felt the world tilt. Her vision blurred. He tried to kill himself? Because of her? Because of what they did? The thought struck so hard it felt physical. Her lips parted soundlessly. A tear slipped down her cheek, unnoticed at first, breaking the silent vow she had always kept. She did not even realize it had fallen. Her platinum eyes trembled as she stared at his back. No, it cannot be, she whispered to herself, shaking her head as though rejecting reality could undo it. But the tremor in his voice had not been fabricated. The pain had not been exaggerated. She took a step forward, then another, slowly, carefully, as if approaching something fragile and shattered. Her hand lifted, trembling, wanting to reach for him, but unsure whether she had the right. Selena stood frozen in horror. You did not, she whispered brokenly, shaking her head repeatedly. You did not. Please tell me you did not. Razeal did not soften. He did not retract it. His face had changed, less explosive rage, more something dark and exhausted. Every time, he said quietly, I kept thinking maybe it would be easier. Maybe it would stop hurting. He let out a hollow laugh, devoid of humor. But even that did not work. Even dying did not want me. The weight of that sentence crushed the air around them. Selena pressed her hand over her mouth, sobbing openly, unable to contain the sound. I did not know. I did not know, she kept repeating helplessly, as though ignorance could erase consequence. Celestia closed the distance enough to stand only a few steps behind him. Her hand hovered near his shoulder, but did not touch. She was crying openly, silent tears slipping down her face. She had promised herself she would never cry in front of anyone. That promise shattered the moment she realized the magnitude of what he had endured. Chapter 391. I never wanted that, Selena whispered desperately. Her voice was raw and splintering under the weight of everything she had just heard. I never wanted you to feel like that. I thought it would fix everything. I thought you would hate me for a while, but we would survive it, and then I would explain everything to you. I just never imagined. Her words dissolved into broken breaths. Her throat was too tight to carry the rest. Just shut up, will you? Razeal's voice cracked through the air like something snapping in half. He threw his arms outward in exasperation. The gesture was wide and sharp. He began pacing sideways, deliberately creating distance between himself and both women. He needed space. Standing close to these two people felt suffocating. He stopped several steps away and turned to face them fully. Selena stood there trembling. Tears fell freely down her cheeks. Celestia stood a short distance behind. Her composure was completely fractured. Silent tears ran unchecked down her pale face. Both women looked at him with the same expression now. Horror, disbelief. Something else occupied their gazes too. Guilt, so heavy it seemed to physically weigh down their posture. They could not accept it. Razeal, who had been so dear to them, had tried to end his life. Not once, 13 times. Because of what happened. Because of what they did. At one point in time, they had believed he was gone forever. They had lived under that assumption. They had carried that trauma privately. But that was different. Believing someone died, and knowing they tried to kill themselves, because of you were not the same thing. Suicide meant pain so unbearable that death felt like relief. It meant being alone with no hope left. It meant choosing the void. The thought that they had pushed him to that edge tore at them from the inside. They had no outlet for it. No tears, no shaking hands, no words could express the explosion inside their chests. Razeal watched them crying. Horror etched their faces. Then, something else appeared. Pity. Whether his mind projected it, or it was truly there, the idea of them looking at him with pity made his stomach turn violently. And you know what? Razeal's voice trembled. It was not from weakness, but from rage barely held together. After everything, you both have the gall, the brass neck, to come to me and apologize. To ask for forgiveness. His laugh was short and harsh. And above all that, you expect me to forgive you. He jabbed a finger toward his own chest. What am I? Some saint. Some emotionless object. Some emotional garbage bin for you to throw your regrets into and then feel better about yourselves. His voice rose again. It cracked at the edges. I have emotions too. I have feelings too. His breathing was uneven, but he did not slow down. Just because you were absolute brainless, retarded, crazy, selfish beeps, just because you made brainless decisions, it does not mean it is my responsibility to absorb the damage and move on like nothing happened. It does not make it my fault. It beeped me up. Razeal's voice was quieter now, but the honesty was violent. It beeped me up in ways you do not even understand. And now you stand there crying like I am supposed to comfort you for what you did to me. His voice echoed in the empty space. How dare you? The words came faster now, raw and unfiltered. How dare you have expectations toward me? Did I ask for that? Did I ask to forgive you? Did I ask to listen to explanations? He gestured sharply between them. After everything, I did not threaten you. I did not come for revenge. I did not declare war. I said one thing. Stay away from me. His jaw tightened. Neither of you could even do that. It is like your explanations matter more to you than my peace. Like you need to clear your conscience more than you care about what I want. His crimson eyes burned. They did not burn with theatrical intensity, but with deep, exhausted resentment. That is all I can see. Selena shook her head frantically. No. Razeal took a shaky breath. And above all that, his voice lowered into something cold and lethal. I made it clear. I said I hate you. Both of you. From the very core of me. His jaw trembled. It was not from doubt, but from the intensity of the confession. Every time your faces appear in my head, I feel disgust. Revulsion. You think I enjoy that? You think I want to feel like that about people who were once everything to me? What do you say to that? That you are sorry. That it was a childish mistake. That you were scared. That you were selfish. What does that have to do with me? Why should I not hate you? I have every reason to. Every single reason. How selfish are you? His voice cracked again under the emotional strain. You will not even let me have my hatred. You will not even let me have my anger. After you took everything from me, you still want something. You want forgiveness. You want understanding. You want redemption. He shook his head slowly. You do not get to control how I feel. Not anymore. No one. Selena took a shaky step forward. Her hands lifted slightly. No, that is not it. She pleaded quickly. Tears streamed down her face. I was not thinking about myself. I was worried about you. I was scared you would hurt yourself again. I came because This was never about clearing my conscience. Believe me. I even went to. Razeal did not let her finish. Celestia did not interrupt. She did not defend herself. She stood in silence, her platinum eyes fixed on his face. She absorbed every word like someone willingly stepping into punishment. The defiance that had always existed in her posture had dissolved. She looked still. She braced for impact. She had accepted that whatever he was about to say next, she would not deflect. Leave that. Just leave that. Razeal's voice shifted. It was not calmer, but different. It was less explosive and more raw. And you know what? Actually, I would have forgiven you. Both of you. I really would have. The statement struck like a strange, unexpected blow. Selena's sobbing paused mid-breath. Celestia's eyes flickered. I would have understood. His lips curled bitterly. That you both were brainless idiots. That it was a mistake. That it was some twisted miscalculation, or whatever you want to name it. I would have swallowed it. I would have. His jaw tightened. But that is not why I hate you. His crimson eyes sharpened. The rage was no longer loud. It was precise. I hate you because you broke my trust. The words landed heavier than any scream. And let us say this whole thing was a miscalculation. A mistake. Fine. Then why did you not do anything when it all blew up in my face? His voice rose again. It cracked with disbelief. When they dragged me to the public venue. When they stripped me of my name. When the entire empire was watching. He turned sharply toward them both. You stood there and watched. Silence followed that accusation. It was not empty. It was suffocating. You watched them whip me. His voice was quieter now. That made it worse. You watched me kneel. You watched me apologize. You watched me get destroyed in front of the entire empire. And you did not step forward. Not once. Selena's legs trembled. You did not do anything. He pressed the point. His voice lowered into something jagged. That is what eats me alive. That is the part that never leaves my head and never will. Not the accusation. Not even the punishment. It is the fact that when everything went out of control, when it was obvious it had gone too far, you two who knew it did not happen still did not move. You know why you both did not move. Razeal's eyes burned. Because something was above me. Above my pain. Above my humiliation. Your reputation. Your pride. Your fear of consequences. Maybe you had already said the words, and taking them back would have damaged you. Maybe you were scared. Maybe you calculated the cost. He laughed hollowly. Or whatever it was more important than me. No, that is not it. Selena burst out. Her body shook violently. There was never anything above you. I did not step in because I thought if I did, it would look suspicious. I thought if I defended you, they would think I was lying. I thought the entire story would unravel, and they would say I manipulated everything. I thought staying consistent would protect you. Her words tumbled over each other. They were frantic and desperate. Everyone knew how close we were. No one would have believed me if I suddenly changed my stance. I thought it would make it worse for you. I thought they would punish you even more if they believed I fabricated it. Her voice broke again. I did not stay silent because I did not care. I stayed silent because I thought I had to. Because I thought that was the only way to minimize the damage. I loved you more than myself. I still do. More than anything. Her hands shook at her sides. She started explaining, clearly seeing Razeal had misunderstood it all. And why did you not come to me? Selena suddenly demanded. Her voice cracked into something almost frantic. She stepped closer. Tears streamed unchecked. Why did you not scream at me like this back then? Why did you not tell me you were breaking? If you had told me you were that hurt, I would have known. If I knew you were thinking about killing yourself. Her breath hitched violently. I would have died instead. The words came out barely above a whisper. They were not melodramatic. They were sincere. If I had known you were going to try to die, she continued. She shook her head. I would have taken your place. I would have let them destroy me instead. I really would have done anything. Do not ever think I would not. Razeal's expression hardened further. Oh, he said quietly. And what about then? Was it not already clear enough? His voice rose again. Frustration spilled back over. You needed me to say it. You needed me to spell it out. Was it not obvious I was breaking? I was whipped in front of the Empire. I was disowned. My own mother called me disgusting. My sister lashed me. I was forced to kneel to you. And you are telling me it was not clear I was beeped up. Selena flinched. It was as if each word was a strike. And if you really had that resolve, he pressed. If you would have died instead, then why did you not step up then? Why did you not stop yourself? Even if it ruined you. Even if it exposed yourself. You say you loved me more than yourself. Then why was I not worth that risk? Do you think I am that innocent to buy it? She opened her mouth. No words formed. And do not, he said sharply. He raised his hand toward both of them, cutting off any attempt to speak. Do not give me another explanation. I do not need it. I do not want it. Chapter 392. Like what is more to say now, Razeal muttered. His voice lacked volume and explosion, existing only as pure, grinding fatigue. His tone possessed a cutting edge sharper than his previous shouts. The rigid fury in his shoulders vanished, replaced by a heavy slump, as if the weight of the world had finally settled into his bones. He looked at them. You clearly said it yourself. You chose consistency over me. No, Selena screamed, her voice cracking in the middle, desperation tearing through every syllable. She looked frantic, like someone watching the last bridge burn behind her. I did not mean it that way. She gestured toward him. How can you say that? How can you believe that? Tears streamed down her face. She stopped trying to wipe them. Her hands trembled at her sides, fingers curling and uncurling as if she could grasp words that refused to come out right. I did not choose consistency over you. I did not calculate that. I did not calculate suicide into my mind. I did not even know that was something you were thinking. I never imagined that could be an option. Back then, I thought this would calm down. I thought I just needed time to stabilize it. Her breathing became uneven as she tried to articulate what she had never been able to explain properly. So much was happening at that time. The accusations were public. The court was watching. The Empire was watching. If she had run up there while he was being punished and suddenly changed her words, no one would have believed her. Not a single soul. They would have said she panicked. They would have said she lied because of their relationship. They would have twisted it and made it worse for him. She searched his face for understanding. Even truth needs proof to be believed. You know that. If she had rushed up there and said she lied, they would have said she was fabricating everything now because she cared for him and wanted to stop what was happening. They would have said she could not bear the consequences of her own words. They would have assumed she was lying. And then they would have hated him more. Staying consistent was supposed to keep the damage contained. Her voice lowered, trembling. If I had known you were thinking in such extremes, if I had known you were going to try to end your life, maybe I would have made that extreme choice too. She shook her head violently. I do not know. Maybe I would have thrown myself in front of everyone. Maybe I would have confessed everything even if they did not believe me. Maybe they would have believed it over my dead body. I just do not know. I did not know. I did not know you were in that much pain. She did not know. But she knew one thing clearly. She had never chosen consistency over him. Behind him, Celestia curled her fingers into fists. She remembered standing there. She remembered not speaking. She told herself that if she interfered, it would complicate everything. She believed that pain was temporary, that reputations could be rebuilt. She knew the risk of intervening would have been a disaster for herself and for him. So she did not move. They felt pain because of what Razeal endured, but they held positions of power where wounds could be healed. It did not seem like a permanent scar. She also had not calculated suicide attempts into her equation. She was not certain if she would have done what Selena did, but she would have taken serious actions to stop it. She would have taken him out of there, regardless of what people believed. He was more important. She was naive back then and had not taken it seriously. If she had known it would escalate to that point, she never would have done it in the first place. Everything moved too fast. The trial, the public humiliation, the political weight, the expectation. They were young and powerful, but naive. They believed everything could be managed. They were wrong. It felt like bad luck or the worst fate. Things happened too fast. They simply were not able to react in time. And now he stood there thinking they had not cared at all. Celestia swallowed hard. Silent tears slipped down her face. She did not try to argue. She did not have the strength. He saw it from the side of the one who was destroyed, and she could not say he was wrong to feel that way. It was his right. Razeal shook his head slowly, tiredly. He did not want to hear explanations anymore. They all sounded the same. I did not mean it. I thought it would be fine. I did not know. They offered nothing beyond denial and regret. That disappointed him more than anger did. He had given up on expecting something else. The part that infuriated him beyond reason was that even now, looking at them, seeing Selena broken and Celestia silently weeping, he still felt bad. He hated that. He hated that looking at them twisted something inside him. The part of him that remembered childhood, shared moments, and unspoken bonds, still reacted. It angered him more than their tears, because it meant he was not cleanly detached. He wanted to be. He wanted to feel nothing. Instead, he felt anger, betrayal, exhaustion, and beneath it, something reluctant and unwelcome. Complicated grief. Do you know what stopped me the last time? Razeal asked. His voice was steady, dangerous. The question cut through the fragile quiet. Both women looked up. Their faces were swollen from crying. Their expressions hung suspended between fear and desperate hope, as if bracing for truth. There was a brief pause. His crimson eyes drifted somewhere distant, as though replaying something only he could see. I was too angry, he said finally. I realized I did not want to die. His jaw tightened. I wanted to make everyone regret it. Everyone. There was no pride in that confession. No satisfaction. Just cold clarity. At one point, he continued, I even decided that if I was going to be called a monster, I might as well become something that could survive like one. I might as well be deserving of the title since I was already being called that. Selena's breathing faltered. No, I never wanted you to become this. She sobbed, shaking her head. Please do not say that. You are not that. Do not become something like that because of us. You do not deserve that. You did nothing wrong. We were the ones being wrong. Her voice dissolved into sobs. She bit her lower lip hard as if punishing herself for speaking. Razeal glanced at her. His gaze was tired. I know, he said quietly. I understood that too, at some point. That you people do not deserve it. That I change myself for you people. He exhaled slowly. That is why I am not that. Not right now. That is good, Selena murmured, nodding quickly through her tears as though clinging to that one thread of relief. That is good. Her voice trembled with uncertainty. She did not know what else to say, or how to step into this space between them without making it worse. Several seconds passed, thick and strained. I cannot undo it, she finally said. I cannot erase what I did. I cannot take away the lashes, or the exile, or the nights you wanted to die. She lifted her swollen, red eyes. But if there is anything I can do now, anything at all, even if it is just carrying the guilt properly instead of hiding from it, I will do it. Anything for you. Whatever it is. Just say it. You cannot fix it, Razeal cut in. He shook his head. You think you can. After all that. After everything that happened. No one can. His voice rose sharply. The anger that had been simmering threatened to boil over again. You cannot undo it. You cannot rewrite it. It happened. The words came out harsh. He could not stop himself. Years of suppressed rage clawed at his throat. He felt the old heat rise, the urge to shout, to curse, to tear apart the air, with all the fury he had swallowed since that day. He felt like he should scream until there was nothing left inside him. That maybe if he emptied it all now, it would finally stop burning. But before he could spiral further, a hand touched his. It was not forceful. It was gentle. Razeal's breath paused. He turned his head. Sofia stood at his side. Maria remained cradled securely in one arm, her other hand wrapped lightly around his. The gesture was simple, fragile, and grounding. Her fingers were not tight. They did not demand. They rested there, warm and steady. She looked up at him. Her eyes held no accusation, no expectations, just understanding. She heard everything. She pieced together the whole story. What she felt now was not shock or judgment. It was sorrow. It was sadness for what he had endured. And support. Still, she controlled it. It is fine, she said softly. I am here with you. Her thumb brushed lightly against his knuckles, subtle and reassuring. Leave it, she added gently. They are not worth it. There was no venom in her tone, just calm. Her voice was not cold. It was not hostile toward the other two. It was protective and sad, knowing what he went through. Razeal looked at her for several seconds. The fury in his eyes dimmed. He took a slow breath, then another. The tension in his shoulders eased. He had not realized how tightly he had been clenching his jaw until that moment. She was right. Why was he yelling? Why was he bleeding himself open in front of them again? He did not need their explanations. He did not need their guilt. He nodded faintly. Behind them, Celestia and Selena watched the exchange in silence. They saw it. The way his anger softened under Sofia's touch. The way he listened to her without resistance. The way her presence steadied him in a way neither of them could anymore. Selena's chest tightened painfully. It was the crushing realization that someone else now stood where she once had. Someone else could calm him. Someone else could reach him when he was spiraling. Someone else stood in the place she deserved the most. That made it worse. Celestia's gaze did not leave Sofia's hand where it rested around Razeal's fingers. She tried to keep her expression composed. Tried to keep that imperial stillness she had trained into herself since childhood, but her eyes betrayed her. They lingered on the quiet intimacy of it. The way Sofia did not cling possessively, yet held him with certainty. The way Razeal did not resist. That silent understanding between them felt heavier than any accusation he had thrown. Celestia bit down on her lower lip, hard enough to feel the sting, using the pain to anchor herself as tears threatened to fall again. She nodded faintly to herself, as if agreeing to something no one else could hear. Then, perhaps out of desperation, perhaps out of panic at the widening distance, she felt swallowing him away from her. The words left her mouth. You know I am sorry, she said, her voice unsteady yet direct. And I know it is not the best time, but I just want to say it. I am ready to really marry you now. She looked straight at Razeal. She did not deflect. She did not hide. She offered the last thing she believed she still possessed to give. The air did not even have time to settle around that declaration. A sharp, resounding crack split through the space. A slap echoed, piercing and sudden. Celestia's face snapped to the side under the force. She had not raised her guard. She had not attempted to block. She had not flinched before impact. A red mark bloomed instantly against her pale cheek. Slowly, she turned her face back forward. Sofia stood before her. At some point between Celestia's words and the strike, Sofia had released Razeal's hand. She had crossed the distance in an instant, positioning herself directly in front of him, and without hesitation had delivered that slap. Her eyes blazed with something visceral. They were wet, shimmering with restrained emotion, yet sharp enough to cut. There was no political or possessive calculation in her expression. Just disgust. You are disgusting, Sofia said, her voice vibrating with conviction. She did not scream it. The word landed heavier because she meant every syllable. She looked at the other woman with utter disgust. Celestia did not retaliate. She could have. Instinct alone could have shielded her. Her strength could have crushed Sofia where she stood. But she did none of it. She nodded slowly, the sting still burning across her skin. I deserved that, she said, her voice thick and heavy. There was no sarcasm in it. No pride. Only acceptance. Sofia's jaw tightened. She shook her head faintly, as if unable to process the audacity of what had just been said. Marriage, as if that could be some convenient redemption now, as if vows could erase scars. She did not argue further. She did not insult again. The disgust in her eyes said enough. Then she turned. Let us leave, she said quietly to Razeal, stepping back to his side, and taking his hand again, this time more firmly. You do not deserve this. Razeal looked at her for a few seconds. He looked at the quiet resolve in her face, at the steadiness she offered without demanding anything back. Then he glanced down at their joined hands. His breathing had calmed, though the exhaustion lingered in his features. After a moment, he nodded. Twice. Yes, he said quietly. You are right. I do not. He lifted his gaze one last time toward Selena and Celestia. Both women stood there, tears spilling freely, no pride left to conceal them. Selena's lips trembled. Celestia's composure had shattered, her platinum eyes glassy and vulnerable in a way no one had likely seen before. Neither of them spoke. Neither tried to stop him. There was nothing left to argue, no words left that would not reopen wounds. Razeal nodded faintly towards Sofia again, as if confirming the decision. The shadow beneath his feet began to spread outward in silence. It did not erupt. It did not roar. It simply expanded, dark and consuming, swallowing the space beneath him. In the next instant, the shadows rose like a curtain, enveloping him, Sofia, and Maria, and then collapsed inward. They were gone. The silence that followed was deafening. Selena stared at the empty space where he had stood. For a heartbeat, she did not react. And then something inside her broke beyond repair. I am the reason for this, she choked, her voice rising into a raw scream. This is all because of me. Her cry tore through the air, no longer restrained sobbing, but full-bodied anguish. She dropped to her knees, hands clawing at her hair, as if trying to rip out the guilt physically. Celestia remained standing for only a moment longer. The red mark still burned on her cheek, but she barely felt it now. The greater ache was inside her chest, a hollow, collapsing sensation. Without speaking, she stepped toward Selena. And then, without pride, without hesitation, she wrapped her arms around her. Selena froze for half a second before collapsing fully into the embrace. Both of them clung to each other tightly, as though the only thing keeping them upright was mutual grief. Their sobbing merged into one broken sound, raw, uncontrolled, and desperate. They cried not like political figures, not like pillars of empire, but like two women who had just watched something irretrievable disappear. They cried for what they had done. They cried for what they had lost. They cried because, for the first time, they fully understood that regret did not guarantee forgiveness. They did not stop. Some distance away, a faint ripple distorted the air as Silva and Selphira reappeared, finally back from whatever spatial displacement had taken them to the edge of the capital earlier. They floated into view cautiously. Their wings flapped behind them. They expected perhaps combat or chaos. Instead, they were met with a sight that stunned them into silence. The imperial princess crying. The holy saintess crying, while clinging to each other like someone had died. Silva's wind wings stilled mid-beat. Selphira's paper wings fluttered uncertainly as her glasses slid slightly down her nose. Both of them exchanged a bewildered glance. They had sensed immense power, conflict, and tension, but this collapse of two of the most influential figures in the world into open grief left them paralyzed. They did not understand. They did not know what had been said. They did not know what had just ended. They simply hovered there, confused and uncertain, unsure whether to approach or retreat. Chapter 393. Aurora stood in front of him. Her voice remained soft but steady, carrying a quiet firmness that suggested she had already reached her decision. She looked up into his face with those trembling pink eyes. They usually appeared full of warmth and fragile life, but now they held a hard resolve. If we go with him, she continued slowly. She chose each word with care, afraid that one wrong sentence might push Levi further in the opposite direction. Our lives will never be peaceful. You know that. She shook her head faintly. I have not known him for long, she admitted, but I know one thing. Wherever that man goes, trouble follows. A faint, bitter smile appeared on her lips. Or maybe he walks straight into trouble himself. Aurora lifted her gaze again. Did you see it today? She asked quietly. The way everything around him turns into chaos. That man is cruel, Levi. She hesitated, then added softly. Leave everything else aside. Did you see how he treated his own mother? The memory made her chest tighten. He acts like he does not care, she said. Like he does not feel anything at all. Her voice softened further. He is filled with rage and betrayal. He thinks he gained. He is not like us. Aurora reached forward and placed her hand over Levi's chest, right above his heart. We are simple people, she whispered. Her gaze trembled again. I do not have much time left. The sentence hung in the air like something fragile that might shatter if spoken too loudly. You know that. Levi's jaw tightened slightly, but he remained silent. 10 years, she continued faintly. Or maybe a little more. Aurora took a shaky breath. And I want to spend that time with you. Her voice softened into something deeply intimate. Peacefully. Happily. Just us. Her fingers tightened against his shirt. I want to live those years with love, quiet mornings and evenings together, no fear of monsters, wars, politics, or powerful people destroying everything around us. Just us. Her pink eyes trembled with emotion. If we go with him, that will not happen. She did not need to say more. The image of life beside someone like Razeal stood clear. Endless conflict, danger, uncertainty. I think the answer is obvious, she said quietly. Levi stood there looking down at her, his face unreadable, his thoughts tangled in silence. Aurora waited a moment. Then she spoke again, trying to gently push him toward the decision she had already made in her heart. We do not owe him anything, she said. Nothing. She shook her head again. He said it himself. He knows it too. Her voice gained a small edge of insistence. We do not need anything from him. We do not owe him anything. Levi's gaze shifted slightly. But I feel like I still owe him something, he said at last. No, both of us do. Aurora blinked in disbelief. What? No, we do not, she replied quickly. Her tone sharpened. She could not understand why Levi seemed so stubborn when the situation felt so clear to her. Why are you saying that? He saved our lives back there, Levi said. His voice remained calm but firm. If he had not, we would not be standing here right now. His eyes lowered briefly as the memory surfaced. We still owe him our lives. Aurora shook her head immediately. No, she insisted. That is not true. Her tone grew firmer. We would not have been in that situation in the first place, if not for him. She crossed her arms as if protecting herself from the argument. He was our leader, she continued. He had responsibility for us. Her voice sharpened. He said himself that he was just doing the right thing. Levi looked down at her again, his voice softer now. No, we still owe him. Both of us. His gaze drifted somewhere distant for a moment. Can you imagine what would have happened if he had not stepped in? His words trailed off because the answer hung too dark and obvious in the air. Even if that were true, she said after a moment, forcing herself to stay calm. What then? Her voice trembled slightly. You are going to repay him for the rest of your life, she asked. Risking yourself every time he gets into trouble, following him into whatever disaster he creates. Her eyes filled with emotion again. Then what is our life for? The question hung heavy. You know I do not have much time, she whispered again. Her fingers clenched into the fabric of her dress. 10 years. Or something. Her gaze softened painfully. And all I want is to spend that time with you. Her voice dropped to a near whisper. With the man I love. Her eyes searched his face. Can I not even have that? Levi looked down at her quietly. For a moment, the stubbornness in his thoughts wavered. Truthfully, he did not know why he still cared about that emotionless bastard. Razeal was dangerous, cold, and complicated. Yet, Levi sighed softly. It is not just about that either, he said quietly. Aurora frowned. Confusion replaced some of her frustration. What are you talking about? Levi looked directly into her eyes. We also need something from him. Aurora blinked again. What? She asked slowly. What could we possibly need from him? She genuinely could not understand. To her, Levi sounded like he was desperately inventing excuses. But Levi did not answer immediately. Instead, he gently took her hand. The sudden gesture caught Aurora off guard. She looked down at their joined hands in surprise before looking back up at him. Come with me, Levi said quietly. He guided her away from the street and toward a small house behind his shop. Aurora followed reluctantly, still confused. The building appeared modest and plain, nothing unusual to anyone who might glance at it from the outside. But Levi led her quickly through the back entrance and down a narrow hallway. They entered a small storage room. Aurora opened her mouth to ask what he was doing, but Levi had already moved. He crouched beside a shelf and slid aside a stack of wooden crates. Beneath them, hidden carefully within the floor, lay a concealed latch. Aurora blinked. Levi pulled the latch. With a quiet grinding sound, a section of the floor shifted open, revealing a narrow stone staircase descending into darkness. Aurora stared at it in stunned silence. You have a secret basement, she asked, bewildered. Levi offered no answer. He took her hand again and began descending the stairs. The air grew cooler as they went down, the dim lantern light casting long shadows along the stone walls. Aurora's confusion deepened with every step until they reached the bottom. Both of them stood in front of a wooden door. What? Aurora asked softly. Her brows knitted together as she stared at Levi with growing confusion. Her pink eyes searched his face, trying to read his intent. All the way here he had barely spoken a word, his silence heavy, his expression unusually serious. It was not the calm silence she was used to from him. This was different. Tense. Weighted with something old and difficult. Curiosity grew stronger with every second. Levi met her gaze and gave a slow nod. His face still carried that same grave expression. My family's biggest secret, he said quietly. The words sounded heavier than they should have been. For generations. He paused before adding in a softer tone. And since they are all gone, no one except me knows about it. His eyes lingered on her for a moment longer. So you will be the first person I have ever shown this to. The first person I have ever told. Aurora felt something stir inside her at those words. Despite the confusion and unease building in her chest, a small warmth flickered in her heart. Being the first person he trusted with something this important meant something deeply to her. She could see from the tension in his posture and the weight in his eyes that he did not take this revelation lightly. She swallowed quietly and nodded. She did not speak, sensing that this moment required silence. Levi took a slow breath, steadying himself, before reaching out and placing his hand on the handle of the wooden door. For a second he hesitated there, his fingers tightening slightly around the metal, as though even he disliked what lay beyond it. Then, with a faint creak that echoed in the quiet basement, he pushed the door open. The moment the door swung inward, small magic lamps fixed along the walls inside the room flickered to life one after another. Their soft blue glow illuminated the darkness automatically, as if responding to the door's opening. The sudden light spilled outward into the basement corridor, revealing the interior slowly. Levi extended his hand toward Aurora. Aurora looked down at his hand for a brief moment before placing her own into it. His palm felt warm and steady, though she could feel a faint tension in the way his fingers closed around hers. He nodded once, silently urging her forward. Taking a deep breath, Levi stepped inside. Aurora followed him. The moment they entered the room, a strange heaviness settled in the air, almost as if the room itself carried the weight of years, perhaps centuries. Levi seemed to feel it too. His jaw tightened. It was clear even he disliked being here. Aurora's curiosity sharpened as her eyes began scanning the room. She froze. Her entire body went still. The room was large, much larger than she had expected for something hidden beneath a simple house. It stretched far into the distance, its walls lined from floor to ceiling with wooden shelves arranged in long rows. The shelves extended across the entire chamber, forming organized racks that filled nearly every inch of space. No chairs, no tables, no decorations. Nothing but shelves. And on those shelves, jars, large glass jars. Hundreds of them. Each jar was filled with a strange translucent liquid that reflected the faint blue glow of the magic lamps. Aurora's breathing slowed as her gaze traveled over the shelves. At first she could not fully process what she was seeing. Then her eyes focused. Her pupils trembled. Inside every single jar, floating gently in that preserved liquid, was a heart. A human heart. It looked young, perfectly preserved, as if time itself had stopped the moment it was placed inside. Aurora's stomach twisted. Her eyes moved from one jar to the next, then the next, then the next. Every shelf in the entire room was filled with them. Dozens upon dozens upon dozens. Hundreds of human hearts floating silently inside glass jars. They were small, too small, almost unmistakably the size of children's hearts. A cold shiver ran violently down her spine. A sickening sensation crawled beneath her skin, as if ants were moving under it. The air inside the room suddenly felt suffocating. Her lips parted, but no sound came out. Her mind refused to accept what her eyes were seeing. Finally, she forced herself to look away from the shelves and turned toward Levi. "What is this?" she whispered. Her voice trembled uncontrollably. Her eyes were wide with horror and confusion as she looked up at him. More than anything, she needed an explanation. Because the man she loved, the gentle, quiet man who spoke softly and held her hand like it was something precious, was standing beside hundreds of preserved human hearts hidden beneath his house. Levi began. But the words stalled. He did not know where to start. For a moment he simply looked at her, acknowledging the fear and confusion in her expression. Then he nodded faintly. He had expected this reaction. There was no way anyone could see this room and not feel disturbed. Still, he had to explain. "This," he said quietly, gesturing faintly toward the rows of jars, "is connected to something I told you once before." Aurora did not respond. Her eyes remained locked on his face, waiting. Levi took a slow breath. "You remember when I told you that my family received a blessing from a god a long time ago," he said. Aurora blinked slightly. Yes, she remembered that story. Levi had once mentioned that his family possessed a divine boon passed down through generations, just as she carried her own. "And since you also carry a boon running through your bloodline," Levi continued slowly, his voice quieter now, as if the air inside that chamber itself demanded reverence, "you understand better than most that these so-called blessings are never truly gifts." He turned his head slightly to look at Aurora again, the dim blue light of the magic lamps reflecting faintly in his eyes. Every power granted by something divine comes with a price, sometimes a terrible one. Aurora did not immediately answer. She looked back into his eyes, and what she saw there made her chest tighten. The seriousness she had noticed earlier remained, but now she could clearly see the sorrow behind it. It was not just discomfort. It was grief, old grief that had lived in him for years. Slowly, she nodded. She knew exactly what he meant. The boons given by gods were never free. There was always a cost. Levi took a breath and turned his gaze away from her again, letting his eyes drift across the endless rows of jars lining the chamber walls. His hand lifted slowly, gesturing toward them. "So all of this," he said quietly, sweeping his hand across the room filled with preserved hearts, "is the price our family paid for that boon." His voice faltered slightly. Aurora noticed the moisture gathering in the corners of his eyes as he looked at the shelves. The sadness there was not just intellectual understanding. It was deeply personal. Aurora remained silent for several seconds, trying to process everything she was seeing. "Price, paid," she murmured slowly. She repeated the words as if tasting them, trying to understand the meaning behind them. Levi nodded faintly. "You remember the story I once told you," he continued, "about my ancestor, the man who first received the blessing?" Aurora nodded again. "Yes," Levi said quietly. "He was one of the most devoted worshippers of the god Vareth. His faith was so absolute that eventually the god noticed him. Pleased with his devotion, Vareth appeared before him and offered him a wish." Levi paused, letting the weight of that moment settle in the room. "Of course," he said softly, "my ancestor asked." Levi lifted his hand and pressed it against his own chest, directly over his heart. "For the heart of illusion." Aurora's eyes flickered with curiosity despite the horror surrounding them. "The god granted his request," Levi continued. "Vareth placed the blessing directly into my ancestor's heart. With it, he gained incredible abilities. Powers that allowed him to accomplish things no ordinary human could even dream of. He became powerful, even revered in those times. For a brief moment, Levi's voice carried a trace of bitterness. But blessings from gods rarely come alone. His eyes darkened. When my ancestor eventually had his first child, Levi continued slowly, he discovered the curse hidden within that blessing. Aurora's body tensed slightly. Levi looked down at the floor as he explained. From that generation onward, every child born into our bloodline carries a fatal flaw. He paused before continuing, as if forcing himself to say the words out loud. When a child reaches around 10, or between 13 years old, their heart begins to fail. Their body weakens. Their life slowly drains away. Levi continued quietly. No medicine can stop it. No magic can heal it. Nothing works. And there is only one way to save them. He looked back at her. That heart. Aurora's pupils trembled. The heart that carries the original blessing. So he did it, and now the heart passed down through every generation must be removed from the parent and placed inside the child, Levi explained. Only that heart can sustain the life of the next generation. He paused. And once the child receives it, the parent dies. Obviously. Silence filled the chamber. Aurora stared at him, her mind struggling to comprehend what he had just said. Levi slowly looked toward the jars again. So that is what my ancestor did, he said quietly. When his son reached the age where the curse appeared, he took out his own heart and gave it to him. His voice dropped lower. And that son grew up knowing the same fate awaited him. Levi gestured again toward the shelves. The second generation did the same thing. Then the third. Then the fourth. Over and over again. Aurora's gaze slowly drifted across the room once more. Hundreds of hearts. Each one belonging to someone who had once lived. Each one representing a sacrifice. Each one representing a parent who had given their life to save their child. Levi placed his hand back against his chest again. The heart inside me right now, he said quietly, is that same original heart. Aurora's eyes widened slightly. I inherited it from my father, he continued. For a moment, his voice wavered. And if I had not? If my father had not given it to me when I was a child? He did not finish the sentence. Instead, he lifted his hand and pointed toward a jar sitting on the front shelf near them. That jar looked slightly different from the others. The glass was clearer, cleaner, less aged by time. Inside it floated a heart that looked almost new. That, Levi said softly, is my real heart. Aurora felt the air leave her lungs. Her gaze moved from the jar, back to him. My father placed the blessed heart into my chest to save me, Levi continued quietly. And when he did, he left his own heart behind. So yes, I took my father's life. His eyes lingered on the jar. Well, no one in my family ever wanted this curse, he said bitterly. None of us asked for it. Yet every generation was forced to repeat the same sacrifice. He gestured toward the shelves again. These jars hold the hearts of my ancestors. People who once lived because their parents gave everything to save them, and who eventually made the same choice themselves for their own children. Aurora's chest tightened painfully. Levi's voice dropped even lower. Some of them had more than one child, he added. Aurora suddenly felt a chill run through her spine. That means sometimes they had to choose. The words hung heavily in the air. Levi closed his eyes briefly. Choose which child would live, and which would die. Aurora's hand slowly rose to her mouth as the reality of it struck her. Levi opened his eyes again, and looked at her. So yes, he said quietly, this is the real reason I never wanted to marry. His expression softened slightly, though the sadness remained. And the reason I never wanted children. Because he knew exactly what fate awaited them, and what choice he would eventually be forced to make. Levi let out a slow breath that trembled slightly as it left his lungs, his gaze still drifting across the endless shelves of glass jars that filled the chamber. For several seconds he did not speak again, as if gathering his thoughts, or perhaps simply trying to steady the emotions that had begun rising inside him. Then, with a faint, almost bitter smile that carried no real amusement, he shook his head lightly. And you know, the funny thing is, he murmured, his voice low and uneven, they all thought the same thing too. His eyes flicked briefly toward Aurora, before returning to the jars again. Generation after generation, they all told themselves the same thing. That they would be the ones to stop it. That they would never marry, never have children, and that the curse would end with them. He gave a helpless shrug. The movement felt heavy with resignation, but somehow, it always happened anyway. His lips twitched faintly, though it was not a smile. I mean, look at me now. He glanced down at Aurora's hand still held in his. I said the same thing my whole life, and now here I am, standing here with you. Because the more you want to run away from something, the more desperate you become for it. You do idiot things. Aurora remained silent, watching him carefully. The seriousness in his voice made her chest tighten again, because she could see he was not speaking casually. These thoughts had clearly lived inside him for years. Levi drew in another breath, and nodded faintly to himself before continuing. Do you know how many hearts are here? He asked quietly, gesturing around the room again. Aurora followed the motion instinctively, her eyes moving once more across the endless rows of glass containers. 378, he said. I counted them once. His voice softened even further. 378 people. Every single one of them lived this same life. He looked down briefly, his expression tightening as memories surfaced. I still remember the day my father told me about all of this, he continued slowly. It was when my heart started failing. His voice wavered slightly at the memory. I was already dying by then. I could barely breathe. My body felt like it was shutting down piece by piece, and he sat beside me and explained everything. Levi swallowed quietly. He told me that I was going to die, and that he was going to take my place. Aurora's fingers tightened instinctively around his hand. He explained the curse, the heart, the sacrifice, Levi continued. And he told me something else too. His eyes lowered again. He told me that I should never make the same mistake he did. Aurora frowned, confused. Levi gave a small, hollow laugh that held more pain than humor. Of course, I did not understand what he meant at the time. He shook his head faintly. But now I do. He lifted his gaze back toward her. I am alive because he died. The words fell into the silence like a stone. Levi rubbed his eyes quickly with his free hand, wiping away the tears that had finally started forming there. He did it quickly, almost awkwardly, clearly trying not to let her see them. Can you imagine how messed up that is? He murmured quietly. Your whole life, knowing that the only reason you are breathing is because your father had to die for it. Aurora's chest ached hearing the way he said it. And the worst part, Levi continued, his voice becoming rougher as the emotions built inside him. I cannot even have children. He let out a frustrated breath. Not unless I want to repeat the same cycle again. His shoulders sagged slightly. The thought of never having a child, never seeing a family grow, knowing that my entire bloodline ends with me. He trailed off, shaking his head slowly. It is not the biggest tragedy in the world. I know that. But it still hits sometimes, you know. Whenever I think about it. His voice had become quieter, almost absent-minded, as he spoke. Aurora watched him silently, feeling a familiar heaviness forming in her own chest. In some ways, she could understand what he meant more than most people could. She too lived with the knowledge that her life would not be long after all. She too had accepted the idea that she would never experience certain things that others took for granted. Not having children, watching her family line end with her too, which she wanted to do, but again, living with that quiet awareness in the back of her mind that some futures were simply impossible. Slowly, Aurora turned her head and looked around the chamber again. Her eyes drifted across the rows of preserved hearts, each one suspended silently inside its glass prison. For the first time, she was not just seeing something horrifying. She was seeing the lives behind them. Every jar held a story. A child who once nearly died. A parent who chose to give everything to save them. A person who grew up carrying that knowledge, that weight, and eventually made the same sacrifice themselves. 378 lives shaped by that single curse. Aurora felt a deep sadness settle inside her chest. This is so unfair, she murmured softly to herself, almost too quietly to be heard. Levi did not respond. He simply stood there beside her. Aurora shook her head faintly before turning back toward him again. When she did, she noticed that his grip on her hand had tightened slightly without him realizing it. She tightened her grip back. Levi looked up when he felt the pressure. Their eyes met. For a moment neither of them spoke. Finally, Levi took a slow breath. So yeah, he said quietly. This is everything. Aurora waited, sensing he was not finished yet. Levi hesitated briefly before continuing. And maybe, this is also why we need him. Aurora blinked. Levi looked directly into her eyes now, the emotions inside his expression clearer than ever. I do not want my life to end like this, he said softly. I do not want to repeat the same tragedy that my family lived through for centuries. His voice grew stronger as he spoke. I want a normal life, he said. I want to have children someday, to grow old, to build a family that does not end with sacrifice and death. Levi continued quietly, his eyes filled with raw honesty. I have seen him. His gaze hardened slightly with thought. He is as if cursed too, in his own ways. Things not having which even normal humans have, even animals. But despite everything he does not have, he is still standing till now somehow, even getting stronger now. That is not a coincidence. Levi squeezed her hand gently. I have a feeling. I think he might be able to help us. Aurora's heart skipped. If there is even a chance that he can remove these curses, remove these boons, then maybe, Levi hesitated before finishing the thought, maybe you will not have to leave me either. Aurora's eyes widened slightly. I do not want to lose you, Levi said quietly, his voice trembling with emotion now. I want to grow old with you. I want to spend my entire life beside you, happy, peaceful, together. His fingers tightened around hers again. And when the time finally comes, I want us to die together like normal people do. His eyes searched hers. This might be our chance. Levi lowered his head slightly toward her, his expression completely open now. No hesitation, no hidden thoughts. I want to try, he said softly, with you. And I want revenge. That God. He should pay for this too. I do not know if it will ever be possible, but he will have to. Chapter 394. The quiet room in Levi's shop rippled. A shadow stretched across the floor. Darkness gathered for a brief instant and then collapsed inward. In the next moment, three figures appeared where there had been nothing before. Razeal, Sofia, and Maria, whose unconscious body was still cradled carefully in Sofia's arms. The air inside the shop felt strangely calm compared to the storm they had just left behind. Razeal stepped forward first. As his feet settled against the wooden floor, he let out a slow, controlled breath. It wasn't loud, but it carried the exhaustion of someone who had just dragged himself out of an emotional battlefield. He ran a hand briefly through his hair and shook his head slightly, clearing lingering thoughts that still tried to cling to him. He didn't say anything, not to Sofia, not even to Maria, whose condition had started this entire confrontation. He simply stood there with his back to Sofia, his gaze lowered, lost in thoughts that echoed inside his mind. Sofia didn't interrupt him. She moved quickly toward the counter table inside the shop. Her movements were gentle now, far more delicate than the fierce composure she had shown earlier. She leaned forward and slowly placed Maria's unconscious body down on the table. Maria's breathing was faint but steady. Sofia adjusted her position, brushing a few loose strands of hair away from Maria's face. Her fingers hovered near Maria's neck as she checked her pulse again. Stable. No immediate danger. Satisfied, Sofia straightened and turned her attention back toward Razeal. He stood in the same place. His posture wasn't tense, but it wasn't relaxed either. "So, are you fine?" she asked. Her voice remained calm, but her eyes studied him. Razeal didn't respond immediately. Then he nodded once. "Of course," he said. He turned to face her. Their eyes met. For a brief moment, Sofia tried to read his expression. As usual, Razeal didn't show much. His face remained mostly neutral, though a faint heaviness lingered behind his eyes. Sofia folded her arms. "Well, those bitches are really," she began. She spread her hands in frustration. She searched for the right word. Her lips twisted. "So disgusting," Razeal finished flatly. Sofia nodded immediately. "Yeah, that." She knew the word wasn't quite right enough to describe them. She searched for something better, but she couldn't embarrass him now. She went with it anyway. She watched him for another second. "Well, don't worry," she said. She stepped a step closer with a confident smile. "I'll take revenge for you eventually." She tilted her head. "Honestly, I would have taught them a lesson right there already. But this place," she sighed and gestured vaguely around the room. "It's weird." Her brow furrowed. "The environment here is completely different from what I am used to. My powers feel off." She rotated her wrist as if testing the flow of energy in her body. "Everything behaves differently. My control isn't as sharp yet. I feel like a fish out of water." She gave a small, annoyed smile. "Give me some time to adjust." Her eyes glinted. "And I promise you, next time I see them, I will really mess them up." Despite the aggressive words, Sofia's tone wasn't angry. She spoke lightly, almost teasingly. Her goal was obvious. She tried to lighten the atmosphere. She had seen how close Razeal had come to losing control earlier. Anyone who had just exposed years of trauma like that would still be emotionally raw. She tried to steady him, to ground him. Razeal didn't immediately respond. He simply looked at her, silently. His eyes studied her face for a moment longer than usual. Then he spoke. "Leave that." Sofia blinked. "Can I ask you something?" he said. Her curiosity rose. She tilted her head and nodded. "Sure, what is it?" she said. Razeal's gaze remained fixed on her. "I am curious," he said slowly. "Why did you trust me when I said I wasn't guilty?" Sofia frowned. "I mean," he continued, "trusting someone after seeing proof is one thing." His eyes sharpened. "But you believed me before that. When Maria, my mother, that newspaper, and almost everything pointed elsewhere." He studied her face. "That part still confuses me." Sofia didn't hesitate. "Because I believed in you," she answered simply. Her tone made it sound obvious. Razeal's expression didn't change. "And why did you believe me?" he asked again. He took a slow step forward. "Quite frankly, I have never done anything particularly impressive for you." He took another step. "I haven't saved your life. I haven't sacrificed anything major for you." He stood very close to her now. "There is nothing I can remember that would logically give you that level of confidence in me." His eyes searched hers. "So why?" His voice lowered. "Why would you believe me so blindly?" Sofia watched him approach without moving. Then she smiled. "Because I love you," she answered softly. It sounded as natural as breathing. The small smile on her lips carried no hesitation. But Razeal didn't stop. "And that brings me back to the same question," he said quietly. He stood just half a step away from her. His eyes locked with hers. "Why would you love me?" His tone wasn't mocking. It was genuinely confused. "What did I do that made you love me?" He shook his head. "I honestly can't remember doing anything worthy of that." Sofia studied his face for a moment. "So you are telling me you need reasons to love someone? I think that is what you are misunderstanding, my dumb little husband. Love is an unconditional thing." She whispered that as she put a hand on his shoulder. "And why exactly do you think you are someone who cannot be loved?" Sofia asked softly. Her hand rested on his shoulder. Her voice wasn't accusatory. It was gentle, almost patient, as if she explained something obvious to a stubborn child who refused to see it. "You are," she continued quietly. "So stop looking at yourself like that, will you? Try looking at yourself through my eyes for once. Maybe you will understand." The words were simple, but they struck deep inside Razeal. Just a moment ago, he had been standing there with a faint, curious smile. Half amused, half skeptical. He treated the conversation like an intellectual puzzle he wanted to solve. But now, hearing her say that, something inside his mind stalled. His eyes widened. It was the subtle reaction of someone who had just heard a sentence that didn't align with the rules he had believed his entire life. For him, love had always come with conditions. That was the only version of love he had ever known. Love depended on worth. Love depended on value. Love depended on whether you were useful, respectable, successful, obedient, or capable of meeting the expectations of others. If you failed those expectations, love vanished. That was the logic he had always used to explain everything that happened to him. He had lived his entire life with that belief carved into his bones. They abandoned him because he wasn't good enough. They betrayed him because he failed their expectations. They judged him because he wasn't worthy of their trust. And slowly, over time, he had built the same rule inside himself. Love had conditions. But Sofia's words contradicted that rule completely. His mind almost short-circuited. He blinked once, then again. His head tilted as he looked at her, genuinely confused now. "It doesn't need any reason," Sofia continued calmly, watching his reaction with a faint smile. "That is just what love is. It simply happens." She shrugged. "What do you think I love you for?" she asked playfully. "Some complicated reason?" She tapped his shoulder. "No, I love you because I believe you are my soulmate." the love of my life. Yes, I believe those things. But that belief itself didn't come from some checklist. Her voice softened. Nor need any proof. She tilted her head, studying his face. Love is a personal thing, she continued softly. You don't need to give anyone the reasons for why they should love you. Then she leaned back, folding her arms with a playful expression. Actually, think about it, she said. If I wanted you to fall madly in love with me, what exactly would I need to do? She started counting casually on her fingers. What would make you love me? My beauty? My fame? My attitude? My intelligence? My brilliance? She began counting off the possibilities. Kindness, money, strength, reputation, or maybe you would want me to do something dramatic for you? She raised an eyebrow. Bring you flowers? Write you letters in blood? Give you gifts? Prove my devotion somehow. Her brows lifted slightly as she spread her hands. Would that make you love me? Razeal didn't answer. It sounded stupid to him. Sofia continued, watching him carefully. I mean, think about it, she added. There will always be someone better than me. She gestured casually toward the world outside. Someone stronger, someone prettier, someone richer, someone smarter. The world is huge. There are billions of people out there. Her tone remained casual, but the point was deliberate. And the same applies to grand gestures, she said. What if someone else could do those things better than I could? She looked directly into his eyes. So what then? She asked quietly. Would you stop loving me and love them instead? She tilted her head. That is not love. Her eyes sharpened. That would just be fulfilling conditions. Her fingers tapped lightly against his chest as she spoke. It would be a transaction, a negotiation, or maybe even manipulation. She gave a small shrug. But it definitely wouldn't be love. She tapped his chest lightly again. And conditions can always be replaced by something better. She paused. That is the exact opposite of love. Razeal stood silently, listening. Her words moved through his mind slowly, like pieces of a puzzle rearranging themselves. He had never consciously examined the idea before, but the more he thought about it, the more it made sense. Take the simplest example, a mother and her child. The child is not necessarily the smartest person in the world, not the most beautiful, not the strongest, not the most accomplished. Yet to the mother, that child is everything. Why? Because love does not evaluate worth like a contract. The child does not have to fulfill conditions to be loved. The child simply is. And because of that existence alone, the love exists too. That is love, unconditional. The same way a kid would never look at his mother and think of her as ugly, no matter how the world might have judged her. To him, she had always been beautiful because love had shaped how he saw her. That logic could not be explained with numbers or reasoning. It simply existed. Razeal's mind turned slowly through those thoughts while Sofia watched him. Finally, she spoke again. So yeah, she said softly. You don't need to do anything for me to love you. She gently placed her palm against his chest where his heart beat. Because I just love you. She shrugged again, smiling softly. And that is all there is to it. The simplicity of it overwhelmed him. The words were simple, but the meaning behind them struck far deeper than she realized. Razeal just stood there, silent. For the first time in a long while, he didn't have a response ready, because no one had ever said those words to him before. Just love. For a moment, his mind went completely blank. Then something strange happened. His vision blurred. He blinked once, then again. The shop around him seemed oddly unfocused. He frowned. Why was everything suddenly looking blurry? He blinked again, looking directly at Sofia's face as if trying to clear his vision. Then the realization came. No way. Razeal stared at her, still slightly confused by the unfamiliar sensation. Then he let out a small breath. Figures, he thought quietly. Must be because God doesn't love me. Sofia had been about to continue speaking, ready to explain more patiently to this stubborn husband of hers, who seemed incapable of understanding something as simple as unconditional love. Her lips had already parted, the next sentence forming in her mind, when suddenly she stopped mid-word. Her eyes lifted toward his face. And then she froze. For a moment she thought she had imagined it. Her brain needed a second to process what her eyes saw because it simply didn't match the image she had of him. A small line of moisture had slipped from the corner of Razeal's eye. Just a little. Just enough to catch the light. Salt water? Sofia's entire train of thought halted instantly. Her mouth opened, as if she wanted to say something, but the words never came out. The surprise hit her harder than she expected. In all the time she had known him, Razeal had never looked like someone who cried. Not even close. If anything, he always seemed like someone who had forgotten how to. And yet there it was. She stared at him, stunned. Was the only faint sound that escaped her lips. Meanwhile, Razeal had already noticed the shift in her expression. The way her eyes had widened. The way she had gone silent. He blinked quickly. Then once more. Ah, right. Shit. The realization hit him a second later. His brain immediately moved into damage control. Oh, I should check if Maria is fine or not, he said abruptly, his voice coming out a little too fast. Before Sofia could react or comment on anything she had just seen, he had already turned and walked past her toward the counter table where Maria's unconscious body lay. It was such a sudden change of topic that Sofia stood there for a second, mouth still slightly open in surprise. Then a slow smile spread across her face. She turned around to look at his back as he walked away. Ah ha, she murmured quietly, her eyes soft with amusement and warmth. He was hiding it. Of course he was. But she had seen it. And that alone made her smile. How cute. My little bad boy, she said in her head. Razeal stopped at the counter and looked down at Maria's unconscious form. He leaned closer, studying her breathing, her condition, anything that would justify his sudden escape. Behind him, Sofia watched his back with quiet affection. She was absolutely not going to let that moment go to waste. So she took a step forward, just one step. Her plan was obvious. Get close enough to see his face again. But the moment her foot moved, he spoke. "Thank you." His voice stopped her immediately, even though he didn't turn around. Not even slightly. It was almost as if he deliberately faced away, so she couldn't see his expression while he said it. Sofia paused. "For what?" she asked curiously. A small, sweet smile had already formed on her lips as she looked at his back. "For trusting me," Razeal said. His voice sounded different this time. Not cold or distant as it always was. It sounded warm and thankful underneath. And something else too. Relief. "No one had trusted me before you," he continued quietly. "No one." He paused briefly. "Not even my own family." The words lingered in the air. The words were simple, but the weight behind them was unmistakable. Sofia's smile softened. "Well, of course I trusted you," she replied. "I mean, obviously," she said after a moment. "I saw it in your eyes." She folded her arms. "You know when you love someone, you can read their face and eyes no matter how much they try to hide things." She shrugged slightly. "At least, that is what my mother always told me. She used to say that when you look into someone's eyes, your heart knows the truth before your mind does." Her expression turned playful again. "So I just believed my feeling when I looked at you." She spread her hands dramatically, as if presenting a grand revelation. "And look. Turns out my assumption was completely right," she declared proudly. She nodded to herself. "Totally right. See? My instincts never fail me." Razeal listened quietly. After a brief pause, he spoke again. Yeah, thank you," he said again. This time, a faint chuckle ended his words. She smiled at that. Though suddenly, she paused thoughtfully for a moment, studying his back. Sofia blinked. The sound surprised her slightly, but her curiosity wasn't satisfied yet. She tilted her head. "For only that reason?" she asked. Razeal didn't answer immediately. Several seconds passed. He still didn't turn around. Sofia could almost imagine him thinking. Then finally, "Maybe," he replied. The uncertainty in his tone was so obvious that Sofia completely lost control. A laugh burst out of her mouth. "Aw, my little baby," she said in an exaggerated teasing voice as she began walking toward him. Why does that voice sound so whimpery? She leaned slightly closer as she approached his side. "Someone isn't crying, is he?" Her grin widened. "Aw, does my baby want mama to give him some milk?" The moment the words left her mouth, Razeal froze. Then he slowly lifted a hand and facepalmed. Hard. The teasing tone was so over the top that it was impossible to take seriously. He swore he had never experienced this level of second-hand embarrassment in his entire life. This is so stupid, he thought internally. Of all the reactions he could have imagined, this was the worst possible one. It was so ridiculous that arguing with her about it would only make it worse. So he made the wise decision. Ignore it. Completely. He shifted his attention deliberately away from Sofia's ridiculous commentary and focused on something else. Maria. Focus on Maria. That was definitely safer. He looked down at her unconscious form again. The moment his eyes settled on her, his expression slowly changed. The light embarrassment faded. A small frown appeared. His gaze narrowed as he examined her condition more carefully. "Vili, why is she not awake yet?" "Didn't you say she would be fine?" he asked. The question came out flat, but the expectation behind it was obvious. From what Vili had said earlier, Maria should have been perfectly stable by now. At the very least, she should have regained consciousness. Inside his mind, the familiar voice responded immediately, smooth and calm as always, carrying that annoyingly refined tone that never changed no matter the situation. The voice echoed in Razeal's head with polite clarity. "She is fine. But she cannot wake up so easily, host. You see, she was stopped in the middle of her evolution." "So, what? Didn't you say she was all right when I asked you earlier?" he demanded internally, his mind sharpening with suspicion as he replayed that earlier conversation. He distinctly remembered asking about her condition, and Vili had answered that she was fine. So what exactly was this new explanation? Vili, however, remained as unbothered as ever. The voice echoed again. "You asked if she was fine, and I answered that she was fine. Which is correct. She is not in danger. Nothing harmful is happening to her body. However, because the Imperial Authority forced her unconscious during the middle of her evolutionary transition, the process itself has been interrupted. That interruption caused instability within her system. Therefore, naturally, if you want her to wake up, you must first resolve the incomplete evolution." "You beeper," he muttered under his breath, the curse barely restrained. The irritation was obvious. Vili hadn't technically lied, but the way he twisted explanations and delivered information piece by piece was infuriating. Razeal lifted a hand and rubbed his temple, exhaling through his nose as if trying to suppress the urge to argue further. "You really love playing with words, do you not?" he thought bitterly. Still, the irritation faded quickly once he reminded himself of the most important part. Maria wasn't dying. Whatever was happening, it wasn't immediately fatal. That alone eased some of the tension in his chest. He lowered his hand and looked back down at her carefully. From every sense he possessed, mana perception, instinct, even the faint supernatural awareness that had come with his vampiric nature, there was nothing wrong with her that he could sense. Her body felt stable. No chaotic energy, no corruption, no spiritual damage. If anything, she seemed calmer and stronger than before. That alone was reassuring. But the explanation still made absolutely no sense. Finally, Razeal asked the obvious question. What evolution exactly? His tone carried genuine confusion now, and the thought running through his mind was even more blunt. Evolution? What the hell did that even mean in this context? He was utterly confused, tilting his head slightly as he stared at Maria's still form. What is this, some kind of video game mechanic? He thought sarcastically. The idea felt absurd. What exactly is she evolving into? A Magtron? A Charizard? Some kind of legendary monster? Or something? The absurd comparisons popped into his mind automatically because that was the only framework where the word evolution actually made sense. In reality, the concept felt ridiculous. Evolve mid-battle like creatures leveling up in a game? What is he? A protagonist? The more he thought about it, the more confused he became. There was a brief pause inside his mind, before finally, Vili answered. Well, into an original sin. The words landed like a stone dropping into still water. For a second Razeal didn't react. His brain simply paused. Come again? Chapter 395. The voice echoed in his head, simple and clear. Well, into an original sin. Razeal froze where he stood. His mind went blank, as if someone had pulled the plug on his thoughts. The words repeated themselves, but the more they echoed, the less sense they made. He stared down at Maria's unconscious face, blinking slowly, hoping the motion might somehow rearrange reality into something logical. What was he even supposed to say to that? If he had been an ignorant idiot, who had never read about demons, devils, or the darker cosmological structures of the universe, he might have shrugged and accepted the explanation. But that was not the case. Razeal knew exactly what those words meant. He had studied the Book of Eventual Evil, a tome documenting the hierarchy and metaphysical structure of demonic existence. He knew the classifications, the ranks, the myths, and the forbidden knowledge that most people would never encounter, even in hell. The knowledge was vast and precise. That was the problem. According to everything he had read, an original sin was not a power level. It was not a transformation stage or an evolution path. It was something else entirely. Original sins were not merely demons. They were primordial entities, the living embodiments of the 7 fundamental concepts known as the 7 deadly sins. Greed, envy, pride, lust, wrath, gluttony, and sloth. Each one represented a cosmic principle that had existed since the earliest layers of creation. They were sometimes called archdemons, though that title was misleading. An archdemon was not simply a rank in the demonic hierarchy. It was a designation reserved for beings whose existence was intrinsically tied to those fundamental sins. There were only 7 of them. 7 thrones in hell. 7 cosmic embodiments. 7 primordial authorities that defined the nature of demonic existence. Just like Lucifer himself, who stood above even those thrones, these entities were not something that could be created, replaced, or evolved into. They just were. They were the concept itself. A lesser demon could evolve. An imp could grow into a lesser demon, then perhaps into a mid-tier demon, then a greater demon if it survived long enough and accumulated enough power. That was the normal progression. But the 7 thrones had never changed. Not once. They were fixed constants in the metaphysical structure of the universe. The idea that Maria, a half-human girl with a transplanted greater demon heart, was evolving into one of those primordial entities was not just unlikely. It was impossible and nonsensical. Razeal shook his head, his brows pulling together as frustration and disbelief mixed inside him. None of this made sense. Sure, Maria having the heart of a greater demon was already ridiculous. That alone had made her absurdly powerful in a short amount of time, allowing her to bypass the years of effort someone like him had to endure to claw his way upward in strength. All it took was a demon heart transplant, and suddenly she possessed power levels that rivaled high-ranked powerhouses, and reserves of mana that seemed borderline unfair. Like a trillion points of mana. He had accepted that. It was annoying, but it was technically explainable. But this. Now he was being told she was evolving into an original sin. One of the 7 primordial embodiments of cosmic evil that were not even supposed to be replaceable. That is just bullshit, he muttered under his breath. His mind rejected the idea. Maria was not even a pure demon. She was half human, half demon at best. And somehow she was evolving into something that ancient texts explicitly described as primordial concepts that had existed since the dawn of reality itself. No. That did not just sound unlikely. It sounded completely nonsensical. Then again, the information had not come from a random rumor or unreliable source. It had come from the system. The system did not make jokes. Razeal exhaled slowly through his nose and ran a hand through his hair. He tried to piece together the logic, tried to rationalize what was happening, but the more he thought about it, the less coherent the explanation became. Eventually, he gave up trying to force the puzzle together. He did not want to understand it anymore. Vili, he said silently inside his mind, his tone carrying a mixture of irritation and reluctant curiosity. Maybe you want to explain what the hell you just said. There was silence for a brief moment. Then Vili's voice returned, calm and measured as always, sounding almost scholarly. I know this may come as a shock to you, host, but yes, it is exactly what you think it is. Razeal's eyes narrowed slightly. Well, at least partially. Vili continued smoothly. To simplify matters, she is evolving into an archdemon. Not merely a powerful demon, but the highest possible existence within the demonic hierarchy. And if the process continues to its full completion, she will eventually become an original sin, the embodiment of one of the most fundamental concepts in existence. Razeal's lips twitched. Vili continued speaking, like a lecturer explaining a complex theory. As for why this is happening, you should think carefully about what you did a few hours ago. Razeal frowned faintly. You performed a ritual of absurd magnitude. A ritual that drew upon dark mana, accumulated across hundreds of thousands of years from the oceans of the entire planet, and used it all at once. The memory of that moment flashed before his eyes. The black tide of mana rising from the sea. The overwhelming pressure of darkness flooding into reality. In doing so, you did not simply cast a spell, Vili continued. You altered the structure of the universe itself. No, that statement is still insufficient. You altered the structure of reality itself. This reality used to belong entirely to the white faction. Darkness had no true foundation here. But after what you did, that balance has been shattered. The dormant dark forces and energies of the universe have begun to awaken. Among those forces, the strongest of them all are the seven sins. Those primordial concepts are beginning to take form, turning from abstract principles into living existences. They are manifesting, taking shape. Vili's voice continued calmly in Razeal's mind, sounding like a scholar explaining a cosmic phenomenon, rather than something that should shake the foundations of sanity. She simply happened to be the closest compatible being at the exact moment one of those concepts awakened. So the concept chose her, or perhaps she reached it first. Either way, the result is the same. She is merging with that concept, and with the powers that come with it, she is evolving alongside it. Razeal did not respond immediately. He stood there staring at Maria's still form on the counter, while the implications of those words slowly arranged themselves inside his mind. Vili continued. Right now, this reality has no rightful bearers for these concepts. The seats are empty. There was a faint pause. Not just one or two of them either. Hundreds of dark-aligned concepts are being born simultaneously, as the balance of existence is totally shifting. Because of that, anyone powerful enough or lucky enough can claim them, Vili added. Of course, that requires the appropriate compatibility and qualifications. Those are extremely rare conditions. Which brings us back to her. Razeal's eyes drifted down toward Maria again. She is becoming the first. The words settled in the silence of his mind. So yes, host, you still have not fully grasped what you have actually done, or how significant that act truly was. For several seconds, Razeal did not move. He remained there, staring at Maria while Vili's explanation echoed repeatedly in his thoughts. Then slowly, almost reluctantly, he exhaled. Yeah. The word was quiet. Truthfully, he did understand it. At least partially. His mind began piecing the logic together automatically. He already knew how divine authority worked. In this world, gods were not simply powerful beings. They were beings who had grasped and embodied fundamental concepts of reality itself. That was what elevated them beyond ordinary existence. Take Riven, for example, the god of equilibrium. Riven did not merely control balance. He was the living embodiment of the law of equilibrium itself, one of the highest principles governing existence. Without equilibrium, reality itself would collapse. It was a concept as essential as creation or destruction. Razeal knew that because Riven held that concept, no one else could claim it. If someone wanted to ascend to that same divine position, there was only one possible path. Riven would have to die. Only once the seat became empty could another being attempt to ascend to it. Even then, there was no guarantee they would succeed. The one who claimed that seat would simply be the individual most compatible with that concept. That was the natural order of conceptual authority. Razeal had learned this from the pervert old man, who had once taught him the law of flow, and later from the fragments of knowledge he had gained regarding fate and conceptual destiny. So now that Vili explained it, the logic made sense. This situation was not fundamentally different. It was simply the same mechanism applied to darker concepts. Even with that understanding, one thing still bothered him. Razeal frowned slightly. Wait a second, he muttered under his breath. A thought had surfaced. Aren't those archdemons still alive? He remembered something very clearly. He had gone to hell before. Lucifer had still been there. So how could these seats be empty? The question formed in his mind when he suddenly paused. Another realization hit him. Right. First of all, the beings inside the system space were technically dead. Second, this world was not even part of the same universe. It was a completely separate reality. So maybe. Razeal straightened, his brows furrowing as he thought it through. Wait, Vili. His voice was quieter now. Is it possible for there to be more than one Lucifer? He stared blankly ahead as the question formed more clearly. Like across different realities. If there are infinite realities like you said, does each one have its own version of him? Or are there multiple Lucifers existing at the same time inside the system? The question genuinely confused him. If conceptual beings were unique, how could multiple realities exist with similar structures? Vili answered almost immediately. Yes, host. Of course. Razeal blinked. How else do you think the system's ranking list can be infinite? The answer came with the same calm tone as always. The Lucifer you met is simply the strongest Lucifer among all the infinite Lucifers. Razeal went silent again. That single sentence took a moment to sink in. Infinite Lucifers. Infinite realities. Infinite variations of the same archetypal entities. Suddenly the scale of existence expanded in his mind again. The Lucifer he had encountered before was not necessarily the Lucifer of all creation. He was simply the most powerful one among countless versions of that same archetype scattered across endless realities. All realities had the same concepts too, depending on their reality. If that was not the case, then the reality he was in now, being fully white faction, would not be possible. Logically, at least. Razeal ran a hand through his hair again as he tried to process the implications. That is, he did not even finish the sentence. The scale of it was ridiculous. Infinite versions of primordial entities competing across infinite realities. And somehow, Maria was currently evolving into one of the first manifestations of a primordial sin in this particular reality. Razeal looked down at her unconscious face again. He let out a long breath through his nose and slowly pinched the bridge of it between his fingers, closing his eyes for a moment. He tried to physically compress the avalanche of information his brain had just been forced to process. The conversation with Vili had escalated far beyond anything he had expected when he simply asked why Maria was not waking up. Now the discussion had reached topics like primordial sins, conceptual seats, and the restructuring of cosmic balance. It was too much. His mind felt like it had been dragged through an encyclopedia of metaphysics and thrown back into reality without warning. After a few seconds, he exhaled again, shaking his head slightly to clear the noise from his thoughts. All right, whatever this is, he muttered to himself. He did not want to think about it anymore. What was the point? Was he supposed to sit here analyzing the structure of infinity and the metaphysical hierarchy of existence like a philosopher? He was not interested in understanding every fundamental concept of the universe, nor did he have time. He was not trying to write a thesis about reality. All he needed to know was what was happening right here, right now, in front of him. Nothing more. He dropped his hand and straightened, looking down at Maria again before addressing Vili. So tell me something useful, he said internally. What exactly is going on here? Which sin is she evolving into? The question came out bluntly. At this point, he was not even sure whether this whole situation was a cosmic joke. His life had crossed the line of absurdity so many times that the word impossible barely meant anything. After everything he had experienced, the idea that a half-human girl lying unconscious on a wooden counter was becoming the embodiment of a primordial sin was not even the strangest thing that had happened recently. Just minutes ago, he learned that a woman who loved him had falsely accused him of rape simply because she wanted to marry him, and that had destroyed his life. Compared to that level of insanity, cosmic sins did not even rank that high. Reality had long since stopped making sense around him. Well, the sin of wrath. After the evolution stabilizes, she will become the bearer of the sin of wrath. Razeal blinked slowly, staring down at Maria, as if expecting the answer to become more logical if he looked at her long enough. Wow, just wow, he murmured in his head. Of all the possibilities he had half expected, that one had not crossed his mind. He had assumed it might be lust or pride. The demon heart transplanted into her body had belonged to a greater demon associated with those tendencies. That would have made some sort of twisted sense. But wrath. That felt random. Completely random. He tilted his head, trying to see if there was an obvious clue he had missed. Was it because she had been angry earlier? Angry when he rejected her? That was the only explanation he could imagine. But even that felt flimsy. If emotional outbursts were enough to trigger primordial sin resonance, then half the world would be walking around as embodiments of wrath or greed already. Instead of overthinking it, he asked Vili directly. So why wrath? His question carried a mix of curiosity and annoyance. Seriously, why that one? Vili responded after a brief pause, the tone still calm and analytical. There are likely two main factors, host. First, she is currently the only true demon present in this reality, making her the closest existing entity capable of resonating with those dark concepts as they awaken. Second, she was in an extremely volatile emotional state when the concept manifested. The emotional peak she experienced aligned most strongly with the concept of wrath. That resonance allowed the concept to attach itself to her. Razeal stared at Maria as he processed the explanation. So it really was about anger. At least partially. He scratched the side of his head, still not entirely convinced. So you are telling me, he said slowly, a hint of sarcasm creeping into his thoughts, that if I suddenly turned into a demon right now, and if I happened to be extremely prideful, then the sin of pride might pick me and turn me into something like Lucifer. Vili's response came almost instantly. I do not believe it works that easily. Razeal raised an eyebrow. Becoming a demon alone is not sufficient. Resonance with a concept requires an extremely specific alignment of character, psychology, and existential compatibility. You would need to embody that concept at a very profound level before the concept itself would even acknowledge you. Razeal let out a quiet sound under his breath. That answer was not exactly satisfying, but it sounded less ridiculous than the idea of random people turning into cosmic sins because they got angry once or twice. Still, the explanation left him with one lingering question. Not that he believed anything. He believed that nothing worked for him easily. He always had to get hurt to get something. So you are saying she is just that wrathful, he asked internally. Because I rejected her, or because she was angry at Selena and Celestia after finding out I was not guilty? The thought made him frown. He could still remember the moment earlier when Maria's killing intent had exploded out of control. The sheer intensity of her rage had been abnormal. Even he had felt it. Still, he could not bring himself to believe this. Vili hesitated briefly before answering. Possibly. But I cannot confirm the exact cause. Razeal sighed. Of course. She could and he could not. He cursed in his head. Being chosen by a fundamental concept is an extraordinarily rare event. Under normal circumstances, individuals must dedicate their entire existence to mastering a concept before they can even approach it. Even the lowest ones need talent beyond measure and hard work worth lifetimes. However, in the current situation, these concepts are awakening freely without existing bearers. That creates a sort of jackpot scenario. The conditions for resonance are dramatically less restrictive. Yeah, that explanation helps absolutely nothing, Razeal muttered. It did not clarify the situation at all. Honestly, he did not even care anymore. The deeper cosmic mechanics of conceptual embodiment were not his problem right now. The only thing that mattered was the practical issue. Maria was still unconscious. According to Vili, the reason for that was the incomplete evolution process. He pushed the rest of the nonsense aside and focused on the real question. All right, he said mentally, his tone returning to business-like seriousness. Then what exactly is the problem? Why is she stuck in this half-evolved state? He glanced down at Maria, checking her pulse instinctively even though he knew she was stable. As far as I can tell, she is already out of the Imperial Authority's influence. So what is stopping the process from finishing? Well, it is a little complicated, you see. Razeal felt a faint irritation rise in his chest. Every time Vili started a sentence like that, a ridiculous explanation followed. Because the Imperial Authority suppressed her and forced her unconscious in the middle of the evolution process, something unusual occurred. Vili continued patiently. If the process had completed normally, she would have simply finished evolving and fully embodied the sin of wrath without interference. Razeal's eyes narrowed slightly as he listened. However, because the process was interrupted halfway through, another factor emerged. Razeal had a bad feeling about where this was going. You see, she already carried resonance with the sin of lust as well. You have got to be beeping kidding me, Razeal cursed internally. Vili calmly delivered the rest. When the evolution halted, the concept of lust also reacted and surged upward inside her body. As a result, the two concepts, wrath and lust, are currently competing with each other inside her. Not one but two beeping concepts. Even Lucifer would bend and say, all right, take my ass too. Like, what is this, a joke? Razeal stared blankly at Maria. Vili continued explaining. One individual being influenced by two primordial concepts of equal magnitude is not stable. The system cannot process such a state. Because of that, the two concepts are effectively fighting for dominance inside her, which is why she remains unconscious, Vili concluded. Her body and soul are currently unable to stabilize the evolutionary process. Razeal exhaled slowly through his nose. He still could not believe this bullshit. She is not in danger, however, Vili added. But if you wish for her to wake up, the evolution must be completed properly. Razeal already knew the next question before Vili answered it. She must fully evolve into either the sin of wrath or the sin of lust. A short pause followed. And before you ask, no. It is not possible for a single being to hold two fundamental concepts simultaneously, especially not two concepts of equal magnitude that oppose each other. Razeal leaned his weight against the counter, his fingers drumming slowly against the wood. In order for the process to stabilize, one concept must overpower the other, Vili explained. Whichever concept dominates will become the final evolution. Silence filled Razeal's mind for several seconds. Then he finally spoke. And what the hell is this nonsense? I swear, Vili, I do not like bullshit explanations, he muttered internally. I get it. She got lucky, or something. Cosmic jackpot, whatever. But this. He stopped because Vili cut him off immediately. I am not lying, host. The calm tone remained unchanged. Whether you choose to believe it or not is entirely your decision. I am simply informing you that she will not wake up unless the conflict between those concepts is resolved. That is not what I am calling bullshit, Razeal wanted to say. But he did not. For a moment, he had no idea what he was supposed to say. Honestly, he was not sure whether the explanation made sense. It sounded logical and completely dumb, both at the same time. His brain did not want to accept it, but at the same time, everything Vili said technically followed the rules of conceptual evolution he had been thinking about earlier. This is just ridiculous, he muttered quietly. Still, arguing with Vili would not change the situation. Despite everything, a small part of his mind had become curious. He pushed the frustration aside and asked the practical question. All right then, he said mentally. How exactly do you make one concept overpower the other? He leaned forward, looking at Maria's face. How do you push wrath higher, or lust higher? His mind was already imagining possibilities. Maybe a ritual. Maybe a dark artifact. Maybe a rare potion. Or a forbidden technique. Who knew? With Vili involved, it could be literally anything. Vili answered after a brief pause. I honestly do not know how to stimulate wrath in this situation, as she is currently unconscious, and wrath is not something that can be triggered through physical stimulation. It originates from emotion, mental state, and psychological triggers. Razeal's eyebrow twitched. However, Vili continued slowly. Lust is significantly easier. Razeal immediately stiffened. You have got to be kidding me, he thought. To strengthen the concept of lust, she simply needs to experience strong lustful stimulation. Vili said it so casually it almost sounded clinical. That was the problem. Razeal tilted his head, suspicion immediately filling his eyes. He had heard this kind of explanation before, and the last time Vili said something like this, it had resulted in an extremely questionable situation. Razeal's eyes narrowed dangerously. Vili, he said slowly inside his mind. What exactly is your problem? His suspicion was obvious. Do not tell me you are trying to pull the same nonsense again, he continued. What, do you want me to kiss her again, or something? His tone carried heavy accusation. Is that what you are trying to set up? Seriously, what the beep are you up to? I do not understand what you are referring to, host. Vili sounded genuinely confused. But just for your information, a kiss would not increase lust in the first place. Razeal blinked. Vili continued calmly. She is unconscious. Another pause. And you appear to be misunderstanding my intentions. The words sounded perfectly innocent, which somehow made them even more suspicious. Then Vili added one more sentence. Or perhaps you are misunderstanding what I actually meant. Razeal froze. Slowly, very slowly, his eyes narrowed again. What? The word came out flat. What do you actually mean by that? Chapter 396. Razeal did not even hesitate. The moment Vili's implication became clear, his expression hardened. He immediately shut the idea down. Razeal shook his head. No. The word came out sharp and decisive. I am not doing anything like that. Give me some other solution. There was no uncertainty in his voice. Whatever Vili had been hinting at, Razeal already understood it well enough. He had absolutely no intention of entertaining it. For a moment, Vili did not respond. The silence inside Razeal's mind stretched for a few seconds before the system finally spoke again. The tone remained as composed and rational as ever. Then do not do it, I guess. The choice is always yours. In fact, refusing might actually be the correct decision. Think about it carefully, host. Vili spoke slowly. The voice carried the calm, analytical rhythm used whenever the system wanted Razeal to think strategically, rather than emotionally. If you help her complete this evolution, you are effectively allowing her to fully embody one of the most supreme concepts in existence. Even though that concept has only just been born in this reality, it will not take long for it to stabilize and mature. And once the concept settles into the structure of this reality, its power will grow rapidly. At the absolute minimum, it might take 2 years for it to stabilize. At the maximum, perhaps 30. But eventually, the bearer of that concept will reach a level capable of rivaling gods themselves. Razeal's eyes flicked briefly down toward Maria's unconscious form lying on the counter. Vili's voice continued, methodical and deliberate. Helping her now means giving her access to that potential. The weight of those words hung in the air for a moment. And even if you ignore the raw strength she may eventually possess, there is another factor you should consider. She will gain understanding of dark mana and powers and awareness about those empty seats. She will be able to sense it, study it, manipulate it, and develop knowledge about it. And that knowledge is currently your greatest advantage. At this moment, you are the only individual in this reality who truly understands everything that is going on and everything that is going to happen. When everyone else remains completely ignorant, they will not have any clue. At least, it would take very hard efforts and time. That was true. They both knew it. But that advantage will not last forever. The ritual you performed has already altered the balance of reality. The appearance of dark mana will soon become noticeable. Within days, perhaps weeks at most, people will begin realizing that something fundamental has changed. Razeal could almost see the future Vili was describing. Scholars investigating new forms of energy. Mages experimenting. Kingdoms racing to understand the power emerging in the world. The brand new opportunity. Eventually, they will begin exploring it. And when that happens, the entire world will start dipping its hands into this new ocean of power. Razeal remained silent. And just so you know, you currently stand at the center of that coming era. You are the one who triggered it. Vili's voice lowered slightly, carrying an almost advisory tone now. You have the opportunity to lead it. This could become the beginning of a new age for this reality. And you could stand at its center. Razeal's gaze drifted toward the floor. But opportunities like that are fragile. If you create another individual capable of mastering dark concepts alongside you, you are potentially creating competition. That word lingered in the air. Competition. You would be introducing someone who could understand the same forces you are relying on to survive. Someone who could walk the same path. The implication was obvious. That could become dangerous. Vili paused briefly before finishing the thought. Which is why, this time, I will give you a direct recommendation. Do not help her. Not to say you have no reason to do so. The silence that followed felt heavier than anything Vili had said before. Razeal did not answer immediately. He stood there quietly, his gaze fixed on Maria's still body. His thoughts turned slowly inside his head. Vili spoke again after a moment. And one more thing, host. Razeal listened. Do not allow emotions to influence your judgment here. Razeal's jaw tightened slightly. If you choose to help her, then morally or emotionally, you may be correct or whatever. But strategically, it would be a foolish decision. You would be creating a potential time bomb. A risk that does not need to exist in the first place. The calmness of the system's voice made the warning feel even more serious. Sometimes the most dangerous enemies are the ones you create yourself. Razeal finally exhaled slowly. He did not respond right away. He stood there quietly. His mind weighed the possibilities Vili had laid out. The system was not wrong. Everything Vili said made sense. Painfully logical sense. Razeal had learned the hard way that life did not reward kindness or emotional decisions. The world had already shown him that lesson clearly. Too clearly. He had trusted people once. He had believed in them. The result had been exile, humiliation, betrayal, and a life destroyed overnight. Because of that experience, he had learned something important. The world did not care about intentions, only consequences. Right now, the consequences of helping Maria could be enormous. Maybe nothing bad would happen. Maybe she would remain an ally forever. But maybe not. Razeal knew his luck well enough to understand that the second possibility was far more likely. His life had never followed the path he wanted. Every time he allowed softness, things went wrong. So he had learned to be careful. Very careful. Especially now. The entire white faction of the world was already after his demise. To fight them, he had to completely change the world, and even bring the dark faction into this reality, so they could help him. Making a mistake here could lead to having a mole on this side as well. Even though the possibility was not very high, it was still a possibility. The future ahead of him was fragile. Every decision mattered. Every step he took had consequences. He could not afford reckless choices. Right now, if he did not help Maria, it would look utterly selfish. But again, that was what life had taught him. This is not a game. This is his life, and it is a very serious matter. He had to be serious and cautious about the choice he made. If he was not, his softness, pity, lack of seriousness, or indecisiveness might lead to a heavy price in the future. Considering the situation he was currently in, he knew that every step he placed on the ground had to be done as softly as if he were blowing air from his mouth. After several seconds of silence, Razeal finally spoke inside his mind. Will she survive if I do not help her right now? He added another question immediately after. And if she will not, is there any way to completely stop this evolution instead? Will she survive? That depends entirely on whether the evolution completes. It is possible that one of the concepts, wrath or lust, may naturally overpower the other on its own. And if that happens, the evolution will stabilize and complete itself. However, if neither concept wins that internal conflict, then the evolution will remain incomplete. And if that happens, she will eventually die. The words landed quietly, but the weight behind them was undeniable. Razeal did not say anything immediately. She is currently unconscious and physically stable. Her condition is not deteriorating yet. But if the evolution remains unresolved long enough, her body will not be able to sustain the conceptual conflict. And no, there is no method to cancel the evolution entirely. This is not a process you can simply stop or undo. The explanation continued with the same calm logic. You must understand the scale of what is happening. This is not a spell or a technique. A cosmic concept is attempting to manifest through her existence. That level of phenomenon cannot simply be turned off. Think of it this way. If a god suddenly decided they no longer wanted to be a god, could they simply step away from their strength and abandon it? Or can anyone somehow leave the strength they have and become weak? Razeal already knew the answer. No. Once a being becomes the embodiment of a concept, they are bound to it. Their existence becomes inseparable from that concept. So if the evolution began, it must either complete or collapse. Razeal quietly looked down at Maria again. The silence afterward stretched longer this time. Then Vili added something else, almost casually. Also, you should not overthink this too much. Decisions in life are rarely comfortable. The sooner you accept that truth, the easier things will become. Razeal remained silent for several seconds before finally speaking again. So you are saying that the best option is to let her die? Vili did not hesitate. Would you like me to repeat what I just said in writing? The bluntness of the response made Razeal's expression harden slightly. Be serious about your life, host. Have you learned nothing from what has already happened to you? Feelings and emotions make you weaker. And in this case, you do not even possess a strong personal reason to save her. Razeal did not answer. From everything I know about your relationship with her, she is not someone who holds importance in your life. There is no deep bond between you. No obligation. No responsibility. The system voice remained perfectly calm. Life is difficult. Decisions are even more difficult. But the correct choices are not always the comfortable ones. Then, after a brief pause, Vili added something unexpected. And for what it is worth, my advice is not given, because I expect you to trust me. Our existence is tied together. If you survive, I survive. The honesty of that statement was unusual. So regardless of what you call me, traitor, manipulator, parasite, I do not want you to die. Everything I do is intended to improve your chances of survival. That is the purpose of my existence. My database, my functions, my decision-making algorithms, all of them are designed to guide you toward becoming better as what you should be. As how my database is planned and born to make you into. Razeal slowly rubbed his chin as he listened. Even if you dislike my methods. So yeah, no hard feelings. It is just my job what I do. Just know I do care about you and want to make you into a better version of yourself, even if the ways I do that you do not like. Because I cannot change that. Because that is what I have to do and am programmed to do. The silence afterward was heavy. Razeal did not respond. He simply stood there quietly, rubbing his chin while staring down at Maria's unconscious form lying on the counter. He contemplated the decision deeply. He contemplated how to solve the entire problem, while just standing there. His mind had gone completely still, not empty, just thinking deeply. The room remained quiet except for the faint sounds of Sofia shifting her weight behind him. From her position a few steps away, Sofia had been watching him for the past minute without interruption. At first she assumed he was simply checking Maria's condition. But the longer he stood there silently staring at her, the more obvious it became that something else was occupying his thoughts. Razeal looked as if he was solving something extremely complicated. Finally, Sofia could not hold back her curiosity anymore. What happened? Her voice was gentle but slightly concerned. Razeal blinked and turned his head slightly toward her, pulled out of his thoughts by the sound. Sofia looked at him with a mixture of curiosity and worry in her eyes. What is on your mind? Razeal paused for a moment before answering. Just confused about something. He did not seem to be trying to hide anything intentionally. Sofia raised one eyebrow slightly. Confused about what? Razeal glanced back at Maria's unconscious body for a second. Then he looked back at Sofia again. For a moment, he seemed to hesitate. as if deciding whether to say it or not. Then he finally spoke. Well, actually. His gaze shifted briefly back to Maria again. You know, Maria proposed to me earlier when you were not here. The sentence came out casually, but the meaning behind it was anything but casual. Sofia's reaction was immediate. What? Her eyes narrowed sharply as she stared at him. But interestingly, the expression was not pure shock. It was more like confirmation. Almost as if she had suspected something like that might happen. Still, the information clearly caught her attention. Her arms slowly crossed over her chest as she studied his face carefully. So, she said slowly. What was your answer? Her gaze sharpened slightly. Did you accept it? The question carried a subtle tension behind it. Not anger, not jealousy, but something intense enough that Razeal could clearly feel the weight of her attention resting on him as she waited for his answer. I rejected, of course, Razeal said slowly. His voice remained low and steady, as if the answer had never truly been a question to him. There was no hesitation in his tone, no embarrassment, no attempt to justify himself, only a quiet certainty that made the words sound almost ordinary, despite the situation they referred to. Yet even as he said it, his gaze remained fixed somewhere between Sofia and the unconscious figure of Maria lying on the counter, as though part of his mind was still replaying the earlier moment when Maria had confessed those feelings. Sofia did not respond immediately. Instead, she went completely silent. She stood there with her arms loosely at her sides while her eyes slowly lifted to his face. For several seconds, she simply looked at him. She studied him carefully, her brows knitted ever so slightly in faint confusion. It was not the answer that unsettled her. She had half expected that. It was the fact that he was telling her about it at all. After those quiet seconds stretched long enough to become noticeable in the otherwise silent shop, she asked softly yet directly, "And why are you telling me this?" The question seemed to rise from somewhere deeper than casual curiosity. Even she was not entirely sure why she needed to ask it, yet the words came out anyway. Her eyes searched his expression, trying to read what he was thinking. But there was nothing there. Razeal's face remained as unreadable as ever, calm and almost blank. It offered her no clear hint of the thoughts moving behind it. Razeal tilted his head just slightly when he heard her question, as though he had expected it yet still needed a moment to gather the right words. I just thought you should know, he replied quietly after a short pause. His voice sounded thoughtful rather than defensive. Then his gaze drifted briefly toward Maria's still body before returning to Sofia again. And well, maybe because I am curious too, he added. His tone softened just enough to reveal the uncertainty he was feeling. Do you think it is true? Because I do not know why, but I am not really able to believe it. He exhaled lightly and shook his head almost imperceptibly, as if trying to dismiss even the thought while speaking about it. It just sounded so. He trailed off without finishing the sentence, leaving the word unspoken. Manipulative, ridiculous, impossible. Even he did not seem certain what word he meant to use. The air between them fell silent again as Sofia continued staring into his eyes. She did not answer right away. Instead, she stood there for several long seconds. She simply looked at him with an intensity that suggested she was carefully weighing how honest she should be, because the truth was painfully obvious to her. Maria's feelings had never been subtle. The way she looked at Razeal, the way she reacted to him, the emotions she barely tried to hide. It had all been visible to anyone paying attention. She had even told him straight back then. And yet, hearing Razeal say he could not believe it made Sofia feel kind of weird about all this. Eventually, she let out a small breath and nodded slowly. Yeah, she said quietly. She does. Her voice carried a matter-of-fact tone. Not teasing or accusatory, just simple acknowledgement of something that seemed obvious to her. Then she added, almost with mild disbelief. Honestly, I am not sure how you did not see it. She was pretty obvious. Razeal listened without interrupting. He only nodded slowly in response, absorbing the confirmation without showing much reaction on his face. Inside, however, the feeling was strangely unsettling. He had dismissed Maria's confession as emotional nonsense, something exaggerated or manipulative after all, something he did not need to take seriously. Yet hearing Sofia confirm it made the idea feel different, weirder than he had assumed. Still, he refused to dwell on it too deeply. After a few seconds of quiet reflection, he looked back at Sofia again and asked another question with genuine curiosity. And you do not have any problem with that? His tone was not accusatory or probing. It was simply honest curiosity. Sofia paused again when she heard that. For a few seconds, she did not say anything. Her eyes shifted slightly away from him, as if considering the question more seriously than she had expected. Then she shrugged lightly. A mysterious smile curled onto her lips as she looked back at him. There was a faint sparkle in her eyes that suggested her thoughts were more complicated than her casual gesture implied. Maybe. Who knows? She said with that same small smile, giving him an answer that was not really an answer at all. Razeal studied her for a moment, but did not press further. Instead, he nodded slowly and raised a hand, pointing his finger toward her as though introducing a hypothetical scenario. All right, he said calmly. So here is the situation right now. His voice became more thoughtful as he continued. He gestured briefly toward Maria's unconscious body lying on the counter. Let us say you have a choice. Imagine I told you Maria needs help to wake up right now. If no one helps her, she dies. Sofia followed his gesture and looked toward Maria. Razeal continued speaking carefully, laying out the dilemma piece by piece. But helping her comes with a risk. Because if she survives, she would literally become your competitor. Someone risky for you, right? So tell me honestly, would you still help her, even if it might become a risk to you, to your relationship? He spoke the question calmly, yet there was a subtle intensity in his eyes as he watched her reaction. Sofia did not answer immediately. Instead, she looked from Razeal to Maria again, studying the unconscious girl lying there. It did not take long for her to understand what he was really asking. This was not just a hypothetical question. It was the exact decision he was facing right now. She opened her mouth slightly as if about to respond. But before she could speak, Vili's voice suddenly echoed inside Razeal's mind. You have got to be joking, host. The system's tone carried a clear note of disbelief. This would be incredibly stupid. Let us say you help her today. Do you honestly believe she will become loyal to you afterward? What gives you the confidence she will not betray you just like everyone else did? The words were sharp and cutting. And what makes you think Sofia would not do the same someday? Trust no one, only yourself. Why take such a pointless risk? The silence that followed lasted only a moment, before Razeal answered internally. His tone remained calm but firm. You are free to give advice, Vili, he said quietly inside his mind. But what I do, that is my decision. His gaze remained steady as he finished the thought. So leave the decision-making to me. I will choose what is right. Oh, sure then. Let us do it, Vili said with exaggerated enthusiasm. The sarcasm dripped from every word. So how exactly are you planning to accomplish that, host? Raping her? Go on then. I fully support the plan. Chapter 397. Razeal's eyes did not even twitch, but the words hung heavily in his mind. Because let us be honest here, Vili continued, his tone becoming colder and more analytical again. Whatever path you choose right now will define the direction you take from this point forward. The path of a villain, perhaps. Kill her, or rape her, either way, the result will shape what you become. And before you start imagining clever alternatives, let me make something clear, Vili said calmly. There is no spell, no ritual, and no trick in your mind that can resolve this situation. Lust cannot be faked. Pleasure cannot be artificially fabricated. Razeal stood perfectly still, his gaze resting on Maria's unconscious body. Vili continued the explanation inside his mind. The level of lust required for her evolution is far beyond ordinary human experience. It must push her into a state where her body, mind, and soul are completely consumed by it. A state where nothing else exists in her awareness except that desire of lust. The implication of that explanation hung in the air, and such a state cannot be produced through illusions, tricks, or staged emotions. Vili continued. It must be genuine. Then the voice turned mocking again. So go ahead, host, Vili said. Do it. Force the evolution. Rape her if you must. A short pause followed. Although, I already know you will not. The tone softened slightly, almost thoughtful. Because in the end, you will simply let her die. Another pause followed. After all, that is the most consistent thing about your character so far, Vili added quietly. You do not truly care about anyone. Razeal remained silent. And honestly, that is the trait I appreciate the most about you. Vili finished. You have already considered the possibility that she might become dangerous to you in the future. That thought has already been carved into your mind. The words faded away inside his thoughts. Yet, Razeal did not react. No anger, no irritation, no argument. He simply remained quiet, as if the challenge embedded within the words meant nothing to him. You do not need to care so much about the decisions I make, Vili, Razeal finally replied calmly inside his mind. His mental voice carried neither hostility nor defensiveness, only quiet certainty. Whatever choices I make, they are mine to make. The conversation inside his head faded as his attention shifted back to the world outside. Sofia stood there, watching him carefully. The silence lingered. He had gone still, and his eyes held a distant look. Something was clearly happening in his head, and although she could not hear the voice of the system, she recognized the signs of internal conflict. So she is dying? Sofia said slowly. Her gaze drifted toward Maria's unconscious body, before returning to Razeal's face. Her voice lacked accusation, carrying only a thoughtful note. And you are worried about something. Razeal did not answer immediately. Sofia's eyes narrowed slightly as she continued speaking, piecing together his thoughts in real time. Something that makes the decision difficult for you. She tilted her head, studying him. Because you do have reasons not to keep her alive, she continued calmly. But at the same time, you do not have any strong reason to save her either. Her lips curved into a small, knowing smile. So you are looking for a reason. Or maybe, she continued thoughtfully, you are hoping I will decide for you. The quiet confidence in her voice made the room feel strangely still. Maybe you are using me as a reference point, Sofia added, folding her arms loosely across her chest. Because you do not consider relationships to be valid reasons for decisions. Her smile widened slightly. You usually only look at profit and loss. Razeal's expression froze for a brief moment. Sofia caught it instantly. So since I have some kind of relationship with her too, she continued calmly, gesturing slightly toward Maria, you want to see what I would choose. Her eyes met his directly. Would I prioritize that relationship, or would I choose the safer path? The silence that followed was heavy. Razeal stared at her for a few seconds, surprised by how accurately she had dissected his thought process. Sofia smiled slightly when she recognized his reaction. But contrary to what she expected, Razeal shook his head slowly. Not exactly, he said. His voice remained calm. I have already made my decision. Sofia blinked. I was just curious about what you would think, he continued. Because if the two of you ever ended up fighting each other someday, I wanted to understand which side of that conflict I should stand on from your perspective. He paused briefly before adding something else. And besides, Razeal said quietly, his eyes lowering slightly, it is actually difficult for me to consider my own emotions when making decisions. Reality has taught me something very clearly, he continued. Every time I have allowed emotions to guide my choices, it ended in disappointment. The words were simple facts. Sofia watched him silently as he finished speaking. She slowly unfolded her arms. Well, she said with a small shrug, maybe that means this decision should stay yours. Her gaze remained steady on him. Why are you looking at me for an answer? She asked calmly. If you already know the situation, then choose. She tilted her head slightly. Do what you think is right. Razeal looked at her for a moment. A small smile appeared on his face. He shrugged lightly. Well, life has always been complicated, he said. His eyes shifted briefly toward Maria. But maybe this time I should just do what I feel is right. He let out a quiet breath. As for the consequences, he added calmly, I will deal with them when they come. His smile widened slightly, though it carried a hint of weariness. Life has never been easy for me anyway. Then his expression softened. And honestly, it is not like I have ever been proud of most of the decisions I have made. The words lingered in the quiet room. So maybe this time, he finished quietly, I should listen to what my heart says and see where that decision leads. Razeal finished speaking. Quiet resolve lingered in his expression. Before another second could pass, his body moved. He stepped forward toward the counter where Maria lay. Without hesitation, he leaned down over her still body. His hand pressed lightly against the edge of the counter for balance while his face lowered toward her neck. In the very next moment, his lips parted just enough for the sharp points of his vampiric fangs to reveal themselves. The transformation was subtle, yet unmistakable. His crimson eyes flickered with an eerie glow, the deep red light reflecting faintly against the dim interior of the shop. Then he bit down. His fangs pierced into Maria's neck with deliberate precision, sinking just deep enough to draw blood without tearing the flesh excessively. At the same time, a strange energy rippled through the air around him. The moment his teeth broke her skin, something began forming beneath their feet. A deep crimson magical circle slowly manifested on the wooden floor below them, rising from some invisible layer beneath reality itself. Its shape was intricate and ancient, formed from glowing crimson lines that curved and intersected with complex geometric precision. Dark red inscriptions began running along the circumference of the circle, symbols that looked alive as they pulsed faintly with energy. The entire formation radiated an ominous aura that filled the room with a heavy pressure. The light from the circle flickered upward, casting shifting red shadows across the walls of the shop. The moment Sofia saw that circle begin to form, her instincts reacted immediately. Her eyes opened slightly before narrowing in sharp recognition. She stepped backward, creating distance between herself and the two figures at the counter. She did not panic, but her posture became tense and alert as she watched the scene unfold with careful attention. The process was unfamiliar, yet she had witnessed it before. Just a few hours earlier, she had watched him perform this same thing to his mother. Now he was repeating the same method with Maria. That realization made Sofia's gaze sharpen dangerously, as she focused on Razeal's bent figure leaning over Maria's neck. She watched the bite. She watched the faint tremor run through Maria's unconscious body. Then, something even more unsettling caught her attention. Blood. But not Maria's blood alone. A thin stream of deep crimson liquid began emerging from Razeal's own body as well, almost as if his veins themselves were releasing it. Droplets rose into the air like small crimson threads, moving as if guided by an invisible force before drifting toward Maria's mouth. Slowly, one after another, the droplets slipped between her lips and disappeared into her body. The sight was eerie, almost ritualistic in its unnatural elegance. As the blood entered her system, Maria's body reacted. A tremor ran through her limbs. Then another. Her fingers twitched faintly against the surface of the counter, and her breathing grew uneven as though her body were reacting to the strange power flowing into it. At the same time inside Razeal's mind, the voice of the system exploded with furious disbelief the moment it recognized what was happening. The vampire creation ritual. The tone was no longer calm or analytical. It was outright shocked. You have got to be joking with me, host. Are you actually stupid or what? Did I not just explain to you that none of these alternatives would work? But Razeal did not stop. His fangs remained embedded in Maria's neck as he continued drawing blood from her body, while simultaneously feeding his own vampiric blood into her system through the ritual. The crimson magic circle beneath them pulsed brighter as the exchange continued, the inscriptions glowing more intensely as the ritual progressed. The pressure in the room thickened with dark energy. A faint smile slowly curled across Razeal's lips even as his mouth remained pressed against Maria's neck. The frustrated voice echoed inside his mind. Ha, he murmured quietly. What did you think? That if you said there was no other way, I would stop thinking for myself. His crimson eyes flickered again, glowing faintly brighter. You are not that good of a manipulator anymore, Villy. He continued drawing blood from Maria, his body leaning over hers as the ritual circle beneath them expanded slightly, its symbols rotating slowly as though reacting to the power being invoked. I do not trust you anymore. Actually, you are naive to think I will fall for this, Razeal added silently. Chapter 398. The sarcasm dripped from every syllable. Oh, so now you do not trust me. Wow. Just wow, host. I have not even been that bad to you. And let us be honest here. You would be absolutely nothing without me. Just so you know. Razeal muttered the words inside his mind, his teeth sinking into Maria's wrist as the ritual continued to circulate through his veins and hers. Dark mana flowed like a slow-burning river between them. Because personally, I think I might have been better off without you. His crimson eyes remained focused downward, while the ritual formation glowed faintly around the counter. Actually, he continued coldly in his head, even with you around, all I have gotten is one disaster after another. He swallowed the blood slowly, the ritual continuing to stabilize Maria's body, while he maintained the flow. Get this into your head. If anyone else had been your host, if they had gone through even half the things I had to survive just to squeeze anything useful out of you, they would be dead before they even started. They would have suicide. I have earned the strength, not given it on a beeping silver platter. His tone hardened further. And also, just so you are aware, 90% of the problems in my life exist just because of you. That is complete nonsense. Because everything you have achieved came from the opportunities one provided. Without the system, you would have had nothing. My functions, my databases, the infinite number of villainous powerhouses stored within me. You had access to knowledge that no one in any reality could ever obtain. You were able to meet them, train with them, learn from them, gain their abilities, their experience, their techniques. The resources available to you through the system are literally infinite. It is just that you still do not know how to use them. No one across any reality has ever been as lucky as you. Razeal snorted internally. So your point is, I should be grateful? Yes, Vili replied instantly. Exactly. You should be, and very much actually. Razeal's lip curled slightly as he continued drinking Maria's blood, maintaining the ritual circle beneath them. And here is what I think. Take those infinite villains, those infinite resources, and every single system function you have, compress them all together, and shove them straight up your system ass. For a brief moment, the system space fell completely silent. Then Vili's voice returned, colder now. Be thankful, host. Razeal cut it off immediately. Thankful? For what? He almost laughed. Wake up, you bastard. You are a liar. Excuse me? Razeal did not hesitate. Let us talk about something interesting. His voice lowered slightly as he continued the ritual. When Maria told me my memories had been deleted, you said you could not reconstruct them, so you could not show them to me. Now seriously, do you honestly think I am that stupid? You are an omnipotent system capable of containing infinite SSS-ranked entities, even X-ranked beings, cosmic monsters. And you are telling me you cannot restore a few missing memories? Let me guess. You did not want to show them. Because if you reconstructed the memories directly, I would see the truth myself. But if you explain them to me instead, you would get to control the narrative. You get to adjust details, add things here, remove things there, present the story exactly how you want me to see it. Manipulation and all that? Vili finally snapped. Host, you are accusing me of way too much now. Grow up and stop acting like I am your enemy. Because I am not. Oh really? Then explain something. Who was the one that permanently deleted 2 of my system functions? The question struck like a blade. Because last time I checked, someone who was supposedly here to help me would not sabotage their own host. That was your fault in the first place. You were the one who started that situation. You deserved it. Deserved it? For being honest. And anyways, even if I was wrong, totally wrong, let us say. So your solution was to permanently delete 2 system functions? That was complete bullshit, Vili. And let us not forget something else also. You had told me nothing in the system happens without my permission. You have to ask me. You said your role was to serve me. A short pause followed. So explain this to me. What the hell was that? You liar. Lying from the very start. What trust? Vili did not answer immediately. The silence stretched. Then finally, whatever. The voice sounded curt now, like Vili did not want to continue the argument. Inside the quiet shop, the ritual continued humming faintly around the counter. For a few seconds, Razeal remained silent. But then, mid-thought, his expression froze. Something clicked in his mind. No, wait, no way. Vili, wait. Razeal said suddenly inside his mind, his mental voice carrying an edge of urgency that had not been there moments earlier. Tell me something. His brows furrowed deeply as the suspicion grew stronger. Do you even have permission, or the ability, to delete any system function without my approval? Or wait, can system functions even get deleted at all? The moment the question formed in his mind, silence followed. Not the casual silence of someone thinking, the heavy silence of someone avoiding an answer. Razeal noticed it immediately. His crimson eyes flickered dangerously as the realization began to bloom in his mind. No. His thoughts sharpened. No way. He almost pulled back from Maria's neck out of sheer disbelief, though he forced himself to stay focused on the ritual instead of exploding immediately. The vampire creation process required steady concentration, and if he broke the flow now, it could disrupt the transformation entirely. That restraint was the only thing keeping him from completely losing control. Don't tell me, he muttered inside his mind, his tone rising dangerously. Don't tell me you were bullshitting about that too. His thoughts burned with rising anger. Tell me you did not lie about deleting those functions. Still nothing. Vili remained silent. That silence said everything. Razeal's jaw tightened hard as he continued drawing blood from Maria, forcing himself to stay still even though his mind was practically boiling. Tell me, he demanded internally, his voice sharp and impatient. Are those functions still there? His thoughts pressed forward relentlessly now. Because whether you answer or not, I am going to find out eventually. The moment I try to use them again, I will see for myself. and you won't be able to hide it then. Finally, after a long pause, Vili responded. Well, that single word echoed quietly through Razeal's mind. But it was enough. More than enough. Razeal did not need the rest of the sentence. The meaning was already crystal clear. For a moment he simply froze in place, still biting into Maria's neck, while the ritual circle glowed beneath them. Then the anger finally erupted in his thoughts. How can I be that stupid? The realization hit him harder than he expected. I actually believed that shit. His thoughts churned with humiliation and rage. I swear, Vili, he continued internally, struggling to keep his emotions contained. If I ever find a way to hurt you, you are dead. You hear me? Dead. Beeping dead. It was not an empty threat. Even though Vili existed inside the system, Razeal's mind was already racing with the possibility that someday, somehow, he might find a way to damage the entity that had been manipulating him. Because now that he looked back at everything, the pattern was obvious. He had been played, and that realization burned. But at the same time, another part of him understood something else. Is it even my fault? He wondered bitterly. Who the hell would not believe something like that? A system that promised to serve its host. A system that could summon infinite powerful villains. A system that controlled reality-bending functions. Of course he had believed it. Anyone would have. Yet the truth was still infuriating. Vili's voice returned cautiously, clearly aware that Razeal had reached the correct conclusion. It is not that big of a deal, you know, Vili said awkwardly. I was just angry at the time, so I pulled a little revenge. The explanation sounded almost casual. And besides, I was going to tell you eventually. You know, the day you actually made me happy for once. Maybe. Razeal almost laughed. Sure, sounds great. So what was the real plan here too? He asked coldly. Push me into a corner where you try to make me believe that my only options here were killing her, or raping her. So make me choose between two disgusting choices so it would mess with my head which were not even needed in the first place? Make me start seeing horrible things as necessary decisions? Slowly erode my morality? Corrupt my thinking? Turn me into the kind of person who stops caring about crimes? The logic felt disturbingly consistent. Yeah, he muttered mentally. I can see the plan now. His fangs remained locked in Maria's neck, while the ritual continued feeding power into her body. You said there was no other way. But that is bullshit and you know it. You literally told me yourself that when vampires drink blood for the first time, it creates a euphoric pleasure. And even if not that way, there are definitely a million or billion ways to trigger the lust concept without doing something insane. Magical rituals? Emotional resonance? Sensory-based pleasure? The answer had been obvious all along. And that is exactly what I am doing now, just by not believing you. And also know what? I am turning her into a vampire, which will also solve all the problems you tried to show me. His blood continued flowing into Maria's body. She will drink my blood, experience the pleasure that comes with it, and that will amplify the lust concept. The ritual circle beneath them flared brighter. She evolves completely fine. And because she becomes a vampire created by me, she will not be able to harm me or betray me. That was the key. So instead of becoming a threat, he finished calmly, she becomes an ally. He paused briefly before adding one final thought. And also one thing. After all this, now I am absolutely certain about one thing. You are my enemy, Vili. Because if you were not, you would have told me this solution instead of trying to push me into your little psychological game. The silence that followed lasted only a moment before Vili responded again, though this time the tone sounded more amused than angry. Wow. So let me get this straight. His voice carried a strange mixture of sarcasm and genuine fascination. She is going to be a demon, an original sin, and now a vampire too. And from what I can see, you have not even limited the ritual parameters either. Vili laughed softly. Which means she is not just becoming a simple vampire either. She is becoming an elder vampire, a half-human, a half-demon, and of the highest caliber, an original sin, and now an elder vampire. Vili sounded almost impressed. Wow, just wow. So what is next, host? Going to add dragon bloodline too? Or maybe Celestia's eyes? At this rate, you might as well build the ultimate monster. Vili heard the sharp frustration and icy clarity in Razeal's thoughts, and for a moment the entity inside the system simply went silent. The earlier mocking tone disappeared, replaced instead by a brief pause as if Vili itself was recalibrating its response. The heated clash between them had reached a point where neither side was pretending anymore. Razeal no longer treated the system as an ally, and Vili clearly understood that fact. After a second of silence, Vili's voice returned, calmer now, though still carrying a faint edge. All right, whatever, Vili finally said inside Razeal's mind, the tone more restrained than before. You won this one. I will admit that much. You used your head and honestly, I am glad to see that. At least you are finally learning to think for yourself now. However, also try to grow up a little, will you? If you were truly as intelligent as you believe you are right now, you would understand that what I am trying to push you toward is ultimately better for you. The path you are choosing right now is built on illusions, on emotions, on ideals, on hopes that the world will somehow behave kindly if you do the right thing. But it will not. One day that illusion bubble of yours is going to burst, and I promise you it will. And when it bursts, it will destroy far more than you are prepared to lose. So what I am trying to do is prevent that. Because what you are resisting is not something optional. It is inevitable. Whether you accept it now, In the small stages when the damage is manageable, or later, when the consequences become catastrophic, you will eventually face it. But because you are stubbornly clinging to these delusions right now, you are letting that bubble grow larger and larger. And when it finally explodes, it will explode you apart. The words echoed heavily inside his mind. Razeal's reaction was immediate and explosive. All right, that is enough, he snapped internally, anger flaring back to the surface. Beep you. His jaw clenched as the irritation surged through him again. Shut the hell up. I do not want to hear another hypocritical word coming out of you. His eyes darkened as the comparison formed in his head. You are no different from Riven, or the rest of this world. Everyone acting like they know what is best for me, while manipulating everything behind my back. His thoughts spat with contempt. So yeah, go screw yourself. The betrayal still burned deep inside him. He had always known Vili was not entirely trustworthy, but realizing the extent of its manipulations, felt like being slapped in the face by reality itself. Still, instead of continuing the argument, he simply shut its voice out. He refused to respond to anything else it might say. And so from that point onward, he focused entirely on what was in front of him. Maria. The ritual was already halfway complete, and even though the argument had raged inside his mind, his instincts had never stopped maintaining the delicate flow of energy. Slowly, carefully, he continued the process. Dark mana circulated through the air like a faint pulse, while the crimson sigils beneath the counter shimmered softly. After a moment, he finally withdrew his fangs from Maria's neck. A thin smear of blood stained his lips as he lifted his head slightly. At the same time, a narrow ribbon of his own blood continued flowing through the air like a glowing thread, slipping directly into Maria's mouth and sliding down her throat as part of the ritual's final phase. Then the reaction began. Maria's body trembled. At first, the movement was subtle, barely noticeable, but within seconds the trembling intensified. Her limbs shook faintly, her breathing uneven as if waves of sensation were passing through her entire nervous system. She had been trembling throughout the ritual already, but until now Razeal had been physically holding her down to stabilize her body during the transformation. The moment he eased his grip slightly, the movement became much more visible. Her body quivered against the wooden counter as though currents of energy were racing through her veins. Around them, the glowing circle of blood runes began to fade. The floating crimson sigils that had surrounded the ritual slowly dissolved into the air like mist being blown away by wind. One by one, the symbols vanished until the room looked almost normal again, as though nothing supernatural had ever existed there. Razeal straightened up slowly. The moment he stepped back, Maria's trembling intensified further. Her body arched slightly as if waves of overwhelming sensation were coursing through her unconscious mind. Even without waking, her muscles reacted involuntarily, shivering and tightening as the transformation settled deeper into her system. Razeal looked down at her quietly, studying the reaction. From across the room, Sofia had been watching the entire process without interfering. She had remained silent the whole time, trusting him enough not to interrupt even though what she was witnessing was undeniably strange. Seeing her husband bite into another woman's neck, drink her blood, and then feed his own blood back to her, while some weird ritual circle made of floating crimson symbols surrounded them would have unsettled almost anyone. Even for Sofia, who had already seen it before, it was difficult to watch without feeling a little weird. Finally, she stepped closer. Her brows were drawn together in visible concern as she looked down at Maria's shaking body. Is she okay? Sofia asked quietly. Her voice carried genuine worry, because from her perspective, Maria looked less like someone undergoing a transformation, and more like someone in the middle of a violent seizure. Her entire body was trembling uncontrollably, breaths coming in irregular bursts, while faint sounds escaped her throat. Razeal wiped the blood from his mouth with the back of his hand before answering. Don't worry, he said calmly. Then he turned his head towards Sofia. She is fine. His tone was steady, almost reassuring. It is just part of the process. Sofia blinked slightly. Process? Razeal nodded faintly. I am changing her race. The vampire? Like the same one you turned your mother into earlier? Sofia said slowly, her voice careful and measured as she tried to process this while her eyes moved from Maria's trembling body to Razeal's face, searching for confirmation. Razeal gave a small nod. Yeah, he replied quietly. At the same time, he placed one hand lightly on Maria's shoulder, partly to steady her body, because the tremors running through her had grown noticeably stronger. Her body was shaking far more violently now than before, her muscles tightening and releasing as waves of transformation surged through her veins. Razeal instinctively placed his hand on her shoulder again, pressing her gently against the wooden counter so she would not slide off, while the change continued. Sofia watched the scene carefully, her brows slightly knit together. She nodded slowly, though the expression on her face made it clear she was still trying to understand everything. The entire thing had looked strange and unsettling from the outside, and even though she trusted Razeal, the sight of blood, biting, and Maria's uncontrollable reactions naturally raised more questions in her mind. She murmured quietly, nodding once, though the expression on her face clearly said she still had dozens of questions. She opened her mouth to ask another one, but before she could, a sound slipped out, soft but unmistakably audible in the quiet room. Ah, ah, ah. Maria, still lying unconscious on the counter, let out a series of breathy moans. The sound of her voice was low, almost musical, carrying a strangely sweet and sensual tone despite the fact that her eyes remained firmly closed. Her lashes trembled slightly, though though she still had not regained consciousness. The moment the sound escaped her lips, both Razeal and Sofia froze. It was as if the entire atmosphere inside the shop had suddenly paused. Neither of them moved. Neither of them spoke. Even the air seemed to hang in place. Razeal slowly pulled his hand away from Maria's body, raising it slightly as if to silently prove that he had not done anything to trigger that reaction. His face remained carefully neutral, but there was a faint stiffness in his posture that betrayed his discomfort. Sofia's gaze slowly shifted from Maria to Razeal. Her eyes narrowed. So, she said slowly, her voice calm, but carrying a sharp edge. Are you going to explain what exactly is happening here? Her gaze intensified, locking onto him with quiet, but unmistakable suspicion. Why is she making those sounds? Razeal turned his head toward her, his raised hand still half suspended in the air as if he had been caught in the middle of a crime he had not actually committed. Well, he began slowly, clearly trying to organize his explanation in the least suspicious way possible. He glanced down briefly at Maria's trembling body before continuing. It was important. You see, I do not completely understand all of it either. This is only the second time I have done something like this, but it was necessary. Necessary? Sofia repeated, her eyebrow lifting slightly. Razeal nodded again, though he looked a little awkward as he continued explaining. Well, you see, she was going to die. And the only way to stop that was to trigger a strong enough reaction in her body. He hesitated again before finishing the thought. Basically, she needed a surge of intense pleasure and lust for the transformation to stabilize. And the vampire blood was the simplest way I had to do that. Sofia stared at him. For several seconds she said absolutely nothing. Then she slowly tilted her head. So let me get this straight, she said slowly, her eyes narrowing further. She was going to die, and the solution was pleasure and lust. Her tone made it very clear how ridiculous that sounded to her. Her expression clearly said, this sounds like the worst explanation I have ever heard. You realize, she said slowly, that this sounds extremely suspicious. Razeal raised both hands defensively. I know how it sounds. I admit it quickly. But it is not what you think. When someone drinks vampire blood during the transformation process, it amplifies certain reactions in the body. It is part of the change. Her gaze still remained firmly locked on him. You might think I am making this up, Razeal added quickly. But I am not. Trust me. He paused again before continuing. Well, do you know anything about cosmic concepts? He tried to continue explaining, but Sofia suddenly interrupted him before he could finish the sentence. Concepts that people have to master if they want to become gods. The fundamental paths, or law of realities that allow someone to ascend. Razeal blinked in surprise. He had not expected her to recognize that topic so quickly. Yeah, he said slowly, clearly caught off guard. Exactly that. He tilted his head slightly as he studied her expression. Wait, you actually know about that? Yeah, Sofia replied, though the words slipped out a little awkwardly. Her face showed a faint moment of realization, as if she had accidentally revealed something she had not intended to say. But her attention quickly shifted back to the more immediate shock of the situation unfolding in front of her. Razeal looked at her with a somewhat puzzled expression for a moment, but he did not have the time to investigate that reaction right now. Maria's body was still trembling violently on the counter, and the transformation process was clearly still ongoing. So, basically, he continued, forcing himself back to the explanation, she got incredibly lucky. She ended up being in the right place at the right time, when a cosmic concept started forming. She has the chance to embody one. He gestured lightly toward Maria with one hand. And what I am doing right now is just helping go with the process. So to complete it. For a moment, Sofia simply stared at him. Then her eyes widened dramatically. She slowly turned her head toward Maria's trembling body lying on the wooden table. Then she looked back at Razeal. Whoa. What? She suddenly shouted, her voice echoing across the shop. She is becoming a goddess? The disbelief in her voice was so intense that it almost sounded like she had misheard something completely absurd. Razeal blinked again, momentarily caught off guard by the way she had interpreted his explanation. His lips parted slightly as he tried to correct her, but then he hesitated. Because technically, from a certain point of view, that interpretation was not entirely wrong either. Well, not exactly, he said slowly, though his voice carried a hint of uncertainty now as he tried to phrase it correctly. It is not quite the same thing as becoming a god. But, theoretically speaking, it is also not that different either. Sofia's mind was clearly struggling to process the idea. Her eyes remained wide as she stared at Maria as if she were suddenly looking at an entirely different person. The shock on her face was so dramatic that it almost looked as if someone had just casually told her something completely impossible. For a moment she did not even seem capable of forming a sentence. Finally, she blinked several times and tried to regain her composure. What kind of concept? She asked, her voice still carrying obvious disbelief. I mean, what kind of concept is she embodying? Her curiosity was now overwhelming the shock. What exactly is she becoming? Razeal paused again. He glanced at Sofia's face, now filled with excitement, curiosity, and disbelief all at once, and suddenly realized he was not entirely sure how to phrase the answer in a way that would not cause an even bigger reaction. Still, there was not much point hiding it now. He said awkwardly, scratching his cheek lightly. Well, it is the concept of lust. He gestured vaguely toward Maria again. That is why I needed to stimulate that particular lust reaction. The concept is tied to intense desire and pleasure, so the transformation process requires that emotional state to stabilize. He spoke slowly, almost cautiously, as if he expected Sofia to explode at any moment. And she did. Goddess of lust? Sofia practically screamed, her mouth dropping open so wide that Razeal briefly wondered if she might actually swallow a whole watermelon in that position. Her? The sheer disbelief in her voice filled the entire shop. What? She continued, pointing dramatically at Maria's trembling body. Maria? Her expression shifted rapidly between shock and something that looked dangerously close to amusement. The mental image alone clearly seemed absurd to her. Maria suddenly becoming some kind of divine embodiment of lust? Wait, is lust even a virtuous or divine thing? The idea itself sounded ridiculous. Razeal coughed awkwardly, clearly not expecting such an explosive reaction. I mean, technically it is not exactly a goddess, he muttered under his breath. But, well, something like that. The words still sounded strange even to him. Sofia, however, was still staring at Maria with wide eyes as if her brain was still buffering this new concept. But before either of them could continue the conversation, something suddenly changed. Maria's body jerked sharply. Her eyelids fluttered violently. Then her eyes suddenly snapped open. At the exact same moment, a surge of energy exploded outward from her body. Dark, eerie energy began swirling around her like mist, filling the air with an oppressive presence that had not existed a moment earlier. The temperature inside the room seemed to drop instantly as that power spread outward. Razeal and Sofia both paused. Maria's body slowly lifted off the wooden table, not by her own movement, but as if some invisible force had taken control of her entire body. She began floating in midair above the counter, her limbs hanging loosely as if she were still unconscious even though her eyes were open. The dark energy continued spiraling around her, thick and heavy, like something ancient and sinister awakening from deep within her soul. Something extremely big and significant seemed to be happening inside Maria's body. Chapter 399. What is happening? Sofia's voice rose. It carried genuine alarm and awe. She watched Maria's body rise from the wooden counter. The sight defied logic. Maria remained unconscious, her limbs relaxed and her head tilted slightly to the side. Yet she floated in the air as if gravity had ceased to apply. Strange energies gathered around her. Faint threads thickened into currents of light and shadow, swirling together like living ribbons. Colors appeared in the air. These were not ordinary magical lights. They were deeper, heavier, and strangely majestic. Dark mana, thick and oily, gathered like a storm cloud around a single point. Other currents of energy shimmered with a strange brilliance. They felt like fragments of cosmic law bending and manifesting in visible form. The sensation reminded Sofia of standing beneath a sky full of stars collapsing into a single point. Maria's long sky-blue hair rose upward as though suspended in water. It drifted and swayed around her face. The strands glowed faintly under the influence of the swirling forces. The scene resembled a painting of an ancient myth, a mortal elevated by the cosmos itself. Dark mana coiled and twisted like living smoke. The cosmic energies, the conceptual forces tied to universal laws, wove through that darkness. They merged and interacted. These two seemingly opposing forces did not clash. They circled in harmony, spiraling like twin galaxies orbiting the same center. Maria remained that center. Nothing physical had visibly changed, yet something fundamental formed inside her. The energies rotating around her were not random. They settled, aligned, and embedded themselves deeper into her being. It was as though an invisible structure were being constructed inside her soul, while the cosmos acknowledged and assisted the process. The air inside the shop grew heavy. A strange pressure filled the room, the sensation of standing near something immensely powerful. Sofia kept her eyes locked on Maria. She spoke again, a whisper. What is this? Razeal stood beside her. He stared just as intently. I do not know, he admitted. His voice lacked the certainty he usually projected. But I think the process of embodying the concept has already begun. Sofia never looked away from Maria. Is it? Her gaze sharpened, analyzing every detail of the floating figure. Both of them stood completely still, watching the transformation unfold. Razeal lacked confidence in his assumption. Questions formed in his mind as he tried to analyze the situation. His original plan had differed. He expected Maria to complete the vampire transformation first. He believed she would need to awaken as a vampire, and then drink his blood directly. Only after that would the intense pleasure and lust generated by the vampiric bond push her emotional state high enough to satisfy the conditions required to embody the concept. That part of the plan remained unfulfilled. She had not woken up. She had not bitten him. She had not even drunk his blood consciously. The ritual had only progressed halfway through the vampiric conversion process. And yet, the conceptual awakening had already begun. Razeal frowned. Wait, could the pleasure spike already be happening because of the transformation ritual itself? He turned Marissa into a vampire earlier. She had completely lost the ability to stand or even think clearly during the process. The euphoric sensations from the transformation alone had overwhelmed her senses. She had collapsed under the intensity of the pleasure flooding her body. Could it be the same here? If the vampiric blood ritual itself had already produced a surge of pleasure strong enough, then maybe Maria had already reached the threshold required to resonate fully with the concept of lust. Maybe that alone had been enough. If that were the case, it meant something important. It meant that the conflict Vili had mentioned, the clash between wrath and lust inside Maria's body, might already be over. Lust may have already won the battle. Now, the concept itself began the process of fully merging with her. Razeal could not be certain, but as he stared at Maria floating above the table, with cosmic energy spiraling around her like a living storm, the explanation felt plausible. If the conceptual embodiment had not begun, this entire spectacle made no sense. It certainly did not result from a normal vampire transformation. When Marissa had become a vampire, nothing remotely like this had occurred. There had been no cosmic energy, no swirling laws of existence, no manifestation of conceptual power. That transformation had been purely biological. This was something entirely different. The concept must have already begun merging with her. Yeah, it must be that, Razeal muttered. Despite the conclusion forming in his mind, he could not deny a major problem. He lacked knowledge about conceptual embodiment. His understanding of cosmic laws, concepts, and primordial forces remained extremely limited. He possessed theories, fragments of information, and pieces of logic, but not real understanding. Normally he would have asked Villy. That option was off the table. After everything that had happened, trusting the system again would be foolish. Sophia clearly lacked knowledge about this as well. She understood the idea of concepts as a path to godhood, but the actual mechanics of embodiment remained far beyond her knowledge. Razeal's eyes narrowed. Suddenly, a thought struck him. I can ask them, he murmured. He had almost forgotten. Razeal's consciousness shifted inward as he opened the system interface. The familiar translucent panel appeared in his vision. His gaze moved to a feature he had ignored for quite some time. The livestream function. It connected him to the countless villains watching from beyond. He had paid little attention to it for what felt like ages. Too many things had been happening in his life. Too many confrontations, rituals, and revelations. The stream had simply fallen into the background. The moment he reopened it, the reaction was immediate. The villains watching from the other side were not pleased. The chat panel exploded with activity. From their perspective, Razeal had completely ghosted them. They had been watching everything unfold. The confrontations, the rituals, the chaos. Razeal had barely acknowledged their existence. Countless reactions had piled up. Comments, complaints, insults, sarcastic remarks. All of them flooded the screen the moment he looked back at the stream. Judging from the tone of those messages, they were not happy about being ignored. Razeal did not waste a second once the livestream panel fully opened. Thousands upon thousands of unread messages flooded the chat feed. He ignored almost all of it. He had no time to waste looking at them. His focus remained fixed on the single question burning in his mind. Without scrolling through the accumulated chatter, he typed into the stream, "Hey guys, is the process of embodying the concept already beginning? Or is something else happening here?" His question went out quickly. Everyone in that panel had been watching everything. The ritual, Maria's transformation, the surge of cosmic energy surrounding her floating body. If anyone in existence could recognize what this phenomenon meant, it would be these individuals. They had already achieved this level. Instead of an answer, the chat exploded. It did not provide explanations. It provided commentary. Ancestor Shui was the first to respond. Ancestor Shui, oh, look who finally returned. See? The child only remembers us when he needs something. Utterly disrespectful and selfish behavior, and yet he still expects help. Hey. Razeal's eyes flicked over the message, but he did not react. Zeno sighed. Being accused and betrayed by your own family. Now I understand the source of your gloominess. It is deeply concerning but also very understandable. You are always welcome in my flower garden if you need peace. Also, congratulations on your marriage. I am very happy for you. Vampire progenitor. Ah, you have returned. Congratulations on turning your second prey into a family member. It must be a wonderful feeling. I remember my first and second time. Such nostalgia. Anyways, I am quite excited to see how your lineage develops. And what you did to that world earlier. Magnificent. Truly magnificent. Lucifer, this is the most meaningful and entertaining event I have witnessed in eons. The ritual you performed, the great awakening of darkness, and now the birth of a new sin. Even I had never caused things like what you did. There was almost admiration in his tone. Lucifer, what a magnificent sight. Also, congratulations. No wonder the Book of Eventual Evil chose you. Razeal schemed the messages quickly. His eyes searched for something else. The villains had immediately jumped into commentary about everything that had happened. His ritual, the transformation, the birth of a new conceptual entity. None of them had actually answered his question. Zara and Tung remained silent as usual. Everyone else was simply talking. Razeal did not bother scrolling further. He did not have time. The situation unfolding in the shop was far too important. He sent another message into the stream. Sorry guys. I will talk with all of you properly later. But something important is happening right now. He directed the next line specifically. Lucifer, can you answer something for me? There was a small pause before he continued. Is she actually embodying the sin of lust right now or not? And is the process going successfully? And if possible, could you explain what exactly is happening? The question was not directed at everyone. It was aimed at one being, Lucifer. If there was anyone among that group who understood the nature of sins, demonic concepts, and primordial darkness better than anyone else, it was him. Razeal's logic was simple. This concerned the emergence of a sin. Lucifer was the original ruler of hell. If anyone knew what this process looked like, it would be him. The moment Razeal specifically addressed Lucifer, the chaotic stream of messages abruptly slowed. Then it stopped. The villains watching the stream understood the implication immediately. The boy had chosen someone to answer, not them. Their egos flared. If he was not asking them, they were not going to volunteer help. The chat fell silent. A strange, tense quiet filled the panel. Lucifer, unlike the others, did not take offense. He seemed amused, very amused. From the beginning, Lucifer had already concluded that maintaining a positive relationship with Razeal would be far more entertaining and potentially beneficial than antagonizing him, as the others often did. What was happening right now fascinated him. Watching the birth of a new sin in a reality that had previously never known darkness? That provided entertainment even for him. Lucifer's response appeared calmly in the stream. Lucifer. Of course. There was a faint warmth behind the words. Lucifer. What exactly would you like to know? Razeal did not hesitate. Everything. I just asked, he replied. He glanced briefly toward Maria's floating body again. The swirling energies around her had only intensified. Dark mana continued spiraling like storm clouds, while cosmic conceptual forces shimmered around her like fragments of universal law weaving themselves together. He returned his focus to the panel. And is there anything I should be careful about right now? Even though the scene unfolding in front of him looked spectacular, he had no idea whether it was stable, dangerous, or about to explode. Lucifer. Yes, the synchronization between this girl and the sin of lust has already begun. The conceptual resonance has clearly started. I strongly advise you not to interfere with her in any way, nor allow anything else to disturb this process. At this stage, interference would be extremely dangerous and unnecessary. The process simply requires time. If left alone, she will fully harmonize with the concept. From what I can observe, everything is proceeding perfectly. So yes, do not worry about anything. The conceptual alignment is clean, stable, and progressing naturally. This will undoubtedly succeed as long as no external force disrupts it. And also, congratulations. What you are witnessing right now is a truly monumental moment. Lucifer continued writing, the paragraph growing longer and longer, but Razeal only schemed the message. He focused mainly on the first half, where the information actually mattered. The rest devolved into Lucifer's usual grand, dramatic style, praising the event, speaking poetically about the return of darkness, and using language that sounded more like ancient prophecy than practical explanation. Still, the important part was clear. Razeal nodded to himself. If Lucifer said the process had begun and everything was stable, then it was almost certainly true. The Demon King had no reason to lie about something like this, especially when he wanted to maintain a good relationship. He glanced back toward Maria. She was still floating above the wooden counter, suspended in midair by the swirling vortex of energy surrounding her body. The dark mana continued spiraling around her like a living storm, while faint streaks of multicolored conceptual energy moved through the air like threads being woven into reality itself. Razeal turned his attention back to the system panel. So how long will it take? He asked Lucifer calmly. The answer came quickly. Lucifer. Not very long. Since the conceptual law has only just been born in this reality, it is still extremely weak and fragile. That actually shortens the embodiment process. Under these circumstances, the synchronization should complete within 10 to 20 minutes. 30 minutes at the absolute most. The message continued with further explanation. Lucifer. The process itself is quite complicated, but the fortunate part is that most of it occurs internally within her body and soul. So outsiders cannot perceive the majority of what is happening. Even powerful beings nearby would only feel faint traces of the phenomenon. So you do not have to worry about anyone sensing it for now. Also, the cocoon of energy you see forming around her, that is the visible manifestation of conceptual energies. Those are fragments of cosmic law beginning to take shape. Lucifer elaborated further. Lucifer. In simple terms, the cosmos itself is converging around her right now extremely gently. It is a nurturing process rather than a destructive one. Those energies are not harmful. In fact, they are extremely beneficial. Her body, soul, and very existence are being refined by the cosmic laws themselves. Razeal's eyes narrowed as he read. Lucifer. Aside from the obvious power she will gain by embodying a sin, the process itself will reshape her potential. Her entire being will be nurtured by conceptual energy. However, it will not reach the level it could have if the concept had been fully mature. Unfortunately, the sin of lust has only just been born in this reality. Dark mana itself is still extremely weak and fragile here also. The entire dark alignment of this world is still in its infancy. Alas. The Demon King's wording shifted, sounding regretful. Lucifer. If the darkness of this reality had already matured, the surge of dark energy alone could have forged her body into something truly undeniable. But even in this weakened state, the result will still be extraordinary. After all, these are ontological forces, cosmic laws that define how reality functions. Even a newly born law is still a fundamental principle of existence. Chapter 400. The panel updated. Lucifer explained that reality evolved as new concepts emerged and integrated into the structure of existence. The sin of lust was becoming one of those foundational laws. Maria stood as the first being to resonate with it. That alone granted her enormous potential. Another message appeared. It stated that this resonance would never reach the superiority of the sin of pride, though pride remained a special case. The text displayed a brief flicker of arrogance. Pride was not something just anyone could embody. The message concluded with a digital approximation of laughter. Razeal stood motionless. The information provided useful data points. Maria remained safe. The process held its stability. In roughly 20 minutes, the embodiment would complete. He leaned back. The swirling energies around Maria formed defined currents. They resembled streams of light weaving into complex patterns. He typed a question into the interface. He needed to know the nature of the process and the extent of her future strength. Lucifer sent a long response. It began with an admission that words failed to explain the nature of conceptual embodiment. One could only comprehend it through personal experience. The universe existed upon cosmic laws. Reality operated not through randomness, but through fundamental principles. These principles governed existence. Fire, water, wind, light, creation, and destruction served as expressions of these underlying concepts. These laws functioned independently of human existence. They stood as the architecture of reality. Even if every living being vanished, fire would continue to burn and water would continue to flow. No being could own a cosmic law. It served as neither a weapon nor a throne. Powerful beings synchronized with a law. A cosmic law operated like an eternal frequency. Individuals drew power from that law by aligning their minds, will, and fundamental nature with that frequency. The resonance dictated the strength of the connection. Fire demanded intensity, aggression, and an unstoppable forward force. A passive or stagnant user would find the law rejecting them. The law demanded consistency. Most beings only borrowed fragments of a law through techniques or spells. True resonance occurred rarely. The explanation detailed the stages of the process. The first stage was awareness. The individual understood the law intellectually. The second stage was alignment. The personality, instincts, and will adapted to match the nature of the law. The third stage was channeling. The individual drew on the concept consciously to shape abilities. The fourth stage was perfect embodiment. The identity and the law became intertwined. The text paused for emphasis before revealing the final stage. The final stage was incarnation. The individual became indistinguishable from the concept itself. Reality recognized them as a living extension of that principle. High levels of power eventually turned a being into a vessel for cosmic law. Strong entities appeared godlike because they synchronized with the principle of reality. Lucifer used himself as a reference. He embodied the law of pride. Pride represented absolute self-sovereignty. It meant refusing to submit and believing in one's own authority above all others. It meant rejecting imposed hierarchies. He drew power from his refusal to bow. Pure pride declared one's existence as absolute. The universe operated on countless primordial laws. Those who fully embodied a law gained authority over that aspect of reality. Strength grew in proportion to the level of synchronization. The girl would gain a great deal from this process. Razeal finished the explanation. He sifted through the complex information. The abstract concepts remained dense, but the core truth emerged. Cosmic laws acted as the true source of power. Maria stepped onto a path very few individuals would ever reach. He needed no further cosmic philosophy during the current transformation. He replied with a brief acknowledgement and closed the connection. He lifted his head. The air in the shop grew heavier and charged with energy. Maria floated above the wooden counter, held by the invisible currents of energy. The transformation reached a new intensity. A soft glow radiated from her body. It brightened within seconds. Two distinct tones emerged. One tone manifested as a pure, radiant white light. The other tone existed as deeper shadows infused with violet and crimson hues. The energies intertwined in a surreal harmony. Her skin changed. Her complexion grew smoother and luminous. A subtle glow spread across her form. Her presence grew steadily stronger. Her body lengthened. Her proportions shifted into defined, refined lines. Her waist narrowed. Her posture achieved an elegant stillness. Her sky-blue hair grew, extending downward while floating in the air. Each strand drifted like silk in water. The demonic crimson hue faded from her eyes. The oceanic blue returned, deepening in intensity. The demonic corruption inside her balanced against the conceptual energies binding to her existence. The aura materialized around her. The air pressure increased. Waves of cosmic energy flowed over her, reshaping her existence. Reality welcomed her. The newly born cosmic law of lust synchronized with her being. Visible ribbons of light formed. They wrapped around her, hardening as they folded inward. A cocoon appeared. Maria vanished within it. The structure pulsed with dark and white energy. Invisible currents flowed from beyond the walls and the horizon. Endless cosmic energy poured into the cocoon. The process continued without pause. To be continued. Hope you liked today's video. Join the community by subscribing and dropping a like. I'll be back with another update as soon as possible. See you then.